Starts the Mordian 50th, where courage remains. With last guns gleaming, hearts of steel, they march into battle. With grim resolve to deal, for Mordian's loyalty, for Mordian's honor. They raise their cry against the dark fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. The first dawn's all, the Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke they press on, facing the Xenos horde until the dawn. With every volley they hold the line. Their determination, unbreakable sign. Unbreakable sign. And the Emperor, they fight as one, their bravery shone. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. The night shining brighter than the sun.
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Sir, yes, sir.
In the shadows of the void, where darkness reigns, stands the Mordian 50th, where courage remains. With last guns gleaming, hearts of steel, they march into battle. With grim resolve to deal, for Mordian's loyalty, for Mordian's honor. They raise their cry against the dark fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. The first dawn's all, the Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke they press on, facing the Xenos horde until the dawn. With every volley they hold the line. Their determination, unbreakable sign. Unbreakable sign.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
And the Emperor, they fight as one, their bravery shone. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. The night shining brighter than the sun.
Sir, yes, sir.
Answering the Emperor's call, so let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream. A Deathwatch stream? A stream hostile to sanity and reason as we know it. Gentlemen, lady, small for a creature of Centauri, I don't mean to alarm you, but I think GW has done something right. I know we're not meant to say that. I know we're just meant to complain about them incessantly and to never admit when they do anything good. But I think they actually did something right. GW, over the weekend, released the Deathwatch, the updated Deathwatch index. And it wasn't completely half-assed, and it actually was okay. In fact, it's more than okay. Some people are saying it's actually really, really powerful. In fact, it's more powerful than the last index, which before it died started producing some remarkable results. I didn't think I'd ever say these words in 10th edition, but Deathwatch meta incoming? It feels wrong. It feels so wrong. Oh my god, it feels... This is proof that we're living in the Matrix. This is proof we're living in the simulation. What is going on? What is going on? Well, we're going to have to find out. Today, guys, we are going to be going through step by step, bit by bit. At the very least, the Deathwatch detachment. Deathwatch index. And maybe trying to break down where we think this thing is going to be, where we think this is going to be hitting the meta. And I think it can be doing some very, very powerful things. And also, if we have time, we'll be looking at some of the other bits and bobs that have come out over the weekend and today, such as the frankly abysmal, like, why did they even bother releasing it? Assassin detachment. Everybody gets 9 Dreadnoughts Custodies detachment, and then the Knight stuff, which I have to be honest, I haven't had a chance to look at today. So we're definitely looking at Deathwatch first, but we'll be looking at all sorts of new things that have been coming out over the weekend. I am very, very excited. I tell you what, I'm loving this Grotmas. It is definitely shaking things up and shaping a brand new meta. It's exciting. It's very, very exciting. And you know what? Just as the Necrons come to completely eradicate and buttfuck the meta,
ready to serve.
just as they come forth, of course, it is the Deathwatch which stand ready to repel them. I don't know if this is on purpose by GW. I don't know if they're trying to set up some sort of narrative within the meta kind of thing going on, but I'm here for it. I am here for it. So that is the briefing. It's a just chatting stream as always. So anything and everything goes. You know, hobby stuff, army lists, 40k old world bot action, all that good stuff. So anything goes. But we will obviously have a bit of a focus on the Deathwatch today, and then of course we've got some other bits and bobs that we'll be talking about. So that's the briefing. That is the briefing. So let's not mess around any further. Let's site-to-site teleport. I may have had a little look at this index before I came online today. Let's site-to-site teleport right into today's stream. And of course, the first thing that we must teleport onto the battlefield is our traditions. Traditions are very important to the Mordian Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the Xenos, and the worst people of all, the Xenos. It's time for roll call, baby! Stand up and be counted. Who is ready to rock out with their Cenophase blade out today? Let's see who we've got in the stream today. Get your 07s flowing down in chat. Twitch gang riot,
Sir,
YouTube
yes,
gang
sir.
rise up. Let's see who we have got here today. Starting off with, we have got James, Godlike Poet, Squidfist, Sammy Wilson, The Gaming Stuka, Mark Talabek Land, Hadrian, SP, The Whispering Monk, Ed Bailey, Free Dogs, Jurgens, Miasma, Rev, Source of Day, 7 Sark, 1969, Mountain Life, Blinky, Andrew Dag, Strawberry Dream, Pesh 21, Stuart Robertson, Solarius, Trooper 2102, War Master Will, Dark, Akasha, Wrecker, Blako, Mark Batchelor, Andrew Dowg, Mitchell, Bartholomew, D-Mac, Firstborn Suck, Cope and Sneed, Blue Shadow 19, Jonty Cork, Richard Seaton, Sea User Zeus, Vagrant, The Lower Decks, Mad Larkin, The Blind Builder, Grand Minutia, we've got Ad Phoenix, we've got Cosmic Drew, we've got Wangham's Whimsies, Chris's Team Cap, Rocket Man, Mad Larkin again coming in with his big titty towel girlfriend. We've got Freedox as well, and of course, we have also got Russ Matthews, Sergeant Lot 10, Wolfram back. We have got Russell W, Gaz 744, and we have got Russ Matthews and Russell W and Gaz. Hey, and Azuth, my boy. Hey. Well, welcome to all of you crazy bastards. Welcome to Twitch gang. Welcome to YouTube gang. Thank you so much to all of you guys for being here today. And I want to say not only a huge thank you to all of you guys for joining, but also, of course, a big thank you to everyone who has gone ahead and liked the stream and subscribed, and if you're on Twitch, followed and primed and all of that good stuff. And if you've not done that, then please go ahead and do so, because if you don't, the Deathwatch are going to come and find you, and they're going to accuse you of being a Xenos, and their authority, unlike their authority is limitless. Unlike their patience, their authority is limitless. Oh my days. Big thank you to those that do go and like and subscribe and all that kind of good stuff. And I also want to say, of course, a huge thank you to everyone who's getting the stream popping up, baby! Who's getting the stream started off right. Coming in with the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all of that amazing stuff. And let's go through now, before we get into this index, let's go through now and personally wank off those. See, I can be degenerate because that's chaos. So Deathwatch aren't bothered about that. But wank off those people that have come forth onto my face and also into... with their support into the stream. I want to say a big thank you to Wolfenbach! Wolfenbach, thank you for the raid! Yes! Thank you for the raid, mate. Thank you for bringing the 3 raiders with you as well. 07, you magnificent bastard. Thank you for starting the stream off right with a big old raid. I also want to say a huge thank you. Let me have a little look here. Give me a moment. I also want to say a big thank you to Ed Bailey, my boy! Ed Bailey, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes! First off, by Sharp's command, and Tim has a 100% win rate at OPR because North ran for the field a battle while saying Tim never got back to him. Ed Bailey, thank you so much for Super Chat, man. Yes, I have some sad news to report. Unfortunately, the battle report between myself and Northern Exile did not go ahead, but I have to be totally honest. The fault rests with me. We had sort of, I had it in my mind that we'd like locked it down, like confirmed it and everything, and then throughout November I was just like mega busy. So, you know, I was going to so many tournaments and I could see messages were coming in from North and I sort of read, I was like, yeah, you sent me a list, that's fine. But in my mind, we just had it locked down. And then it sort of got to the day and I was like, is he, I've not heard it. Like, I've sent him a message the day before being like, we're still meeting up tomorrow, right? I didn't get anything back and I was like, oh dear. Anyway, I checked and whilst we had confirmed the date, we never confirmed the time. So I couldn't really expect him to, you know, turn up. If you didn't know what time he was going to be there and all that kind of stuff. So unfortunately, it did not go ahead. I think I should take the blame on this one because I was incredibly busy over November and I wouldn't have blamed North for thinking it wasn't on. So I'll take the hit. I'll definitely take the hit on this one. So actually, I think the best way of looking at this, Ed Bailey, is I have a 0% win rate OPR because... everybody knows that logistics is the key to victory on any battlefield, and my logistics train was compromised. So there we go. So I do want to apologise to him. I'm going to send him. He sent me a message. I'm going to send him a message back, basically being like, "Dude, don't worry. It's on me. I was so busy during November. I had one day off during the month of November." Literally, so the fault is mine, sir. Major timetable must answer. There we go. But anyway, thank you for the support, man. I do apologise that I didn't get the OPR done, but good news is I did manage to get an Old World Battle Report. Big shout out to that rat bastard who at last minute filled in, which was great. And so you guys haven't missed out on any content. And we will be playing, and I fully intend to play against North soon and to play one-page rules soon. We'll get a date. Now that I'm not so busy, we'll get something fucking locked in and locked down. So there we go. I am the hobby nightmare. That is true. Robotos. That is true. It definitely, like I said, it was definitely on me. I just had it in my head that we locked it down. Going back, looking at the matches, it definitely hadn't been fully locked down. So there we go. This is Mordian backing me up. Tim never stops. I'll tell him off. It's true. Right, Bastard, out for you anytime, Mordian, my boy. We said never on the stream. What happens in the Element back room stays in the Element back room. Turns out, I am Father Gregory. Oh, man. Next, I say a big thank you to the Lower Decks, my boy. The Lower Decks, thank you so much for the super chat, my man. We're back in black, baby. The men in black are here. Yeah, that's right. Back in black. Ah. Oh. I can't tell you. I'm so excited I'm stripping off. Lower Decks. Dude. Do you want to know how excited I am? For the Deathwatch being back? I'm going to confirm this now. One way or another. Okay? I'm going to confirm this now. Okay? 1 second. Sorry, boys. One way or another. New channel army. Deathwatch. I'm confirming it now. I'm on scripts. I also want to say a big thank you to the Whispering Monk, our spiritual liege, the man who keeps our ears clean and our soul pure. Thank you very much, Whispering Monk, for the super chat. Review of you versus Death Guard in Discord. Also, Cowabunga. Yes, for those of you that haven't seen it, Joshy 40k did actually do a review of the battle that I did, the live stream battle that I did versus Aidan Smalley of the Disgustingly Resilient podcast. So if you haven't seen that, there's a link to that in the Discord right now. Industry discussion. Whispering Monk has posted it. I haven't yet had a chance to look through it in detail. I looked at a couple of minutes of it and it was really, really good. So I highly recommend you guys check it out. It's good shit. Whispering Monk, thank you for the support and for the reminder to shout that out. I also want to say a big thank you to Richard Seaton. Richard Seaton, thank you for the 8-month member flex, baby. Yes, 8 months in his Imperial Guard. For fuck's sake, can't believe I'm still here. What a degenerate. You are our brother in degeneracy. Brother! Pass me the lube, brother. Oh man, Richard, thank you so much for your support over the last 8 months. Thank you for doing your part. I also want to say a big thank you to Swordsmith87. Thank you for the super chat, dude. I'm back from the front. RTT report in your email. Well. I suppose it would be rude to not take a look if I didn't take a look at it. Then let's have a cheeky gander. Let's have a look. All right. Where is it, baby? I'm looking. Why is that? That looks a bit fucked. Huh. Is there like... I think it's alright. Okay, let's have a look. My program is telling me that the background sound is still on, but I don't think it is. I need a new PC. New Christmas present to myself this Christmas is going to be new PC. All right. It's if any of you are having any problems, it is because at the beginning of the stream I was doing the final bits of uploading for my content to Evan, the editor, for the next couple of weeks. So it might have been sometimes it might have been that there wasn't enough. There's a little bit of internet out California way. There might not have been enough there between the multi-streaming and everything, but that's done now. So if you refresh, you should be all right. Okay, Swordsman for 37. Let's have a look here. Deathcore Marshal, Gaunt's Ghost, 3 Tank Commander to Marshal, 20 Krieg, 4 Chimeras, 4 Catcher Units, 2 Basilisks, 1 Regal Dawn. Heavy fighting broke out against Halo Admech. People are already using that detachment. That's wild. Vanguard Ultramarines and Fly-Blown Death Guard Terminator spam. Roundwood versus Admech on GW Layout 8. The spindly robots overestimated how hidden they were by terrain. Seized the initiative of first turn. We taught them the error of their deployment and destroyed their Cataphrone breaches and June Crawler tank turn 1. This battle quickly snowballed in our favour. They surrendered at the end of turn 3. Excellent! The new Admech have been destroyed. Excellent. Round 2. The Blueberry Vanguard Marines thought subterfuge and our army being -1 hit would save them. The Emperor protects, but he loves his true finest more. We seized the lead with our Chimeras, moved the objective towards their deployment zone, and kept the pressure on by killing their chaff. With few men to perform actions and artillery slowing the living ones, they could not keep up. Victory to the Emperor's true finest. Alright, and then we've got... Round 3, my opponent produced 22 Terminators covered in shit and flies. That scout moved towards us, then they get the first turn. Our battle tanks scared them into hiding behind buildings. I called Colonel Slaughter of the 821st Artillery Regiment to bring the pain. We made the sky fall as well as got sight lines with the tank commander and Chimera to the 10 Blight Lord Lone Ops. Clearing the smoke, not one Blight Lord stands. The fighting was fierce. Their 3 brigand allies killing our transports and tanks, but we held the line. Turn 4, we prayed to the Emperor, as after primary we were still behind on points. He delivered us 10 points of secondary, scoring our final turn, seizing the victory from the Val Heretics. Thank you for the list critiques. The Triple Tank Commander and Double Basilisk came in clutch. My first RTT win comes with Guard in this new local meta after all my heresy. And you know what? That much firepower is addictive! Where's my Guard? Where's my Met Guard attachment DW? I am ready! Another critical component of the list I think some people overlook is that if you draw Call the Horde, 20 Krieg and a Marshal as a trap, it costs multiple opponents in all 3 games trying to score it, then holding on to it. Also, the look on Marine player's face after he thought his 3 Gravis Marines were safe with 5 Krieg with Melters is priceless, yeah. P.S. I nerfed myself in game 2 and 3 thinking the stealth modifier stacked with being bracketed or in combat to only hit on 5s, realizing later that dice can't be -2. The Emperor protects, I still had 5s where I needed them. Nice! Nice! Holy shit, man! And did you win a chainsword? Holy fuck! I mean, I won't show it off on camera in case you don't want your face on camera, of course. But dude, that's so cool. Did you overall win the RTT? That's amazing. 83-58, 94-26, and 59-54. So close! So close! Oh wow. Welly Wellington. Well done on absolutely smashing it. And okay, I can show the picture off. That's cool. Let's have a look. Let me show the picture off, man. I'll make sure I don't show your email address off. Don't worry. There we go. Look at that. That is the face of a man who is very, very pleased with himself and who has just won himself a giant fuck-off chainsword. I also love the Claymore style t-shirt, front to the enemy. Amazing. Amazing. That's so cool, dude. Well, let me just say, very well done. Very, very, very well done. Coming away, because you've been on, correct me if I'm wrong, Swords, but you've been on a bit of a heresy train recently. Lots and lots of World Eaters and the like. And now you've come back to the Guard. You've just smashed it in your first RTT. Brilliant. You have returned to the Emperor's true finest, and the firepower is addictive. Dude, why do you think I can never go to the faction? I'll go away to the faction, like, yeah, this is okay, this is okay. Then I come back to the guard, and I'm like, more! like firing everything at the enemy. Well, this is last ever. I thought so. Yeah, I thought so. Swordsmith, thank you to Sportman, and well done on your excellent victory. I want to say a big thank you to Blako! Blako, thank you so much for the 28-month member flex, baby! Double X-Force, Mordian approved. Just played Life is Strange 1. What a good game, man. Dude, I've not played Life is Strange myself, but I know that Mrs. Mordian has completed at least the first one, a few of the expansions and stuff, and she really likes it. She's basically locked into the series now because of how much she enjoyed the first one. I tell you, the last game, it's kind of similar to it. The game that well, I guess it's nothing like it, but I don't know what it kind of reminded me of it. I played It's Take. Me and Mr. Morning played through It Takes Two. That was very good as well. Yeah, definitely recommend that one. But yeah, Blake, I've heard good things about Life is Strange, and dude, great to hear. Thank you so much for supporting for the over the last 2 years, and also good to hear that you're enjoying some games, mate. Nice. I want to say next a big thank you to Mould the Knife coming in with the gifted membership. Thank you so much, Mould, for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts, with new channel members. Thank you, good sir, kind sir, for doing your part. 07, you magnificent bastard. All right. I just want to check. I feel like my alert didn't go off.
Ready to serve.
We'll replay one. I might have just been talking over it. Give me a second.
Backbone of the guard.
Yeah, I
ready
thought
to
so.
serve.
Okay, I want to say next a big thank you to Hadrian. Hadrian, thank you for the 20-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Thank you, mate. Deathwatch battle report incoming. Oh, yeah. Like, I don't even care. People keep going on about like how the Talon Strike's the best one. I'm running maximum Deathwatch kill teams. I'm talking OG firstborn kill teams. Are they viable? Yes. Is that all I need to know? Yes. Am I going full send on Deathwatch kill teams? You goddamn right I am. You goddamn right I am. I'm very ready for the Deathwatch kill teams, man, bro. Very ready for it. Next, I'll say a big thank you to Andrew Narog. Andrew Narog, thank you for the super chat, mate. Predictions on the guard Grotmus attachment. Good. Do we know when the guard one's coming? 1 minute. No, it's Grey Knights tomorrow, isn't it? It's not guard tomorrow. My predictions for the guard one is it's either going to be a pure infantry detachment or it's going to be a pure scion detachment. And the reason why I think those two things,
good for you.
is because those were the two detachments that were conspicuously absent from the Codex release. Which we know which detachments are coming in the Codex release. It's like a recon detachment, a mechanized detachment, an artillery detachment, combined arms detachment, and tank detachment. We know there's going to be those 5, if I remember correctly. So I think it's either going to be scions or pure infantry. The recon detachment could be the pure infantry one, or that could be the mechanized one. You see, so I think it could be scions or it could be pure infantry. That'd be my guess. Yeah. There we go. All right. That's my guess. I've no idea though, Andrew.
Reporting for
pure
duty, sir.
guesswork. That, to be honest with you, mate. I want to say next a big thank you to the Lower Decks, my boy. Lower Decks, thank you so much for the super chat, dude. Triple cyclone missile launcher, my heart. Is that a thing you can do? Lower Decks, I have to admit, I had a quick glance at the Deathwatch index, but just to see what was in it, like physically what used in it. But I haven't gone into the nitty gritty. Are you telling me that Deathwatch Terminators can take triple cyclone missile launcher? Nice. Very nice. That's amazing. Just literally walking forward, just firing missiles from the top. That's going to be so cool. I mean, I don't know if cyclones are any good, but I guess you could make them better AP, because you can Kraken rounds them now. That's the big thing. You can Kraken rounds any weapon in the Deathwatch arsenal. So, well, as long as it's got like the mission tactics, I think it is. So I think it's that. I don't think you can like crack and rounds anything, but I could be wrong. But the point is, like, I think Deathwatch. Yeah, I've heard some people saying Deathwatch dummies were good. If triple cycler missile launchers are good, then that would be hilarious. I'd love it. I'd love it, man. I'd love it. We'll be getting into the nitty gritty of it in a moment. I want to say a big thank you to Mad Larkin. Mad Larkin, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. With Deathwatch, you can run Marine Codex attachments and still get mission tactics with how it is worded right now. Really? Really? Okay, we'll have to take a look at that. I mean, I suspect it'll get. I would suspect it would get FAQ'd, but who knows? Because your army rule is kill teams, and your detachment rule is mission tactics. I mean, that seems unlikely because it's not an army rule; it's a detachment rule. But we'd have to look. We'd have to look. That seems unlikely to me, considering it's a detachment rule, not an army rule. But we'll see. But I don't know. We'll go through it, Bad Lag. We'll go through it in a few minutes, and we'll find out. Elliot Henderson, thank you for the 23-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Just one more month, and you'll be double X-Force, man. Had my first IG game. Gigablobs equals death now. Gigablobs equal death. Now need 3. Hey! Elliot Henderson, I have to be honest, I'm not... dude, let me say well done on getting your first game with Imperial Guardian. I'm not sure if you mean Gigablobs just die, and therefore you're going to need 3 of them, otherwise you're not going to be able to do anything. Or if you mean that Gigablobs equal death on the enemy, and now you're going to need 3 of them. Either way, you need more. You always need, dude, you always need more infantry. Always. Elliot, thank you so much for support, man. And either way, more infantry, baby! I'll always support that. I want to say a big thank you to War Master Will. War Master Will, thank you for the 22-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Just 2 more and I'll get my big boy pants. Yes! 2 more months and you will be officially Mordian approved. But let me just say, War Master Will, you're already approved in my heart. It's just the fact that the Departamento Unitorum takes a little bit of... it takes 2 years to process the paperwork, as it were. Thank you so much, man, for all your support over the last nearly 2 years, bro. Elliot Henderson, 15 Scions ago. Oh, the Scion Gigablobs! Oh, yeah. Bro, Scion Gigablobs are absolute death for the enemy. You need 3 of them. No questions asked. Don't even think about it. Just, honestly, just get DMAC. That someone there has been slightly at the mercy of the limited character count in the in the member flex. Are you saying that your army has now got 2,000 points and therefore you are now ready to play? If that's true, mate, that's amazing. What a milestone! What a milestone to achieve, to finally have your 2,000 point army just fucking sorted on. Amazing, dude. Thank you so much for your support over the last 5 months, DMAC, and I look forward to hearing about your exploits on the tabletop. Excellent work, sir. I want to say a big thank you to Solarius. Solarius, thank you for the super chat, my man. Current finished non-Titan cruise models in stream discussion. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Is everyone saying, 1 minute, is everyone saying the streams died again? Let's have a look. People are always saying the stream's dying. Let's have a look. Did Twitch die, or did YouTube die, or did both die? Let's have a look. I think we're okay. I think it's all... Twitch went down for a couple of minutes. It's definitely... I think it's just part of the multi-streaming thing. I suspect that it's probably... I think I need a new PC, guys. Like, I've been running this... I mean, I've had this one for like 5 years now. And probably 4 or 5 years. And the only thing I've upgraded since I started doing streaming was the graphics card. So it's probably just getting to the point where I just need a new PC. So I know I've missed like the Black Friday sales and all that kind of stuff. It's fine. So I'll probably just treat myself over Christmas and sort of build it and then just get it sorted. You know, it's fine. Yeah. Maybe wait for January sales or something like that. But yeah, I definitely think it's time to get the new PC, because I think the problem is it works fine when I'm just doing YouTube, but I think when I'm multi-streaming, I'm at the edge. I'm pushing to the edge. Push it to the limit. I think that's basically what it is. Alright, going back to where we were. Solarius, current finished non-Titan cruise models in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Alright, let's have a look here. Now RCI Raider is saying RIP the audio. I don't know if that's just... one minute. Before we... Sorry, Slice. This is we're getting... Just refresh the stream! Refresh the stream if you are having issues. There you go. Some people say they're still having audio issues. I think it's probably just a quick refresh and you'll be good to go. There we are. Okay, so let's have a look here. No, that's from a slight delay. My bad. Damn it, RCI Raider! You come in here posting misinformation. What is this? 2019? Oh man. Alright, let's have a look. Current Christmas update. Very nice. Very, very nice. So the Titan is done, and now we're getting to see the other bits. We've got Demolisher Tank in a beautiful classic Cadian colour scheme. Love that Hydra, mate. I do love the Hydra. It's a fucking sexy model. We've got an Inquisitor. Nice. We've got a Scout Sentinel with a big old laser cannon. That's so cool, man. I really, really like the colour scheme. I know it's just a classic Cadian one, but I always think that a classic Cadian colour scheme done right just looks amazing. Looks really good. I like the basing you've done on the Sentinel as well. Really gone the extra mile there and put the extra effort in. That's very, very cool. Nice. Yeah, I can see all the little details that you've done, the glass and everything. Mate, excellent job. Excellent job. Excellent work. You are doing your team and yourself and Kriegsmas proud. Excellent work, mate. Alright, what do we got next? I want to say big thank you to Akashareka! Akashareka, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the Baneblade! Yes! It is the Baneblade. Thank you very much for the generous super chat, sir. Funding for the new cogitator/servitor. Thank you very much, sir. It will be used wisely. Finally got back to Warhammer the first time in 6 months ago traveling. God, I have missed this. Yes, we've got him, boys. He's relapsed after 6 months. Yes. Have to say, Akashreka, I have noticed that you haven't been in the streams as much. But I think you did say like 6 months ago you were going traveling and everything. But it's good to have you back. It's good to have you back, buddy. Akashreka, one of the OGs, back in action. He's been recalled to active service. He's not even recalled to service. He re-enlisted. Thank you, Akashreka, for your generous support, man. Good to have you back in the stream, sir. And I will use your super chat to make sure I get a good PC. There we are. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Sky Ranger! Sky Ranger, thank you for becoming a channel member. Now, Sky Ranger, let me have a double check here. Have you become a channel member or have you gone from conscript to volunteer? You've gone from conscript to volunteer! Amazing. Thank you for continuing your membership, sir. Thank you for going from conscript to volunteer. Thank you for still doing your part. 07, you magnificent bastard. I also want to say a big thank you to Akashreka again! Akashreka, thank you for the 21-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Also, reporting my service, do I get extra rations? I mean, obviously not. You've been AWOL for 6 months. What, you think you could go AWOL for 6 months and then come back and his Imperial Guard would be like, oh yeah, that's fine. That's okay. What is this? Catachan Glory? It's always not Catachan Glory. It's Mordian Glory. You know, you have so much drill that you need to catch up on. You're going to spend the next 6 months just walking up and down the square in doing perfect drill. I'm only kidding, man. I'm only kidding. Dude, thank you for the 21-month member flex. Thank you for doing your part. I want to say a big thank you to Raspberry. Raspberry, thank you very much for continuing your channel membership from going from conscript to volunteer. Thank you, sir, for continuing to do your part. 07, mate. Also want to say a big thank you to V4770 for subscribing, and a big thank you to Tiki for the Banzai. Tiki, thank you for the Banzai. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for doing your part. 07, mate. We'll have those new conscripts charging down American machine gun positions before you know it. There we are. Okay, just a couple more bits here. I want to say a big thank you to KWidge07 for subscribing on YouTube. And I want to say a huge thank you to Fun Jacob for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. MG community, come for the tactics, stay for Sharp's command, and to get audio lag on YouTube. Damn you, right, sir. The fault is mine, sir. I need a new PC. Yeah. Fun Jacob, dude, thank you so much. You come for the tactics, you stay for the community. That's what I tend to find. Also, big thank you to you and Ed Bailey earlier for reminding me to shout out the sponsors. Guys, don't forget we've got a whole bunch of sponsors and affiliates now. We've got War Games Atlantic, we've got Element Games, we've got Warlord Games, we've got Noble Knight Games over in the US, we've got loads. So please, if you're thinking of getting yourself some models, treat yourself over Christmas or something, check out the affiliate links down in the description below. There's no pressure. There's no pressure at all, but if you're going to get yourself some models anyway, and you want to get those models, but then also support the channel, then check them out. Because I tend to find that a lot of the third-party links also give you a discount as well. So you might even save yourself some money, which is pretty sweet. So there we go. Unrelated, Fun Jacob, unrelated, also I bought a Tau Codex and a Combat Patrol. Damn your eyes! Damn your eyes! You come in here talking about Tau. The faction that I would never, ever use. Please don't check this weekend's after action report. No, man. You know what? Do you know what's kind of crazy? I think there's only one way to fix Tau. I think there's only one way to fix Tau. And unfortunately, I don't think the Tau community has what it takes to fix Tau. We talked about this last week. We talked about this. The Tau community is full of people that no matter how many nice things GW gives them, will still spam battlesuits and still go all in on firepower and on toy breaking. That's all they'll do. There's only one community in the world that can save the Tau community. And that is the Imperial Guard. Because when you guardify Tau, you keep the power, but you get the fun. That's it. And the Tau community is fucking seething right now. Because they're like, oh, how dare you say this about our faction? Look, I'm sorry, motherfuckers, but you've had 20 years. You've had 20 plus years to fix it yourself. Alright? Now, GW's calling in the heavy mob. They're calling in the contractors. And we're going to get the job done. There's nothing wrong with Tau. It's the Tau community. It's true, eyes relief. It's true. So there you go. So I welcome more people. You know what? We're not going to call it guardifying. Because that's the process. That's not this new community that we've set. That's not part of this like takeover that we're doing. What this takeover? It's welcome to the Guvesa community. When you guardify the Tau, you become a Guvesa. That's it. That's the way, baby. That's the way. So Fun Jacob, welcome to the Guvesa community. We're gonna make the better good. We're gonna make the better good. That's it. After years and years and years of me shitting on the Tau community, I realized that there's only one way we're going to fix this, and it's down to us. You people need me. You need me to save you. Definite Homelander moment. You guys aren't the real Tau community. I'm the real Tau community. We're going to make a better Tau community. And it's going to have blackjack and hookers. And by blackjack and hookers, I mean it's going to have waves of infantry and tanks. Oh man. SOP, thank you for the super chat, mate. Made a night proxy to match up with my regiment. Sanctioned Xenos industry discussion. Thanks to the streams and server. You guys are cool. Ah, SOP, you're too kind, sir. You're too kind. Big thank you for your support, dude. Glad you've been enjoying the stream and the Discord server, mate. And it's the first time in my entire life that I've been called cool, so I'm going to fucking hang on to that one. Let's have a look at stream discussion, mate. Let's have a look here. Oh, very cool. Oh, very, very cool. It's like a mechanized like dragon knight. That's very interesting. That's so cool. That feels very like feudal guard in space kind of thing. That's cool as fuck, mate. Very empire, very much the empire in space. What happens when the Empire State Troops go to 40k and bring along the Imperial Dragons with them? Nice. That's such a beautiful conversion. I love the color scheme that you've done as well. It's an exquisite paint job. But the conversion itself is just on another fucking level, dude. Holy shit. Holy shit, man. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. That's so cool. Amazing work, mate. Very, very clever and very, very well done. Very, very well done. I like that, man. Very, very nice. Tight! Tight, tight, tight! There we go. There we go. All righty, gentlemen, I don't mean to alarm you. I don't mean to alarm you, but I think it's time. I think it's time. Let's zoom in a little bit. We're going to be in here for a little bit. Let's fix this chat box. So, for those of you that have been living under a rock, Deathwatch are back. Now, you might be wondering, where the hell did Deathwatch go? Well, at the beginning of 10th edition, Deathwatch got an index like everyone else, and it looked like a really good index, and it looked like they were going to be a really good faction for 10th edition. And then before the edition even launched properly, because the indexes came out slightly ahead of a lot of like the main rules and stuff, GW nerfed them. They nerfed them into the ground so hard that the faction never recovered. And then about 4 months ago, it looked like Deathwatch got deleted. It looked like Deathwatch got squatted. Because they essentially ceased to exist as a separate faction. And got rolled into Agents of Imperium in a really, really limited way. And there was much of an outcry about this. Because it felt wrong. It felt like Deathwatch had been done dirty. And when this announcement was coming, the Deathwatch community actually pulled out some remarkable results and wins. And just presence. Before they went away, kind of showing that they weren't going to go silently into the night. They weren't going to go out without a fight. But the general reaction, just from everyone in the community, was that this shouldn't have happened. This should not have happened. Like, GW is a company that makes a lot of money. GW is a company that has produces a lot of armies. Deathwatch have been around for 3 or 4 editions at this point. As a standalone faction, whilst they're not the largest community, they're still a significant community, and it just felt wrong. It was wrong. So collectively, everyone, even people that weren't huge fans of Deathwatch, everyone was like, they shouldn't have been deleted. DW, it's the least you can do to just. You already sell all the models because a lot of the kill teams are based on bloody like Primaris shit. So the least you can do is just. Give them a free index. Doesn't need to be anything major. Just give them an index so they can participate. They can be at the table. Well, in a remarkable twist of fate, GW was listening. Now, this is something which I think a lot of people don't give GW credit for, and I'm not a GW fanboy, but I always give credit where credit is due. And they are remarkably in tune with 40k these days. No longer are they just like making decisions in a vacuum and throwing them out, and the community kind of has to deal with it. It's obvious that there are people in GW who have got their finger on the pulse, and they are listening to the community, and they're kind of just giving us. They're not necessarily giving us what we want, not everything that we want, but the broad strokes are that if we are unhappy about something and we complain about something enough, generally speaking, GW is going to do something about it. I mean, that power, that is great power with great responsibility. And as a community, we have not wielded that power very well at times. For example, let's just say all the gnashing of teeth around Aquilans seems incredibly short-sighted based on what we've seen with like Grotmas and stuff like that now. But yeah, the point is that this was one of the times when we got it right. This is one of the times when we got it right. And there was, and I think what's really interesting about this is despite the fact that GW has not acknowledged any wrongdoing on their part. I mean, if we go through, where did I put it? Was it here? It might be. So GW's not acknowledged any wrongdoing on their part. But one thing I do want to say before we even get into the index is, look, they've actually still got, even though this was out 2 days ago, and they've released things for Custodes, Assassins, and Knights since. This is still featured front and center. So they're acknowledging it's a big deal they've brought it back, all right? But if you go into this article, there's no mention of of the fact that they removed the index earlier in the year. Like, if you look, it literally is like, oh, look, we're bringing out a full tournament legal index. And it's like, okay, but are you going to acknowledge the fact that you deleted it? You deleted Deathwatch and they're only coming back because we made a big fuss about it. So, but look, sometimes you've got to take what you can get. GW has acknowledged no wrongdoing. it's like in court. It's like, we acknowledge no wrongdoing and we give you a settlement payment. This is GW's settlement payment. This is GW's out of court settlement payment to the community. That's what it is. It's literally like they acknowledge no wrongdoing, and here's the check, and it's like, and they hand over the check, and it just says 1/10th edition Deathwatch Index, not half-assed. That's really, that's what this is. So this is the out of court settlement, and overall, I do appreciate it. And you know what? I'll take that. GW, I'll take that deal. Chat, you take that deal? Damn right. Damn good deal. We're just glad to have Deathwatch back. That's it. That rat bastard. I'm proud of GW for wiping their ass on the pillow after they finish shitting the bed. It's so true. It's so true, man. But yeah. I think Lower Decks makes a good point as well. Space Marine 2 helped us. Thank you, Epic Intro Video. 100%. 100%. I think it was just generally a lot of people were kind of annoyed about it going away. And then Space Marine 2 came out literally at the same time that GW had basically deleted Deathwatch. And they had the really, really cool Deathwatch introduction and Deathwatch not only intro like cinematic, but also like intro mission. And then you had loads of people from Space Marine 2 who were like, what's this Deathwatch thing? Can we collect this in game? And GW was like, oh fuck, we've just gone and done Warhammer Total War all over again. So I think this is definitely GW being like, we need to avoid another Total War scenario. It's very, very simple for us to basically release a free index. And anyone from Space Marine 2 that comes over is going to buy the Primaris models anyway, or buy the Deathwatch models anyway that we're still producing anyway. So it's a win-win. You know, it just allows us to basically catch a few customers. Yeah. So I think definitely there's been several factors at play. I think there's been GW not wanting. I think GW acquiescing to community pressure. I think GW trying to capture new customers from Space Marine 2, and I think just generally maybe GW underestimating the strength of the community. Yeah. And there's the Deathwatch animation as well. Yeah, there was just loads. It was just stupid. There was loads of bad timing around the squatting Deathwatch. Loads of bad timing. And this just fixes it all. Yeah. It fixes it all. So, what is the Deathwatch Index? That's the biggie, right? Well, let's take a look. Let's get into the nitty. Let's get it. Let's strap in and strap on, and let's get into this thing. So the first thing is the army rule. Now I have to say, I'm not overly thrilled by this army rule. I think this army rule is basically it doesn't feel like you actually get anything for your army rule. It feels like your army rule is just, oh, we're going to clarify how these mixed unit toughnesses work, and also how it works with transports. It's not great. So your army rule is kill teams. Each time an attack targets kill team unit from your army that contains models with different toughness characteristics until the attack unit has finished making attacks, use the toughness characteristic of the majority of the models in that unit when determining what result is required for that attack to successfully wound. If two or more toughness characteristics are tied for majority, use the highest toughness characteristics. So that's not... I don't know if it's just me, but that doesn't feel like an army rule. That feels like a this is a patch to make this work with the core rules, because normally you don't have units with like multiple toughnesses. Rat Bastard, your army rule is you can have an army again, and that rules. Yeah, your army rule is just you exist. Yeah, that's basically it. For the purpose of determining which models can embark within a transport model, kill team models follow the normal restrictions listed on the transport model. So yeah, I mean, you don't have an army rule. Your army rule is use majority toughness because you're one of the few units that are going to have different toughnesses in your army in the same unit. Yeah, it's whatever. Fine. Unless I'm missing something there, I don't think there's anything major. Yeah. Chupacabra, isn't the army rule Oath of Moment? Well, yes. Yes. I think that's update. Welcome back. Yeah, exactly. DMAC, be happy to exist. Exactly. We are happy to exist. We're happy. The big one though is I think you, as people are saying in chat, you do get Oath of Moment. Now that isn't anything that special because obviously all Marines get Oath of Moment, but you do have Oath of Moment, so you can pick one enemy unit per battle round and be like full rerolls to hit against you, which is great. Where the and you do have ways as Deathwatch to get double Oath of Moment, which is kind of nice. Where your rules actually are, where things actually get interesting, is in your detach rules. Considering you've only got one detachment, this is really your army rule. This is really your army rule. So if your army is Adept Astartes, you can use this Black Spear Task Force attachment rule. You have some restrictions. Your army can include Adept Astartes Deathwatch units, but it cannot include any Adept Astartes units drawn from any other chapter. I want to clarify something here. That does not mean you can't use anything from Codex Space Marines. What that restriction means is you can't have Gilliman or the Lion leading or any Imperial Fist character in your army. Basically, you have your Deathwatch units and you can combine those with generic Astartes units like Rhinos, Predators, Repulsors, all of the equipment, all of the units you could want, just nothing. Because you know how Gilliman has got keywords Adept Astartes, Ultramarines. Basically, that's why you couldn't use him. So they are essentially a chapter now, which is fine. Exactly. So, I mean, that's good. It says, with the exception of Kill Team Cassius, see Legends, Agents of the Imperium, your army cannot include any Agents of the Imperium Deathwatch units. Again, that makes a lot of sense. The reason why that is in there, so you can't break things like the rule of 3. Because you could, in theory, take Agents of Imperium army, which would let you take like 8 Deathwatch kill teams. Because you could have 6 battle line kill teams from your Deathwatch detachment, Deathwatch army, and then start including things from Agents of Imperium. So again, that is only in there to stop you from cheating the rules. To stop you from being like, I'm going to have 6 Deathwatch kill teams. I'm going to have like 5 Deathwatch Watchmasters. I'm going to have like 2 Watchmaster Artemises and all that kind of stuff. All right. When it says Kill Team Cassius, just to be clear, it's still a Legends unit. So, yes, you can include Kill Team Cassius from Agents of Imperium, but which to me really shows they weren't planning on making this index. Think about it, because there's no fucking way they would have put Kill Team Cassius in Agents of Imperium Legends if they had any intention to like make this the second Deathwatch index. That's to me the proof that this is.
Sir, yes, sir.
This was an additional project they weren't expecting to do. So yeah, but it's important to note that Kill Team Cassius is still a Legends unit, so it's not suddenly the first time for you to be able to use Legends whenever you want, including a match play. No, it's still a Legends unit. Yeah. And then it says, your army cannot include any of the following units. Assault Squad with Jump Packs, Attack Bike Squad, Devastator Squad, Land Speeder Storm, Relic Terminator Squad, Scout Bike Squad, Scout Sniper Squad, Tactical Squad, Terminator Assault Squad, and Terminator Squad. So there's a number of units there that you can't use which are Legends now. So for example, the Assault Squad with Jump Packs, Attack Bike Squad, and stuff like that. There's a number of units in here which aren't Legends, like the Terminator Squad and the Tactical Squad. Again, these restrictions are basically because you already have your own version of those in your Deathwatch index. So the reason you don't get Tactical Squads is because you have got OG kill teams. The reason you don't have Terminator Squads and Terminator Assault Squads is because you have Deathwatch Terminator Squads. And so as a result, if you could take Deathwatch Terminators and then those other 2 Terminator units, you'd start being able to take like 90 Terminators or something insane. So you don't, it's there to try and restrict cheating of the game, and it's there to try and like, look, you've already got certain versions of these. This is why you're not getting, you're not double dipping, essentially. I am surprised that they decided to do it with things like Tactical Squads and stuff. When you've got armies like Black Templars, which can absolutely take Firstborn Crusader squads and then take Tactical Marines. But I guess it's a variation. There you go. So the restrictions they're not your rules. They're just some restrictions around your units. And honestly, I don't really see any of those restrictions being a major problem. I don't see many Deathwatch players wanting to run Tactical Squads when they could just run kill teams. I don't see many Deathwatch players being bothered about running Terminator Squads when they could just run their own better version, the Deathwatch Squad. So, yeah, whilst there might be some people who are going to be annoyed by this, because there will be people out there with certain units in their collection. Like, someone is going to have Deathwatch, like, attack bikes and stuff like that. And bike squads and stuff. Generally, I think it keeps them in line with a lot of other Astartes, and it's not making them. I don't feel like it's giving them any special treatment, which is, in a funny sort of way, kind of what I think Deathwatch players want. They don't want any special treatment. They just want to exist and to be treated as equals to the other Astartes armies out there. And so I'm okay with it, yeah. I don't like any restrictions, but as long as everyone's been treated equally, I'm alright with it. Okay, so let's quickly cover what your army rules actually are. Then we'll catch up on some super chats, and then we'll get into stratagems and stuff like that. So, because I know we've had some people that have come and supported, like Alcoffin, Tiki, and Rexir. I've seen you. Don't worry, I'm not ignoring you. So, your actual army rule is... Actual army/detachment rule is mission tactics. So, let me just make a quick note here, guys. Okay. Okay, so your mission tactics are your detachment rule, and they are very, very similar to what you get for chapter tactics in a Gladius attachment. The effects are different. The effects are very, very different, but the concept is very similar. You get 3 once per game abilities. Once they're gone, they're gone. Although you do have stratagems and mechanics for allowing you to get them to get them continuously throughout the game. But you get 3 for free essentially. So you've got Fura tactics, Malleus tactics, and Pagatus tactics. Fura tactics: while this mission tactic is active, weapons equipped by Adeptus Astartes unit from your army have sustained its 1 ability. So that is, I mean, that's a lot, right? So at the start of your command phase, you can select one of the mission tactics below. Till the start of your next command phase, the mission tactic is active and its effects apply to all units from your army with this ability. Each mission tactic can only be selected once per battle. Now, I want clarification from chat here, because what this sounds like to me is your entire army gets it. So I don't think this just applies to the units in this index, like your kill teams. I think this, if you've got a Deathwatch Land Raider and you go, I'm going to activate Fura tactics. If your Land Raider then gets a 6 to hit, it gets a sustained hit. That's my reading on this, because it says weapons equipped by Adeptus Astartes unit from your army. I think they all get it. It's a detachment rule, right? So it's like every unit that's in this detachment is going to benefit from this detachment rule. Chat agrees. Chat concurs. Chat concurs. So if you've got the Adeptus Astartes keyword, you get it. So the reason that's important is, like, if you've like allied in like some Grey Knight Terminators, well, they might get it as well. You'd have to check. Maybe not. But if you, let's use a more obvious example. If you have an Agents of Imperium Arbite squad, they wouldn't get it. Grey Knight Terminators probably don't have the Adeptus Astartes keyword, probably. So it's army wide. That's really good. That's just solid. Just army wide sustained hits for a turn. Remember, like I said, there are ways you can make this happen more often. It affects all weapons, so it affects shooting and combat, and that's sort of one thing you'll see throughout the Deathwatch. One thing you'll see throughout the Deathwatch Index is units are often very good, or can be tailored to be very good, to be active in every phase. So you've got units which are good at shooting, and it can take advantage of this rule in 2 phases, which is good. Next we've got Malleus Tactics, which is army-wide lethal hits. That's really good. Lethal hits is always more powerful than sustained hits, pretty much. So I feel like if you were going to go for a good 1-2 punch, you would go lethal hits first, and then you'd go sustained hits. And then at that point, if the enemy's still going, you're probably in trouble as Deathwatch, if they've survived the 1-2 punch. The only one here that feels a little shit is the Pagata tactics. I would have liked for them to have fixed that. To change that one. So while this mission tactic is active, each time an adept stars unit from army makes an attack, if a critical hit is scored, that attack has the precision ability. So you've got to hit, separate your sixes to hit, and then roll those and then see if they wound. Nah, that's a stinker. I really can see very few times when I'm gonna want that. Precision is so if precision was good, people would be smashing it into every list. But people take rattling snipers, but they never take them to snipe things. They always take them to like do screening and stuff. So yeah, I think precision is kind of shit. The only thing that's like maybe worth mentioning is that this does work in combat as well, and it is generally harder to avoid precision attacks in combat, but not impossible. You got to remember that precision, you still need line of sight. So if you're fighting someone, let's say there's a wall, and half the enemy unit is over here, but the other half of the enemy unit is over here, and the character is on this side of the wall. If you're fighting this side of the unit, you can't put your precision attacks because you can't see. Yeah. It's good. It's very, 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 very situational, but it's good in very specific situations, but it is very, very situational. Yeah. These two are great. This one, I mean, you'll catch someone out with it. Necrons like having leaders. Like Rexir says, Necrons like having leaders. Necron meta incoming. Maybe this one will be surprisingly good. We'll see. I don't think you need precision to kill the Silent King, though, because you can't kill him. Alright, so long story short, your army rule is you get to exist, and your mission and your detachment rule is you can activate army-wide sustained hits once per game, and you can activate army-wide lethal hits once per game, which are both amazing. And then you've got once per game army-wide precision, which there is times when that is going to be useless and times when that is going to be very, very strong. Yeah. All right. So before we get into the next bit, let's have a quick look at some super chats here. So I want to say a big thank you to Al Coffin, my boy! Al Coffin, thank you for the 100 bits, baby! Thank you for the 100 bits, mate. Custodes attachment and vehicle attachment is actually pretty solid. Not sure how it performed competitively, but it's fun. About to face the new Chaos Knight attachment tonight. Oh, dude, like, the new Custodes attachment looks great. Looks really solid. I mean, it is just going to be 9 Dreadnoughts every single time, or it's going to be like 3 Calidus tanks every single time. But look, I will happily get my face smashed in by Custodes Dreadnought spam for like 2 or 3 months. Like, I'll happily do that, because I'll probably only face them like 3 or 4 times over, before the next balanced patch comes out, and I'll just be grateful to be facing something fucking different than usual Custodes infantry spam and shield hosts, right? So yeah, mate, I think the new detachment looks good. I think that it's going to freshen up the Custodes meta massively, and I think I think even though I don't play Custodes, I think I am right there with Custodes players, just grateful for anything to make the faction less boring. Yeah, I'm 100% behind it. Good luck with your game against the Chaos Knights. Let us know how it goes. I also want to say a big thank you to Tiki, my boy! Banzai! Hit the like button with your bamboo spear. Banzai! I love it, mate. I love it. Tiki, thank you so much for the super chat, dude. And thanks, and thank you for reminding me. Yes, gentlemen, if you're watching the stream right now and you've not gone ahead and smashed that like button and subscribed and followed and all of that amazing stuff, then please do so. it does make a big difference, and it does support the stream, and it feeds the YouTube algorithm. The YouTube algorithm is like the golden throne. You got to feed it a lot of like psychers to keep it going. Instead of psychers, it's likes. There we go. I also want to say a big thank you to Rexy, my boy. Do you think Deathwatch Terminators will get the kill team keyword? Do they not have it right now? Let's have a look. Do they not have it right now? They have it right now. Rex said, think Deathwatch Terminators will get kill team keyword? The answer to that question is yes. I 100% think they will get the kill team keyword. Because it's right there. Yes! Using my powers! Using my powers of clairvoyance, I think they'll get it. Rexy, I'm just busting your balls, mate. I'm just busting your balls. It's easy to miss things when you're reading through things quickly. Don't worry, I miss shit all the time, man. 3 times salt cans and hellfire rounds go. Brrr, yeah, baby. Yeah. 100%. 100%. I'm looking forward to it. I want to say next, I want to say a big thank you to 123 Cubus and Blacker88. Thank you to you guys for subscribing over on YouTube. Thank you, boys. And then I want to say a big thank you to Al Coffin, my boy! Al Coffin, thank you for the 100 bits, baby! Thank you for the 100 bits, mate. Don't worry, you'll get to face a lot of Necrons soon! Oh, I know. I know, man. I know. That Necron detachment. I was actually going back over it. I was going over the Necron attachment because we covered it at the end of last week, right? And today, as part of like organizing like my stream highlights and everything, I went back over the Necron detachment, and I was just like, what the fuck were they thinking? What the fuck were they thinking with that attachment? Statistically unkillable Silent King. It's just like, and the fact that the Silent King is so unbelievably tough, and yet Necron players are saying he's not the best bit about the detachment and that they probably won't take him because there's other better ways of running that detachment, terrifies me. Absolutely terrifies me. It's very difficult. It's very, very difficult. I, for one, welcome our new Necron Overlords, and I've started 3D printing that pseudo Necron Stargate Jafar army that I've been talking about for about a year. There you go. Oh man. Actually, if he's not that unkillable, I ran those numbers all weekend. Dude, you ran the numbers and you were like, there's plenty of options that have like a single-digit chance of killing him. I'm like, bro, I'm not interested in a 5% chance of killing the Silent King. Like that, unless you are guaranteed to kill him, I'm not. Unless you can get above like 75%, I'm not taking that deal. I'm not taking that deal. All right. Let's take a look at the. Let's take a look at the Deathwatch stratagem, shall we? Or Deathwatch is stratagem next? I think it is. Okay. Okay, so stratagem. Alright, so there's some pretty good stratagems in here. I mean, in fact, to be honest, I think all of these stratagems
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
I think all of these stratagems are very, very good. So we've got Armor of Contempt. You know it. You love it. You'd never leave home without it. 1 CP. Reduce the armor penetration of an attack by 1. It's just like, that's awesome. You can use it in the shooting phase or fight phase, just after the unit has selected its targets. Yeah, I mean, imagine slapping that on a big unit of 10 Deathwatch Terminators. Woo, mama, that's a spicy meatball. That's a spicy meatball. So yeah, I like Arm of Contempt. I mean, I hate playing against it, but I love using it. We've then got the first sort of unique. I mean, every Adept Astartes army has that one. We've then got the first unique stratagem for the Deathwatch, which is Adaptive Tactics. Your command phase. Target up to 2 kill team units from your army or one other Adeptus Astartes unit from your army. For each unit targeted, select Fura Tactics, Malleus Tactics, or Purgatus Tactics. Until the start of your next command phase, that mission tactic is active for that unit instead of any mission tactic that is active for your army. Question, chat. Question. What if you don't have a mission tactic available? What if you don't have a mission tactic available? What if it's turn 4 and you've already spunked through or you've already spunked through your 3 freebies? My thinking is that this still works. It's just that bit at the end is there to stop you from double dipping. That's my instinct. My instinct is, yeah, as Rathfire is saying, you can still use it. It just applies. So it's like we get to turn 3, and maybe there's no good targets for Purgatus. So we're like, boom, I'm going to pick 2 units to have lethal hits or sustained hits. Yeah. I think it just means you can't double up. I agree. It's active for the unit, and you don't get to double up. I concur. That's great then. Just rude to prevent the double dip. A little rude to prevent the double dip, but it makes sense. GW's... No, that's completely wrong. I was saying GW's trying to limit the power creep in the game, but clearly they're not, because we've all seen the Necron fucking Codex! Ah! Necron attachment, I should say. Oh, man. This is great, because it just means that you can keep getting the tactics that you want, even if it is in a somewhat limited capacity. If there's a couple of units that really, really need it, absolutely can do. A couple of Deathwatch infantry units, or if you really need a certain vehicle to have it, it can do as well. Adapt Tactics, it's 1 CP, it's solid, it affects 2 units. I love it. 2 thumbs up from this guy. None of these are bad so far. None of these are bad. We've then got some of the basically special issue ammunition. Now, special issue ammunition before 10th edition used to actually be, I'm pretty certain it was just a special rule. It was your army rule. It's not anymore. I know it might sound a little OP, but I think it would be better if it was an army rule. I think special issue ammunition should be your army rule, shouldn't be stratagems. I don't care if it's overpowered. You could tone down what the effects were and then have it as an army rule, and that's how I think it should be. It's weird how it's a stratagem, in my mind. I think it's clunky. I'll take it, but yeah. Hellfire rounds, 1 CP. You select 1 kill team unit from your army that has not been selected to shoot this phase. Until the end of the phase, range weapons, excluding devastating wounds weapons, equipped by models in your army, in your unit, have the anti-infantry 2+ and anti-monster 5+. You can't use this and Kraken rounds. So basically, you've got 3 of these sort of special issue stratagems. So you've got Hellfire rounds, which give you anti-infantry 2+, anti-monster 5+. Kraken rounds, which give you extra AP and extra range. And you've got Dragonfire rounds, which give you assault and ignores cover. All of these are good. All of these are great. I have to say I do like them. What's really important about these, as we'll sort of explore when we get into the units, is it affects all range weapons now. There's none of this, oh, it doesn't affect your bolt. It only affects your bolt weapons. No, it now affects all ranged units. Now that means that you can have anti-tank weapons with anti-infantry 2+ and anti-monster 5+. It also means that you can have anti-tank weapons that can get even more punchy and even more anti-tank, or you can take a bunch of weapons that wouldn't really normally be anti-tank and start making them, well, pretty anti-big stuff. Because remember, you could even if you've got a weak strength, you could go I'm going to Oath of Moment to target, and then I am going to go Fura Tactics, if that's the one. No, Malleus Tactics for the lethal hit, sorry. And then I'm going to go Kraken rounds. That only costs you like 1 CP to do that. It's not like you have to spunk shit as a CP. It costs you like 1 CP to do that. You're just stacking up like these 3 buffs. And suddenly you can have people with full rerolls firing weapons that shouldn't have any job going against a tank, but able to just smack it through. So yeah, I think out of all of these, I think Kraken rounds is my favorite because we live in a meta of vehicles and monsters. I think Kraken rounds are probably the best. I think against a monster heavy army, Hellfire rounds is a nice second place. But a lot of the time it will be third place. And I really like Dragonfire rounds as well. Because, again, being able to... because, A, movement wins games. So being able to advance and shoot is really good. And ignores cover is really good. And remember, it affects all your ranged weapons. So you've got a bunch of anti-tank weapons. But you're worried about the enemy having, like, cover. And them getting a little lucky on, like, maybe a 5-up save or something. You can go, fuck off. Dragonfire rounds, you're on a 6-up or no save from my anti-tank weapon, you don't get cover. Being able to ignore cover on a whim is always nice. So for me, as crazy as it sounds, I think Kraken rounds is the best. I think Dragonfire rounds is second best, and I think Hellfire rounds is, unless you're facing a lot of monsters, is third best. But if you are facing a lot of monsters, it probably goes up to second best. Yeah. Guardsman 05, so anti-tank flamers maybe. I don't think anti-tank flamers because I mean you would be I don't think anti-tank flamers. I tell you what though, it's interesting to use that on flamers. Being able to being able to have 18-inch range flame weapons with AP2. Definitely not something to turn your nose up at. You get a lot of flames in the Deathwatch if you want to. But we do have what I think might be the best. Save the best stratagem till last. I think this, in my opinion, is the best stratagem that Deathwatch have got. And I think it's one of the best stratagems in the game. It's up there with like the demon one, which is very, very good. Target up to 2 kill team units from your army, or one other Adept Astartes infantry unit from your army. If those units are not within engagement range of 1 or more enemy units, and then you remove them from the battlefield and place them in strategic reserves. Until the end of your next movement phase, models in those units that do not have the deep track ability have the deep track ability. It's important to note you do this at the end of the opponent's fight phase. So basically, at the end of your opponent's turn, you pick 2 units. You put them into reserve, and then they can teleport down. So you're not having to wait a turn. You're not having to go, oh, I'm going to do this in my turn, fuck around for a turn, and then bring them down. It's, no, basically, end of the game, pick 2 units up, throw 2 units. End of the turn, pick 2 units up, throw them forward. I mean, the way to look at this is, if your opponent goes first, you can pick up 2 units at the end of your opponent's turn 1 and then teleport them down turn 1. That's good for getting onto objectives. That's good for delivering hammer blows. That's good for... Do you know what's funny? Do you know how I actually see this? And how I think a smart player will use this the best? I think you use this as a funky... redeploy. So your opponent, let's say your opponent looks at where you've deployed your units and they then counter deploy, and then they start pushing forward, and at the end of their first turn you're like, oh, you wanted to you thought I was on this flank, did you? Pick up, put down, now I'm on the other flank and I'm forced concentrating. Yeah, I think it can be used very effectively as a almost delayed delayed redeploy that can fuck with your opponent. Yeah. And as Mad Larkin says, target one of them with a captain attached and it's free too. Yep. It's 1 CP. This is, I think, the best bit. And the fact that you can do this every turn is amazing. Yeah. Yeah, just like every turn, just be like, boop, 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 boop. Yep, I'm just teleport around, baby. Teleport around. Yeah, side-side teleportation. We'll look into, we'll highlight it here as being incredibly potent. But we'll obviously delve into a little bit more when we start looking at which units we think can benefit from this the most. Overall, though, I think it's worth noting that there's not a single bad stratagem here. Whilst I wish that the special issue ammunition was an army rule, not a stratagem, there's not a single bad stratagem here. They're all viable, they're all useful, and considering that you're only going to have like 1 CP a turn, or 2 CP a battle round, even though some of them are a little, you're almost going to have to pick which ones you're going to want to use. But to me, it really feels like you're going to use site-to-site teleportation like 2 or 3 times in a game. And then it feels like you're probably... Yeah, it definitely feels like you could be desperate for more CP. I'm not sure if Deathwatch... We'll have a look later. I'm not sure if Deathwatch have many ways of getting bonus CP. But you definitely might want to consider something like... Inquisitor Cotiers, because he can get you extra CP on a 2+, and you're definitely going to want some Deathwatch Marshals, because they can get you things for free. But yeah, you're definitely going to want to think about how you're going to use all of these stratagems, because they're all really good and you're going to want them all the time. I mean, if you had 6 CP a turn, you'd use probably every single one of these every round. That's how good they are. They're all just great. They're all just great. Yeah. Okay. Okie croaky. Let's have a look here. People in chat are asking, can you get 2 free strats? Madlark says, Watchmaster and Rights of Battle are different named rules. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, Watchmaster is its own rule. So, as far as I can tell, if you had Deathwatch captains, you could then... If you had Adeptus Astartes captains in the Deathwatch army, that would give you a way of getting cheaper CP, and then the Watchmasters. So, yeah, you could have two free CP a turn. That's big. That's big. That's really big. All right, let's have a quick look here. So, all right, had a super chat coming here. I want to say a big thank you to L1011 TriStar, my boy. L10, you absolute mad bastard. Thank you for your incredible support, sir. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the 10, bro. It seems we have entered the inevitable power creep part of the edition. Yeah, we have. I, for one, welcome our new Necron Overlords. I am vexed. I am terribly, terribly vexed. But it is, yeah, L10. Absolutely, mate. Oh, man. It's so fucked, right? But it happens every edition, right? L10, you've been around long enough. You've been around the bush a few times. And every single edition, we get to the halfway point, and GW books the game for 6 to 12 months. And then the last 6 months, they put on a show of trying to fix... They put on a show of trying to fix it, but yeah, that's it. Happens every single time. Every single time they break the game, and it's remarkably predictable at this point. Which to me, I think there's enough evidence out there now to say with some confidence it's planned. It's planned. They basically do a great effort of trying to... I think what they do is they start the edition off with a message of hope. We fixed everything. And then that gets lots of people back into the game. Because they're like, oh, well, it was shit at the end of last edition, but I'm hearing lots of good things about the new edition. And also, a lot of people who are hearing about the new edition get into the game anyway. And they get in, even if they've heard bad things about 40k in the past, because they're hearing this message of hope, it convinces them to jump in for the first time. And then they treat us good. They treat us good until the halfway point, at which point people are getting a bit bored of the game. They're starting to try other things, like maybe other game systems. They're just walking away from 40k. So they break the game on purpose to make it exciting. Because if, you know, they try and make it exciting, to try and... If you're hearing like that your faction was shit at the beginning of the edition, but now it's broken, you like jump back into the game. Maybe you buy a couple more boxes you were never going to buy if you'd stepped away. And they basically break the game for like 12 months. And just keep, and that you know, they break each faction over 12 months, and then basically that makes people want, you know, because people don't mind when their faction's broken, right? We all love it when our faction's overpowered, and then they come back with the message of hope in the new edition. Yeah, it's planned, boys. It's planned. It's absolutely planned, and you just kind of have to come to terms with it if you want to be in 40k long term. It's absolutely planned at this point. GW is the masters of keeping people talking about their game. That's it. So L10, yeah, I think, as you're right, it seems we have entered the inevitable power creep part of the edition. Yeah. Al Coffin, my boy! Al Coffin, my boy, thank you for the 100 bits, baby! They break the game as people get bored. Exactly. You put it very succinctly. You hit the nail on the head. They break the game as people get bored because that makes people more interested in the game again. It's like what, you know, even if the car is not blocking the highway, traffic always slows down around an accident because people like to look at what's happened. They like to look in. Right, it's fucking morbid, man. But that's why people slow down when they go past car accidents, because they want to see what's happened. And it's the same with like when they. I know it's kind of a morbid example, but it's the same with this. You know, they break the game, and people start taking a look at it again. There you are. Captain Krakenash, thank you for the 100 bits, baby. Speaking of your new overlords. I was in a terrible accident. I was mugged. It was very terrifying. Pictures in stream discussion. Were you actually mugged, man? Were you actually mugged? Holy shit. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, I was worried, dude! Don't do that to me! I was worried about you then for a second. I was worried about you. I was like, oh my god, he's been mugged. He's going to put like some picture of him, his face all fucked up and like, well, should I say even more fucked up. Hey! I'm only taking the piss. In stream discussion. No, so what you're saying is you've been mugged as in GW, you accidentally tripped and fell into the Games Workshop. And then, as you reached out to break your fall, you didn't realize that your wallet was in your hand. And as you stumbled, staggered around, as you staggered around, you happened to hold on to all these boxes of Warhammer, and then you fell onto the counter with your wallet hitting the card machine, and then it went beep, and the contactless payment went off, and at that point, it was too late. At that point, it was too late. It happens every time. It happens every time. Yeah, Lutz, that's how it happens every time. So what are you saying? What, you tripped, fell, and landed on his dick? You stabilized with all the you got ballast with all the boxes, and then you finally sort of As you came to a rest, your wallet fell out of your hand. As it fell out of your hand, one single card fell onto the card machine and initiated the contactless payment. Brilliant. Stormlight says, sorry, the transaction made. Nothing I can do. Nothing he can do. The card machine froze up after your payment went through. There wasn't enough cash in the till to give you a cash refund. That was it. That was it at that point. And you went home. You went home. You went home and like put the boxes away. But as you were getting the boxes out of the car, you set them down, and via a strange sort of butterfly effect, you know, a butterfly flapped its wings in China, and the concurrent and the resulting change in air pressure meant that you put the boxes down the table, and all of the cellophane disappeared. The sprues got themselves out of the boxes and assembled themselves into models, so you couldn't return them. Squidface, I seen it. I seen it. I love it. Oh man. Lutz, MG, as an Ekron player, by the way, Lutz, good time to stream. MG, as an Ekron player who won their last 3 games with nonsense, bullshit, high shenanigans, I was pleased with the new, well-balanced attachments. Humanity was welcome, their new dynastic overlords. Oh. Lutz, I don't want to hear a fucking other word out of your mouth, man. I've won my last 3 games. We know you won your last 3 games because Necrons are fucking broken, and now they're even more broken. Stop it. Stop it. I swear to God, this new guard codex better be on another level, hitherto unseen. And I'm not talking about it being on a bad level. I'm talking about it being so broken that it makes Necrons look like fucking child's toys. There you go. That's what I want. That's what I want. Seriously, what the fuck? I mean, it gets worse. Okay, listen. Okay, I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm opening my bag of quavers. I'm listening. Oh, man. Oh, man. Angron coming in hot with his 10% chance. Remember, that's Angron on a good day. That's Angron on a good day. Yeah. Look at one of them I won in a 3-way. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Having 3 ways whilst playing Warhammer. And won by just keeping my units off the table. Then teleporting them in to cap objectives by just OCing in the last turn. I had no choice. My big unit was destroyed by a stupid tower railgun in turn 2. Is that what we're calling it now? The big railgun. Oh my god. The humble brag. The humble brag is on another level. I love that though. I'm sorry. I need to go and find his stick for a few hours. Brilliant. Something got railed, alright. Oh my god. Yeah. That's actually very clever though, Luke. Like, take your units off the board and be like, I'll just bring them all in last term. I love it. It's very Necron. We're just going to retreat back to the Hypercrypt, let the enemy just batter each other, and then just come in and win the game at the last moment. Necrons are ancient. Their patience knows no bounds. I love it. That's cool as fuck. Alright. Alright. Liam, I felt bad, lol, but my alternative was to get table. Nah, man. Never feel bad for playing well with good tactics and winning games. People, a lot of people in 40k feel bad for like winning games, and it's just like, you should never feel bad for winning games. Never. Never. Also, because with the strat, you can bring it in 3 inches anywhere on the table from enemy unit, not the table situation. Yeah. Just being able to set like it's something I never see anyone do, but taking 20 Necron Warriors and then it's like deep striking them 3 inches away, strung out in a huge line. I think it'd be a great way of like move blocking someone, but I never see anyone doing it. Or taking multiple objectives. Again, I never see anyone doing it. You could definitely take 2 objectives with 20 Necron Warriors. Just like string them out. But yeah, it's weird. I don't see people doing that. Alright. What do we got next? I want to say a big thank you to Second Coke. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Busy week for the Xenos Hunters. Got a work in progress Titus and Master Chief in stream discussion. Let's take a look. Work in progress Master Chief with Deathwatch Army. Hey, that's cool, man. That's really cool. I love the Deathwatch models, man. So I mean, I love the Deathwatch models. But I also really like the Spartan assault team. Yeah, I've heard good things about that Spartan game as well. Hey, they're so good. I love how you've brightened up the Deathwatch, because normally they can be quite a dark color scheme, even with the silver arm. So I love that you've been able to make what is normally traditionally quite dark army and spruce them up and make them look really solid. Yeah. Yeah, really bright and popping, mate. Beautiful color schemes. Beautiful, man. Yeah. Loving the mixture of models that you've used as well. Those, the chalk chip camo on those scouts is actually impeccable. I really like how those scouts have turned out, mate. That's really cool. And it's sort of just popping them in the kill teams just works. Yeah, it works really well. Firstborn, Primaris. I like this guy with the shotgun. Yeah. That's cool as fuck, mate. That's cool as fuck. Beautiful paint scheme. Loving the mix of Deathwatch models, and good to see someone playing the Spartan game as well, because I've heard good things about that too. Amazing. All right, let me have a couple of snacks here because I've gone hungry. I had a pizza for dinner, but I've gone hungry all of a sudden. So quick snacky roo, and then we'll get into the enhancement. No, we're all good. I was checking the background track was on. There it is. These enhancements all seem pretty decent. Right, one more biscuit, and then it's go time. Aziz, we all know you're trying to break out of the mukbang channel. Honestly, there's a gap in the market now.
Sir, yes, sir.
There's a gap in the market now. Nicocado Avocado decided to hang up his coat, as it were. Ismail, Knight's got infantry. I believe you called it. Really? Hang on a second. Knight's got infantry? I haven't seen this. I got it open to like look at it later, but I haven't read through it. Iconoclast fiefdoms. When the fallen nobles of iconoclast houses go to war, they are followed by teeming masses of mutants, skulls, and heretic soldiers. These old mortals offer chanted prayers to dark gods, rushing forward around clawed feet. These accursed hordes scream battle cries and sing the devotion. No way! With the Wretched Thralls rule, you'll now be able to bring a number of damned units from Codex Chaos Space Marines. The Dreadmaster's attached rule confers bonuses that allow your cultists and knights to benefit from each other. Each Chaos Knight in the army can make a dark sacrifice when it's selected to fight or shoot, training the worst lives of its followers for boons from the gods. Worthless Chattel builds on this theme. You may ignore a damned unit in combat when selecting targets with ranged weapons. This strategy was good for pinning down enemies with cultists, even as the mighty Chaos Knights sustain their very existence. That's so cool. Force of the Machine Cult and Imperial Knight work together in slightly less unequal fashion. Bound by the fealty. Oh, wow. Called it. Send me to the black ships. I fucking called it. Ishmael, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Seriously, at this point, someone needs to call the Inquisition. I need to start undergoing those Starship Troopers like psychic tests. Do I have a third eye in the middle of my fucking head? I don't know. Okay, if you think you're psychic, maybe you are. I called it. I said that knights needed infantry in order to become a more interesting, more fleshed out, more balanced faction. The problem is that they're too one-dimensional. That's what makes them too, like, they always win or they always lose. It makes it boring for the players to play them. Like, you want to have it so that they are encouraged, if not forced, to take infantry, to have like fucking peasants basically supporting them. Like that's what I called it. I called it. And now we're here. And honestly, guys, some of you are going to think, Mordian, you're doing a Valrak and you've got like the inside line and you're just not telling us. I tell you, hand on heart, I don't know anyone inside UW. I'm not Valrak, who basically knows everything but only leaks out a bit at a time. Like, like I'm telling you right now. Holy shit. I need to go for a psychic test. That's it. Let me read your palms, boys. It says, collect guard. There you go. Cosmic Drew. I said knights needed infantry. You stole my idea. This is my idea. Cosmic Drew, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't remember you saying that. But there's a very, 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 very strong chance that you did say it. And then it planted the seed in my brain. So I will share credit. I will share credit. Oh man, there you go. That's cool. That makes me very excited to look into some of the Imperial Knight stuff. There we go. But before we look at the Knight stuff, let's continue our magical journey. Let's continue our magical journey and into the Deathwatch Codex. What index I should say. So we're looking at. Okay, so enhancements. Enhance. Okay, maybe don't enhance that much. Too much enhance. Zoom out. So, if you are using the Black Spear Task Force, you can use these Black Spear Task Force enhancements. Thief of Secrets. Where the fuck is my mouse cursor gone? There we go. Adept Astartes model only. Improve the strength, damage, and armor penetration characteristics of the bearer's melee weapons by 1. At the end of the fight phase, if one or more enemy units were destroyed as a result of a melee attack made by the bearer, this phase until the end of the battle, improve the strength, damage, and armor penetration characteristics of the bearer's melee weapons by 2. That seems like, as a guard player, I always see like combat stratagems and go bleh because I don't appreciate it. But I'm not. This is not a guard army. This is a marine army, and that seems good. That seems very good. Chat, what is the best character to put this on? Is the Watchmaster any good with it? He would go up to strength 7, -3, D3 plus 1 damage. And if he got super chunky, he would go up to strength 8, -4, D3 plus 2 damage. I mean, that seems with 6 attacks. That seems pretty good. People are saying jump pack captain. Rasvari, a jump pack captain gets strength 11 on the charge with a power fist or hammer. Really? Is he... I don't know what the strength of a power fist captain is. I just assumed it was like 8. Are you saying when it's fully... Oh, wait, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Improve the strength, damage, and armor penetrate characteristics of the bearer's melee weapons by 1. At the end of the fight phase, if one of my new models were destroyed... Wait, do those stack? Fuck off. I presumed that it started off as +1, and then after it was done, it goes up. The +1 and +2 don't stack? Why? They get +1 on the charge. Okay, that might be where it comes from. Oh, they don't stack because... No, they don't stack. Because you're improving the things on the datasheet. So you improve the datasheet... And yeah, okay. Okay, the jump captain goes to strength 10 after killing something, and then when he charges, oh, it does say instead, read, Mordian, read, read, enhance, enhance the enhancement, read, motherfucker, read. Okay. Alright, I'll read. I'll read. So, jump pack captain is strength 10 after killing something, and the power fist would be AP -4, 4 damage. That's pretty tasty. You know what? How many attacks does the jump pack captain get, though? Question for chat here. How many attacks does the jump pack captain get?
Yes, boss.
That's what I want to know. What I need to know. Is it 5 with a fist? Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. I think the Watchmaster's better. I know you're not going to want to hear it, but I think the Watchmaster's better. Hear me out. Okay, let me zoom out slightly. Jesus Christ, I really enhanced. So, the Vigil Spear gets +1 attack. And the Vigil Spear has the same amount of AP. Okay. Okay. But he has the potential to do more damage. Because he could do... His average is 4. But he could do 5 attacks. 5 damage. And he has Lance. To me, +1 to wound on the charge is much better than +1 strength. Like, if you have a power fist that is strength 11, you wound a Lehman Russ on like 4s, okay? But the Watchmaster also wounds the Lehman Russ on 4s. If you have a power fist with strength 11 that attacks something that's like T12, it wounds it on 5s. But the Watchmaster is going to wound it on 4s still. Because he is going to be strength 7, remember, with this enhancement. Talon Strike team gets Lance on the charge. Have a look. This is the newbie. We'll come back round to this in a moment. Talon Strike. Each time she is set up on the battlefield until the end of the turn, improve the armor penetration character with weapons equipped by models in this unit by 1. Melee weapons equipped by models in this unit have lands. Okay. You do have to pick. You do have to pick. That is pretty good, though. Okay, I mean, I think Talon Strike, yeah, having Lance plus Jump Pack Captain. Does the Jump Pack Captain get Finest Hour? Or is that just the regular Captain? Either way it is. You do have to make a 9-inch charge, though. Yeah, that is true. You don't have to pick, do you not? I feel like you have to pick, unless I am of the stupid. Oh, no, you're right. You don't pick. You don't pick. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Chat is right. Yeah, you don't have to pick, but it is a 9-inch charge. Yeah. Okay, to me, you don't have the deep strike, though, right? Oh, it's until the end of the turn. Boo! Boo! Nah, fam. You're not going to make that 9-inch charge. That's just like the law, okay? That's just the fucking law of Warhammer. You don't make the 9-inch charge. I'm all about that Watchmaster. Give me the Watchmaster. What can he... Give me the Watchmaster. I'm going to put Thief of Secrets on this motherfucker. I'm going to put him in a squad of 10 Deathwatch veterans with all of the melee weapons in the world. And I'm going to go in there with Thief of Secrets and I am going to fuck shit up. And then what I'm going to do, motherfuckers, is I'm going to teleport away so that I can do it all over again. Yeah, I think you. I want to make, joking aside, I do believe that the Thief of Secrets is actually very good on a Jump Pack Captain with a Talon Strike Force. The number of buffs you guys in chat are throwing down there is very legit. You're going to have the strength bonuses. You're going to have the Talon Strike team bonuses. You're going to have the Thief of Secrets bonuses. Of course, right? I'm with you. Okay, chat. But having to make a 9-inch charge, I don't know. It does not put the tickle in my pickle. Okay? So for me, I think for me, because you can't even, the only way you could do it is if your opponent went first and then you rapid ingressed so that you come down in there. No, because it's turn, not battle round. It still doesn't work. Yeah, it's how dangerously do you like to live life, right? How dangerously do you like to live? If you're like me, you're gonna put a Deathwatch kill team in a Rhino with a Watchmaster with Thief of Secrets and be like, this is okay because I've got this whenever I need it, all of the time, no dramas. And I'm going to get out 3 inches from my rhino and then move 6 inches. And then I'm going to charge someone. I'm going to fuck them up. Okay, I'm going to stage and then charge, right? That's what I'm going to do. But some of you crazy bastards are going to be like, no. I'ma fucking get this 9-inch charge one way or another. Yeah. But I can get out of transport. Can you, I mean, the long story, can you put jump pack guys inside transports? I didn't think you could do. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I didn't think you could do. That's the whole thing with like jump packs. They don't fit. Yeah. 6 Jumbo Bastards out of a Corvus? Yes, but you're then taking a fucking Corvus. And yeah. You guys will have to let me know if you can put jump pack guys in transports. I don't know Marines well enough, if that's a thing. I've never seen anyone do it against me, so I presume that you couldn't. Each jump pack, Gravis, or I'll take it 2. Yeah. Some can. Maybe a Land Raider. Take up 2 spots. I don't know. Maybe. I'm not saying you're wrong, Mad Larkin. I'm not saying you're wrong, but it feels like we're then spending a lot of points. You know? And we're taking a Corvus. I don't think we want to take or Land Raider. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like maybe no jump packs and Land Raiders apparently. Yeah, you are Mad Larkin. You are technically correct. You could jumpy dude out of a Corvus, 15 inches. You count as being set up. That would be amazing. But I feel like you're then spending a lot of points. You're spending a lot of points and taking a squad that's less punchy just to have this captain who's good, who's very good, but you could just basically slap it on a fucking Watchmaster and slap it. Do you know what I mean? Whether it's a Land Raider or a Corvus, I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying you're probably going to end up about 500 points deep. You know, you're going to end about 500 points deep. And I'm still, you know, that seems like a lot for one captain. Or you take a Watchmaster, you're already going to take. You take a kill team, you were already going to take. And you take, the only tax you could argue is you take a Rhino. Yeah. It's a lot of points. For me, I think, I'm not saying that the way you do it is wrong or the way you're suggesting to do it is wrong. I think it comes down to player preference. Do you want to pay for the big mega? Do you want to just risk it? Or do you want to basically see Thief of Secrets as a nice upgrade to a model that you are kind of already taking? Yeah. Let's look at the next one. It's good though. However you slice it, it's a straight damage boost. It's good. We've got the Osseous Key, Watchmaster or Tech Marine model only. Ooh, Tech Marine. At the start of your opponent's shooting phase, select one enemy vehicle within 12 inches of and visible to the bearer. That unit must take a leisure test. If that test is passed until the end of the phase, each time model in that unit makes an attack, subtract 1 to the hit roll. If that test has failed, that unit is not eligible to shoot this phase. That's nice. That's nice. You do have to be quite close. But being able to guarantee... Is it shooting only? Nah, it's shooting only. That one is okay. But considering you can only take 3 enhancements, my instinct is that that's probably one that's getting left behind. It's decent, but it only affects vehicles, and vehicles are very common, and maybe against Chaos Knights you'd be happy, or Knights you'd be happy, but it only affects vehicles. It has to be within 12 inches. You have to be visible. Yeah, it's meh. It's meh. That's the kind. The Osseous Key is the kind of one that if you're doing like a narrative campaign, you would definitely take it if your opponent like always brings like a knight or something. But otherwise, yeah, meh. The Beacon Angelus. Alrighty then. Models in the Bears unit have the deep strike ability. In addition, you can target the Bears unit with rapid English strike with 0 CP. Amazing. Amazing. Just more deep strike. Did it say no Titanic? Excluding Titanic. Yeah, so it's shit. So Osseous Key's dog shit. Going back to Big Angelus, I like this one. It's any Adeptus Astartes model only. You give the Bearers unit deep strike. Chat, what's the most broken combo? Tell me. Basically, close range vehicles aren't worth specializing in, says the man who counts transports and who scouts transports in the midfield every game. That's true, Azuth, but I don't care if someone makes my Chimera -1 to shoot or my Chimera doesn't shoot. It was not the highest thing on my priority list. But it is a good point. Beacon Angelus, it could go on any Adept Astartes model. And then obviously you could have that on a leader unit. Now, the instinct here, again, is Watchmaster, Deathwatch Kill Team. But there must be something spicier. Some heavy intercessor thing. Some aggressors with flame gauntlets. I don't know, chat. Because aggressors can't normally flame. There's got to be something here, right? Which is utterly busted that you know, that with the Beacon Angelus, right? Indomitus Kill Team with Gravis Captain or Biologus. Yeah, it's got to be, right? Julie said you thought Aquilans pissed you off. Wait until you see this. Exactly. It's got to be something that really, really benefits from this. Let's have a look. Probably not. Is it the Indomitor Kill Team? Yeah. Each time this unit makes a ranged attack target's closest aerial target or makes a melee attack in a turn in which made a charge move, improve the strength capture of that attack by 2. Yeah! What's the strength of the Flamestorm Gauntlets? 4 with twin linked. Okay. Gentlemen, I may not have a brain, but I have an idea. I don't know if this is if this is the best way of doing this, but you could take an Indomitor Kill Team, teleport it, improve the strength by 2, and then Kraken round that shit. So it's AP 1, ignoring cover, twin linked, strength 6. That seems quite tasty. Or, as chat is saying, what about strength 11 Melter? Yeah. Yeah. Oh! I am a genius. Behold my genius. Behold my genius, chat. We're going to take the Melter Rifles and give the Melter Rifles the Kraken rounds. We're then going to deep strike in the Melter Bastards. And our Melter range is now 12 inches. Which means we can deep strike into Melter range at strength 11. I think that's quite good. That's quite good, baby. AP minus 5. Damage D6 plus 2 melters. Shit, son. What leaders can we give these motherfuckers? If a cavalry army can be attached to heavy into squad, it can be attached to this unit instead. I mean, what? We got Gravis captains and biologist bastards. Is that right? Is that right? How many can we take? I mean, it's only 3 melter rifle guys. But you could take the heavy ancestors as well. You can only get 3 of them, though. That's the thing. For every 5 miles in the unit, one can replace its Deathwatch Heavy Bolt Rifle with Deathwatch Heavy Bolter. What the Deathwatch Heavy Bolt Rifle like? Yeah. It's got lethal hits, though. That's pretty decent. Yeah, okay. You know what? I think the melter thing is nice. It's nice, and it's probably relatively cheap as well. Do we have a points cost, by the way? I don't know if I've even looked. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Is there's like no incentive to take less? There's no incentive to take less than 10 models, right? It's not that expensive, though. Like 270 points? And how much is the Beacon Angelus? 25? It's like, it's doable, man. Like, 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay, so, like, how much is a captain these days? Character. Captain in Gravis Arm is only 80 points. What's he bring into the table? Literally fuck all. Don't care about him. What about the apothecary bastard? Apothecary biologist. He's only 70 points. What's he bringing to the table? Okay, so he's bringing lethal hits, which is kind of tasty. Take 3 aggressors, 3 metal bastards, and 2 heavy bolters. Yeah, I mean, that feels right. I mean, it's not that expensive, right? So that would be 270 points plus 70 is 340 points plus the Beacon Angelus. 365 points. 1 point for every day of the year. 1 point for every day of the year. And what do you load? So you load up. So the Deathwatch Heavy Bolters are going to be strength 7. You don't really need the lethal hits, though. That's it, right? Yeah, that's the thing. So, because a lot of the shit's got lethal hits anyway, but I guess you get like lethal hits and some of the other stuff. So, yeah, you go Deathwatch, so you get... wow, they're quite good, aren't they? Deathwatch Heavy Bolt Rifles. I mean, Mad Larkin, I'd take them with heavy bolters, man. If you're taking a 10-man squad, for every 5 models of this unit, one model can replace its Deathwatch Heavy Bolter with Deathwatch Heavy Bolt Rifle with a Deathwatch Heavy Bolter. Heavy Bolters is better in every single way, so you just take the Deathwatch Heavy Bolter. It's assault, it's heavy, it's lethal, it's sustained, it hits on 3s, you've got extra attacks, extra damage. Take the captain for free Kraken rounds. That's a good point. That's a good point. You could take the captain for free Kraken rounds. Yeah. So you drop in with... You drop in with the 3 melter rifles, do we think? Because you do get the extra shot out of the multi-melter, but it's hitting on 4s. So you drop in with 3 dudes with melter weapons, one way or another. You're then going to take 2 guys with Deathwatch Heavy Bolters. Right? And then... What do you take as the last thing? 5 aggressors? 2 heavy rifles, 2 heavy bolters, 3 aggressors. Is there like a specific... No, you can load up however you want, man. So you don't need to take... You don't need to take... You don't need to take the them in like units of 3s. You could just take the 3 guys with the melter rifles. You could have, oh wait, 3 heavy hitters. Oh, you're right. No, you're right. When you're right, you're right. So it would be 3, 3, 4. Are we thinking? You don't need the lethal biologist. No, you don't. Wow. Wow, man. I mean, do you even bother with the fucking Flamestorm guys? I mean, I guess they're pretty nice. But my honest opinion here is...
you dogs to victory!
Honestly, the more I look at this, the more I'm like, fuck off the aggressors. Like, they're good, they're fine, whatever, but unless you want to Barney in close combat, my honest opinion of this is you just take 3 melter guys and then 2 guys with heavy bolters, and then you take or 3 guys with heavy bolters. Is it for every 5? No. So yeah, you take 3 guys with multi-melters, 3 guys with melter rifles, 2 guys with heavy bolters, 5 guys with heavy bolt rifles. And you just go, yeah. Tom Arthurs, I agree with the strength of the bolt rifles is an argument for no aggressors. I don't think you need the aggressors, man. I think you're going to have strength fucking 7. Strength 7. AP -3. Yeah. That's pretty decent. Either way, these guys definitely, however you slice it, don't forget the grenade launchers. That's true, they do, but it's only Fragstorm grenade launchers. If they were Crackstorm, I'd give a shit, but they're only Fragstorm grenade launchers. And I don't really care about hordes. I guess I tell you what's going to make my mind up, boys. What would make my mind up is how prevalent, like, horde armies kind of became. So, if we started seeing stealthy fucking Death Guard everywhere, then I'd be like, fine, fuck it, I'll go for the Flamestorm Gauntlets, why the fuck not? But otherwise, I'm literally just thinking to myself, let's just take 5, what was it be? 5 Deathwatch heavy bolt rifles, plus 2 heavy bolters, plus 3 melter rifles for a 10-man squad, coming in at 365 points, and just we got lethal hits and sustained hits, fucking here. Yeah, man. I'm taking 10 Madlarkin. The only reason you wouldn't do that is if you wanted to take 3 melters and then 2 heavy bolters, and then you take 5 guys with the flamers. You take 5 guys with the flamers, and then what happens is you drop in, you fuck up the area that you're in, and if someone tries to come and counter assault you, they come at you and you go, suck my dick, 5d6 plus 5 shots, which I'm still strength 7. Although I won't have the... still strength 6, although I won't have the AP twin linked. So it gives you a way of maybe warding people off, and then you've got the power fists as well. Yeah. So it's a very... It's honestly 365 points for a fully loaded up kill team. Deep striking in like that. I mean... It might sound crazy. I don't think that's an expensive for an Astartes unit. Is that expensive by guard standards? You're fucking right it is. Is that expensive by Astartes standards? Nah, fam. I've seen Astartes players spend 50% more than that on a unit. Yeah. That thing drops down. Because the thing is, the reason I like that, the reason I kind of like this without the flamers is it doesn't need to get super close if it doesn't want to. With Kraken rounds, you could deep strike this thing in 24 inches away and not lose a single pip of firepower. Yeah. That's what I kind of like about it. Like, you can either you can, drop in point blank and get yourself some spicy melty boys, Or you can just drop it into... You could drop into some cover 24 inches away. Nice line of sight. You drop into some fucking cover. And you're just like, I'm just gonna blaze away from here, man. I'm just gonna blaze away. I don't need to get close to you. Maybe I'm on an objective. Maybe I'm in some cover. Maybe I'm having a good time. I'm just blasting across the fucking side of the board. Yeah. I don't know. Either way, however you slice it, it might... Maybe there's cheaper ways of doing it. I mean, what are the other points costs we got available here? I mean, it's any Adept as Astartes unit. I mean, I guess the thing is, you don't have to go for the Indomitor kill team, right? What if... And hear me out here. Maybe we're looking at this all wrong. All right, give me a second.
Victory
And then I'm going to capture some
assured.
super chats, okay? What if you deep struck in Blade Guard veterans? That's only 180 points for 6 of them. You don't need to go for the assault, but you could deep strike them in and stage them. You could rapid ingress them. They have deep strike now. What about being able to deep strike in... being able to deep strike in Hellblasters with lethal hits? They don't normally get to deep strike in. So what do you deep strike in Hellblasters? They're pretty cheap. They're cheaper than this. What about the... is it Eliminators, is it? Not Eradicators? So if you want to save 70 points... you could just go for a regular Eradicator squad. I mean, literally, you don't have to... You can take... I'll just double check it, lads. But, yeah, for 200 points... For 200 points, you could take 6 Eradicators. 6 Eradicators with two multi-melters, 4 rerolls to hit. You could put the Apothecary Biologist in there because now you want the lethal hits. And you are going to have, from a 6-man squad, 8 shots, strength 9. 8. Oh no, because you won't have the plus... You won't have the plus 2 strength. So that's the trade-off. Okay? That's the trade-off.
Forward, you dogs!
You
to
could...
victory!
So you either go for the Indomitor kill team, know that you're going to pay 70 points, but you know you're going to have plus 2 strength. Or you go, I'm going to save the 70 points, and I'm going to have more Melter. I'm going to have more Melter. And that way... I'm going to drop in with 8 Melter shots. I'm going to Oath of Moment it. I'll have lethal hits. So hopefully that'll get past me not having the strength that I want. And then I will have... I'll be in Melter range with these shots. They can't benefit from the rounds. That's true. They can't benefit from the rounds. It's true. But it's like, it comes down to, again... How much are you willing to pay for this combo? And it comes to the fact, like, how much do you want to boost up the Melter? Because you've got the lethal hits, you still have Oath of Moment, you'll still have the Deep Strike, you'll still have... That's what it comes down to. Do you want 4 Melter shots in Melter range with a bunch of heavy bolt rifles? Or do you want 8 Melter shots in Melter range, and save 70 points? That's the difference. That's the difference. Mad Larkin, regular Marines don't have visual tactics, they can't say that. Mad Larkin, Mad Larkin, why are you always lying to me? Why are you always lying to me? You can still put an Apothecary Biologist in like the Eradicator squad, I believe. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll check. No, we can join it. So Mad Larkin, what I'm saying is, to clarify here, you take an Apothecary Biologist, put him in the Eradicator squad with the Beacon Angelus. The Apothecary Biologist gives you lethal hits on the Eradicator squad. That now means that you have your 8 Melter shots, deep striking in from the Beacon Angelus, plus you've got the lethal hits from the apothecary biologist. Now you're not getting the +2 strength. You're not benefiting from the Kraken rounds. But let's be fucking real here. I don't think. You're right, Mad Larkin. You're right. But then you don't have the Kraken rounds, so you can't deep strike into melter range. Lambast me, chat. Lambast me. Lambast me. So it's a case. So it purely comes down to. Do you want to save 70 points and deep strike the Eradicators in and have more melter, but then you won't be a melter range? Or do you want to spend the 70 points? Mordian, I am not a simpleton, Mordian. I never said you're a simpleton. You've got to send them 30 seconds. You're 30 seconds behind me. So you're going to see the revelation now. About that. Yeah, there's 30-second delay between me and chat. There we go. Oh man, I can't have 0 latency when multi-streaming. The fault is not mine, sir. Blame Twitch gang. Alright. So yeah. Based on that, I don't know if it's worth saving 70 points. I don't think it's worth saving 70 points. Yeah. I'm not convinced anyway. Yeah, I'm not convinced. What does the Eradicate squad even get as like a special rule? I bet it's something shit, isn't it? Each time you arrange attack by a model, reroll hit roll, reroll the wound roll. Ah, okay. No, you still get to reroll the hit roll, the wound roll, and the damage roll. Nah, I still think you do it. I think you go 6 Eradicators, Apothecary Biologist, comes in at 300 points, bob on, basically, and you just go, drop in, 4 rerolls to hit. You don't even need to oath the moment. 4 rerolls to hit, 4 rolls to wound, 4 rolls to damage. Yeah, no, I still think you do it with the. I think that the total obliteration rule makes it very, very good on the Eradicators, because then you can go for the multi-melters and not worry about hitting on 4s. You're not reliant on Oath of Moment, and it's like 300 points to just drop in and nuke something. Yeah. It's however we slice it, dearest chat, however we slice it. The point of this very, very long tangent, which has made me abuse the super chatters badly, is that the Beacon and Jealous is very good. The Beacon and Jealous is very good. I think there's a little hint here with the whole rapid ingress thing. I think if you're a super smart person, you might put it on a unit that you want to rapid ingress in for free. And for staging purposes. Yeah. Maybe. All right. Okay. So let's pause there for a second. We've had some super chats come in, and I've been very naughty, and I've not been saying thank you to people. So I want to say a huge thank you to Drupacabra! Thank you for the Giga Chat, yes! Drupacabra, please accept my humble apologies. I have been deep in the Beacon and Jealous hole, mate. Big hurdle to resin printing overcome in stream discussion. Let's take a look at a little lookaroo. Drupacabra. I put my 3D printer out in my backyard because the garage is attached. I don't want the fumes soaking in our camping gear. I tried putting the printer in a small grow tent venting out the window in the basement, but my wife could still smell the fumes. I got an extension cord, package drop box, and special heater for resin printers since the highs are below 70 for half the year I live. I wrapped some boxes in plastic wrap to make a shade, so the sun won't cure my fresh prints till I get them off the supports. This setup should also let anyone in an apartment with a porch, with the porch forge some more armies for the Emperor. Ah, that's cool. So outside, you got it in a box. That's so cool. That's really good. And yeah, it's absolutely the right thing. That's good. You've got the proper setup there, mate. Yeah, you've got the proper setup there. Like, you've got it. It's in a box. So it's, you know, you've got the extension lead and everything. It's not in the house. You've got a little setup for like getting rid of the, you know, getting the models off the supports and everything. Nice. Yeah, dude. Nice little setup there, mate. Nice little setup. And like you said, you don't want it anywhere near your house, especially if your wife's still saying she can smell the fumes. 100%. 100%. Is it warm enough in that box? He's got a heater. So I've got a heat. My resin printer's out in the cold pretty much all the time, and I have a heater on it, a special like resin heater, like 3D printer heater, and that just keeps it nice and warm. Yeah. Chupacabra, that's a really, really clever setup, and good on you. Like, you didn't just like stick it in your house. You didn't just, do it, half-ass it. You've respected the safety that is required for like a 3D printer. You don't want to poison anyone or anything, but you've respected the safety, but you've not just like given up. You've found an ingenious solution. I like that, mate. That's really good. That's a really good little setup, and I think you'll be happy printing, mate. You'll be happy printing. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. I also want to say a big thank you to Trooper number 2102. Thank you for the super chat, mate. I recently played a 2v2 in bot action. Short summary in stream discussion. I played 2v2 with some friends recently. It was Soviets and Brits versus Germany. My buddy rolled out his German cavalry army and slogged it out with the Soviets in the open fields of the board. I fought my way through the rail yard we had to secure against another guy in our friend group. The fighting was brutal. Blocks of conscripts with cheap tanks into cavalry charges are a bloody mess. Yes. That's so cool. Oh, man. Look, Tiki, finally there's some bolt action. Oh, wow. That's a lot of artillery. Jesus Christ. 1, 2, 3, 4 artillery pieces? My God. My God. Wow, there's a lot of British armour. A lot of armour in general, I should say. There's a lot of dead British armour. I hope that's terrain and not like, not your units you've been yeeting forward. Oh, man. Hey, you got the warlord tape measure. That's cool as fuck. Nice. Ulra! Conrad's literally clearing the trenches out with waves of conscripts. That's so cool. Wow. That is a lot of cavalry. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. That's super cool. That's super cool, Trooper. I like that, mate. And excellent. Looks like a good game. Tons of fun and interesting armies. Nice. Next, I'll say a big thank you to Mini Dingbat. Mini Dingbat, thank you for the super chat. You absolute mega boss. Thank you for the 10, bro. Hey, MG, I want to get into Old World and Empire. Yes. You've chosen wisely. But I'm not sure how to get started. Going to be getting General on Griffin and Demigryph Knights. But what else would you recommend for a beginner army? Mini Dingbat, I would suggest that you never leave home without 2 cannons and a Hellblaster volley gun and an engineer. That's just, you don't any more than that and you're probably over investing in artillery. Any less than that and you're not investing enough. That's like the perfect sweet spot of artillery. I would then also, if you've got Demigryph Knights and you've got the Empire Griffin on General, Empire General on Griffin, you probably don't need like regular Knights. What I would definitely recommend is a steam tank, because I fucking love steam tanks. And then you're going to have to fill out your core requirement. And so even though they're not very good, you probably want to have a solid block. A solid block or 2 of state troops. A lot of people don't like state troops, but they're still a good tar pit. So you probably want to like a solid block of like halberdiers. Yeah. Would you recommend the Battle Force box? Yeah, I think I'd recommend the Battle Force box. The Battle Force box will essentially fill out your core requirement and get you the steam tank that you want anyway. Yeah. So, but yeah, I think you want the little artillery pack. You want the general on Griffin. You want the Demigryph Knights, and then you don't have a choice whether they're shit or not. You've got to fill your core out, and unless you're willing to go full cavalry, which can work, but at that point, why the fuck aren't you just collecting Bretonnians? Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I think you want at least one big block of halberdiers, and then that gives you a little bit of a tar pit. Yeah. Your state troops are going to feel like your weakest. Are going to feel like your weakest unit in your army, but you have to take them. So I'd probably say Battle Force box plus Demigryph. Yeah, and then you want to have a bit of wiggle room anyway, because you want to build up to 2,000 points, but you're going to want to have like 2,500 so you can swap things out and keep them fresh and everything. So Battle Force box plus Demigryph plus Big Griffin Bastard plus Artillery Park, plus the Demigryphs. I haven't already said that, and then probably some regular knights as well. You couldn't go if they're selling the regular knights in like 15 in a box. One box of those would be decent. You might be printing stuff, but then it's obviously different. But yeah, you definitely want some wizards as well. Yeah, you want a couple of wizards. Yeah. I mean, one wizard is like a minimum, but like 2 wizards is pretty decent. Yeah. My it's the thing is with Empire is it's like what I would say, Mini Dingbat, is playing Empire is very, very similar to playing Imperial Guard. There's all sorts of playstyles you can go for. Do you want to go pure infantry? You can do that. You want to go pure cavalry? You can do that. You want to go full gunline? You can do that. You want to go full irregular militia force? You can do that. So my advice, Mini Dingbat, is the same advice I give when collecting Imperial Guard. Do you have a themed army that you want to try out? Build that first. If you don't know what you want to play, then, or you just want to get something a bit balanced at first, then go for hybrid Empire. Get a mixture of bits and bobs, and then branch out from there. You know, what if you wake up one day and go, you know what, I'd like to commit to that full cavalry life, run that for like 12 months. Do that. If you're like, I want to commit to that full pure infantry life, do that. Yeah. I mean, I picked Guard in 40k because when I started I couldn't play Empire and Old World. Well, there you go, man. It's literally the same approach that you've had to Guard applied to Empire. Start off with a hybrid army, and then once you've got that nailed down with a few practice games under your belt, start branching out. Like a Guard army, an Empire army's never really finished. But that's a good thing. Like if you were to play Old World on 40k and you wanted me to tell you one faction that you could have for life for each one of those games, it would be Guard and Empire, because those are two armies that you could always branch out, always get more variety and more fun out of them. And they're not the most neither one is the most powerful army, but they're powerful enough to hold their own and to have fun with and not feel like you're wasting your time. There you go. So yeah, have you considered the best Empire army? The Under Empire? Get out of here, Ratbastard! Get out of here! The hobby never ends. That's true, Mini Dingbat. But it's not a negative thing. It just means that when you're getting into your Empire, Mini Dingbat, there's no pressure. There's no pressure. Like, as with Guard, Empire is a marathon, not a sprint. Take your time. Build the units you want to build. Play the playstyles you want to play. Because none of the units you invest in are ever going to be wasted. They're always going to be something that you can play and have fun with. There's always going to be a new playstyle that you can enjoy. Yeah. If like Old World version 2 comes out and suddenly they make like, you know, because right now like infantry is a bit meh. If Old World version 2 comes out and they make infantry overpowered as fuck, or just the stronger way to play, Empire can accommodate that. If they make monstrous cavalry the stronger way to play, Empire can accommodate that. If they make regular cavalry the way to play, Empire can accommodate that. If they make gunlines the way to play, Empire can accommodate that. It's just like playing Guard. It's just like playing Guard. Whatever is strong enough, whatever is the stronger thing, general thing in the game, Empire can play that game. You just need to have that sort of patience to build up the armory, as it were. Yeah. Whereas in like with like Bretonnians, if one if version 2 comes out and they make heavy cavalry dog shit for whatever reason because it's GW and they just change things, Tony is going to struggle to pivot. They might be able to pivot a bit, but they're going to struggle to pivot. Empire are never the top dogs, but they never struggle to pivot. It's just like in Guard. We're never the top dogs, but we never struggle to pivot. Pivot! Alright, meeting, but I hope that helps, man. And basically, go forth with confidence and get whatever the fuck you want. Because just like with Guard, you'll be able to make it work in the long run. Next, we'll say a big thank you to Yo-Yo the Assyrian. Yo-Yo, thank you so much for the 7-month Prime sub, baby. Yeah, buddy. Thank you so much for the 7-month Prime sub. You absolute Giga Chad, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. I also want to say a big thank you to the Lower Decks, my boy. Lower Decks, thank you for the Baneblade. Yes, it is the Baneblade. So, we are moving to drop on Cleavage Prime. I mean, that works in 2 ways. Cleavage and Vag. Cleavage Prime. Garden Dell says, the Patrick Governor has been subverted by a traitor warlord who looks rather suspiciously like our old crewmate Jenkins. I am authorizing rad grenade use. I mean, that's the only way to be sure. You got to land on the planet and irradiate the entire thing from the surface. It's the only way to be sure. And let's be honest here, Lower Decks. Whether you authorize rad grenade usage or not, the Penal Legion are probably going to start chucking rad grenades into every orphanage that they come across, right? Because that's just the degenerate, sadistic bastards that they are. Is that a callback to Arc 1 of the Rojo story and Jenkins went traitor warlord? Why, yes it is. Jenkins! I love it. I love it, Lodex. I'm excited to see what happens. I'm excited to see where it goes. I want to say a big thank you next to Cogsy Blue. Thank you for the tip, mate. The first tank of my vow is finished. Almost done with all my Space Marines soon. The army will be completed soon. Pictures in Discord. Yes, mate. Hey! Cosmic, that's come out real nice. Hey, cheeky gladiator lancer there, dude. Very tasty. I love the dread gas symbol on the side. That's cool as fuck. That is cool as fuck. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. Cosmic, I love it, mate. Looking forward to seeing the the full might of the Space Marine army. It's amazing how quickly it's come along, dude. Also, Cosmic, I've got news for you because I have been furiously painting the last of the Kriegers that you sent to me, and I don't mean to alarm you, but I painted 22 of them yesterday. All I did is sit on the sofa and paint pretty much all day, and then I have painted, not quite finished, but I've broken the back of another 13 of them today. Which means that there are only 10 Kriegers left without any paint on them at all. There's only one squad of 10 left. There's 13 that are like, give me a couple of hours and they'll be done. And then I think if you gave me like an afternoon, like 3 or 4 hours, I'd have all of the Kriegers finished. It's finally happening! It's finally happening! Nobody panic! Stay fucking calm! After like 2 years, I'm finally completing the ginormous Krieg army that Cosmic to me. Hundreds of models! But it's finally done! Yes! Krieg will be done. Before the Krieg models, Cosmic, will be done before the end of the week. Maybe even by tomorrow, depending on how quickly I can get my other jobs done. Mate, it's never been done. It's never been done. So, dude, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. We've been talking about this for ages. It's going to happen. So what's going to happen, Cosmic, is it's going to happen. The Guard Codex is going to get released. And the first thing that I am going to do is take a Krieg army to a tournament using all of your models. We're going to have, and there's so many of them, loads of the models that you sent me have got shotguns. So I've basically got max Krieg engineers already, which is pretty spicy. Which is pretty bloody spicy. So there we go. Lodex, Ronin picture didn't happen. I do have pictures actually. I do have pictures. There you go. Cosmic, more than one colour. It's more than one colour. Ah! There you go. Look. This is my painting from since the 28th of November. I've painted all of these Germans. I painted not this machine gun, but I painted all of these other bolt action models. And then I painted all of those Kriegers yesterday. There you go.
Yes,
There you go.
boss.
God, I forgot I sent the engineers because they went to Legends. They went out of fashion when you got them. Yeah. So they used to be really good, and so you sent me a bunch of engineers, and then they went away, and now they've come back again. Yeah. Like, I'm painting like a motherfucker. Just need to get these ones based, but the basing for these Kriegers is really easy. It's just mud and flock, so it's pretty quick. Yeah. All right. Next, I want to say, let's see what we're up to. I want to say a big thank you to Ginny. Ginny, thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for joining his Imperial Guard. Thank you for doing your part. 07, you magnificent bastard. Thank you for the support. I also want to say a big thank you to the Lower Decks for coming in with the Baneblade. Yes, it is the Baneblade. Thank you very much for another Baneblade chat. My God, Lower Decks. Thank you for the incredible support, dude, going above and beyond the core duty. The double Baneblade. It brings all the boys to the yard. Lower Decks, man. Sir, we are in the drop ships. The penalty troopers keep asking me how many drops I've taken. I told them 38. Simulated. Troopers, man, these has many comma drops. I told them 2, including this one. Ah, I love it. I love the reference. How many drops for you, Lieutenant? 38. Simulated. How many combat drops? 2. Including this one. I love that, dude. Lower Decks. I love that. One of my favorite movies of all time. Favorite movies, man. Oh. Lower Decks. The Deathwatch got me all excited. Well, dude, you should be excited. Deathwatch are back, and they're actually really powerful and maybe even busted, but that's okay. You guys went right to the edge of the afterlife and were like, my job is not yet done. Can't believe how close Deathwatch got to getting squatted and how we managed to get them back. As a community, we should all be very proud. We actually managed to get GW to bring them back. It's never been done before. It's funny, like, GW brings squats back and everyone's like, yeah, all right. Everyone, like, Deathwatch go away for like 3 months and come back and everyone's like, yeah, baby! I'm exaggerating. I think people were a little bit more bothered when squats came back than just. But yeah, there you go. Oh man, Lower Decks, I love it, mate. Thank you so much, dude. The community held on with its fingernails. Yeah, exactly. Deja Vu, thank you so much for the 15-month member flex. X-Force, baby. What do you think of pure cavalry guard? I think the idea of taking 60 guard cavalry is amazing. I think it's waiting for something to happen. He's one of the members of the community. I've seen him run. He was running it before the new rules came out, so that's pretty good. That's pretty impressive. But and it looks very, very striking on the tabletop. But I'm very excited to see what the new rules are like on the tabletop. I do hope that they get quite good. CJ, Horse Jail is beautiful. Yeah, I definitely want to see Horse Jail. Yeah. So I think it should be good. And even if it's bad, fuck it, you gotta run it anyway, right? Because it looks cool. I want to say a big thank you to Anthony Williams. Thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Good job with the Craig, sir. You heard me. I said Craig. I'm guessing that's a reference to you heard me. I said Cree. Anthony Williams, mate. You don't realise how true that reference actually is. Because the reason I was able to get these guys painted, the reason I was able to get all of this painted in such a quick amount of time is thanks to the tried and true method of Stargate and paint. I am currently on the last episode. I'm part way through it. I didn't quite finish it because I had to come and stream. I was tempted to stream an hour later and just finish it off, but I'm part way through the final episode of season 1. Where, you know, with the not going to give it away, but it's one of my favorite episodes of all time. And I managed to get all of this painted whilst watching the entire first season of Stargate. Yeah, man, Stargate and painting never lets you down. One season equals one army. One army completed. Oh man, yeah. I got a lot. I tell you what, though, I didn't even realize it, but I've the German units I got painted. If you look, like all of these guys, and then I've got this mortar here as well. I think it comes to like 16 dice or something insane. It's like two rifle platoons and like a heavy weapon platoon. And there's actually, I think there's more there that's not even painted. So there's an extra MMG team which I painted before Christmas, just as part of the. I was wondering if I left it up here. Just as part of like getting the color scheme nailed down in preparation for the event. And yeah, I think I've got something like 16 to 18 dice, full 1250 point army, and I basically painted it in like a week. Yeah, because they're all and I like I vowed them as like regular veterancy because they were just plastic. There was a mixture of of kits and they're all plastic models, so I toned it down because I didn't want to be taking the piss or anything. But yeah, like if I was running this as the veterancy it's meant to be at, which is veteran, it's easily 1250 points of pure veteran. Yeah.
Yes, boss.
There you go. But yeah, Anthony Williams, I painted all of this shit, including the Kriegers, whilst watching Stargate. There you go. So I heard you. You said Kree. Amazing. Alright, next I'll say a big thank you to Matt Larkin, the Blue Ball Commander himself. Thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Mordian, mission tactics is a faction ability like Oath of Moment. So Deathwatch for now have mission tactics and Oath no matter the detachment. Is that true? Mordian, mission tactics is a faction ability like Oath of Moment. So Deathwatch for now have mission tactics and Oath no matter the detachment. I mean, it's a detachment ability. I'm looking at the data cards. I'm looking. Wellington. Now I see. So, I think I understand what's going on here. So, if you wanted other Adeptus Astartes units, like Eradicators, or Aggressors, or whatever the fuck it might be, or vehicles like Lancers and stuff, to benefit from mission tactics, then you could take your whole army inside the Black Spear Task Force detachment. And then that would spread out across your entire army. But if you take your Deathwatch army and then put it inside another detachment, for example, we'll say Gladius, just as an example, then it would mean that you, or let's say Firestorm or whatever, you know what I mean. It would mean that your Adept started unit would then all benefit from your detachment rule, but your Deathwatch specific units would still benefit from the mission tactics. Hence why they still manage to benefit from Oath of Moment. So it comes down to, do you want to have all of your other units to benefit from mission tactics? Or are you not taking many of those other units anyway? At which point, you might as well then go for a different detachment and have your cake and eat it. So ironically, the purer a Deathwatch force, the less you want to take it. The purer the Deathwatch force, the less you want to take it in a Deathwatch detachment, which is interesting. But the broader a Deathwatch force, the more you want to take it. So Dustin Polo says, surely the keyword only triggers in that detachment, though. I don't think so. I don't think so, though. Because it's a faction ability. So your faction, because otherwise you wouldn't get Oath of Moment, because you're taking Deathwatch as your... Yeah, so this is my thinking on this. You wouldn't get Oath of Moment because your faction would be Deathwatch inside a Deathwatch detachment. So you're not... So you wouldn't get Oath of Moment then, because under that logic you wouldn't get Oath of Moment. So I still think you get it. I think you get both of those. Does that make sense?
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
If it works, if Oath of Moment works, then surely it goes back the other way, is what I'm trying to say, and mission tactics work. That's the logic that I'm applying here. I like it. Also pulls the troops off, so you could take Agent's Deathwatch too. That's so dumb. I'll have 8 Deathwatch kill teams. How many Deathwatch kill teams could you get? Is it 10? No, it's 8. Sure, Robson, wait, I think you can only use Deathwatch units if you're Space Marines and take the Black Spear Task Force attachment. I don't think so. I think you can take Deathwatch in any detachment. Right? Or are we wrong? If your army is Depth of Astartes, you can use this Black Spear Task Force detachment rule. So you could take an entire Black Spear Task Force without a single Deathwatch unit in it and still take this attachment. That's what you've got to realize. The restrictions, when it says from any other Depth of Astartes chapter, that's referring to unique characters like Gilliman and like Torgadon and stuff like that. So you can't take Gilliman in a Deathwatch army, but you could take an entire army of Lancers and Land Raiders and stuff, just as an idea. Yeah, you're open to all detachments Basic Marines get. Yeah. Deathwatch was some faction like Dark Angels. You can use Deathwatch and Gladius. Dark Angels and Gladius, you can use Deathwatch and Gladius. Exactly.
Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
So you could run 8 Deathwatch kill teams. But you can only take Deathwatch allows you to take Deathwatch units. Where does it say that? Stuart Robertson, I don't think that's correct. I'm 99.99% certain that's you are incorrect. Because otherwise, how the fuck have I been going to tournaments and facing Dark Angels, Deathwing Knights in a Gladius detachment? It wouldn't be possible, would it? It wouldn't be possible. So,
Infantry, sir.
Good for
first
you.
line restrictions. Your
Mobile
army
infantry
can
made
include
me
Death
the
Sergeant
man I
units, but
am
cannot
today.
include any Death Sergeants from any other chapter. Yeah. So, right. So that means I can't take Deathwing Knights in my Deathwatch detachment. That's what that means. It does not mean I can't take... it's specifically any other chapter. So that's when... So, for example, if you look at Gilliman's datasheet, it'll say Adept Astartes, Ultramarines. That's what it means. So if I go over to, like... If we have a look here to try and explain this. Let's look at... Where the fuck are they? Have I gone past it? Where the fuck is number 2 GW? It's not that hard! 1, 3, 6 GW! Where are the other detachments? I know where they are. They're going to be here. And then they're going to be here. There we go. This is so annoying. Right. Right. Where are you? Why can't I see it now? Am I fucking stupid? Custodes, Knights. Am I... What? Custodes, Knights, Deathwatch, Necrons, Knights, Admech, Thousands. Where the fuck is the... Where the fuck has the fucking thing gone, man? Have they removed it? Chat, where's the Dark Angel detachment gone? But it's gone. It was here, and now it's gone. I'm so... Oh, here we go. I was like, what the fuck, man? Oh, okay. We found it. So, here's your same restrictions here, man. Your army can include Dark Angels, but cannot include any Adept Astartes drawn from any of the chapter. But that means you can still... So, this wouldn't work. This attachment, it's the same thing, right? So, basically... You can absolutely... Because if this was the case, then you would be in deep doo-doo if you couldn't take from any other chapter. Sure, Robertson, I guess what I'm trying to say is that if I read it as you select Space Marines, you can select Black Spear Task Force, and then you can Deathwatch units. I could be wrong. I think that is incorrect. I think that is incorrect. I'm trying to find the... Because if you look at this, mate, you wouldn't be able to take any of these... I mean, literally, look, they've got, like... I mean, I know pictures aren't, like, necessarily the best indicator, but they've got a Deathwatch fucking Repulsor here, a Deathwatch Box Nut here, a Deathwatch Land Raider here, Deathwatch fucking, like, Razorback back there. See what I mean? They've got a Deathwatch, like, I actually guess that's agents. That's Imperial Agents, to be fair. But the point is, like, they've got examples of units here that you absolutely can, that you can take. Yeah. Stuart Robertson, you can definitely take a Deathwatch army that includes non-Deathwatch units. This is the list of units that you can't include if you're in this detachment. But you can have Dark Angels detachments lean heavily on the regular codex. It's one of the biggest criticisms of the vanilla Marines is that divergent Marines like Black Templars, Blood Angels, and so on and so forth can take everything from the regular codex plus all of the units that they get from that are special, plus they can benefit from any of the detachments they need to benefit from. Yeah. Robson, yeah, I don't think you can take Deathwatch and Gladius, etc. I'm literally 100% sure you can. I'm very sure. It's just because then it would be like you can't take, because the same argument would be like you can't take Dark Angels in Gladius. You can't take Blood Angels in Gladius. It doesn't make sense. Yeah. I guess what you're saying is this bit, right? Your army can include Deathwatch units, but it cannot include any Death Astartes units drawn from any other chapter. Did we find that other one for the Dark Angels? It's not recently updated. It's under here. What does Dark Angels say? Yeah, see, it's just the restriction they put in there, mate. So look, your army can include Dark Angels, but cannot include any Adept Astartes units drawn from any of the chapter. It's the same restriction, bro. It's there, so you can't. Look, it's literally the same thing here. It's there, so you can't take Guilliman in a Dark Angels force. That's what it's there. So I couldn't have, as Ars Relief is saying, you can have it's so you can't have like Astarath in a Deathwatch attachment. You can't have Astarath in a Dark Angels attachment. He's a Blood Angel character. He can only go in with Blood Angels. Yeah. As Dan V says, Dark Angels and Gladius or Ironstorm has always been a thing. The restrictions are the exact same principle. Deathwatch can use all code attachments. Yeah, absolutely. Have you ever actually seen a Blood Angel Gladius attachment in the wild though? Not Gladius, but I have seen Blood Angel Ironstorm. I saw that all too often at the beginning of the edition. Yeah, Blood Angels Ironstorm. Every motherfucker in the world was putting, every chapter in the world was putting units in Ironstorm at one point. Yeah. Thatch Chaser. Base rules say you choose a faction, aka Death Astartes, and Space Marine rules say you can only use one chapter. There's anything preventing you from using Deathwatch as your chapter. Yeah, exactly. So let's just bin this off for a second. Go back to here. So this restriction is not to stop you from putting. So basically, long story short, you can choose to take your Deathwatch in this detachment, or you can choose to take them in another detachment. If you take your Deathwatch army, not units, army in this attachment, then it means that any other units from the vanilla Codex Space Marines can be put, can also benefit from mission tactics. However, if you take your Deathwatch army in another detachment, then it means that your vanilla Marine units would benefit from the detachment rules, but they wouldn't benefit from mission tactics. However, because you have got the datasheets here say that mission tactics are a faction ability on It means that Deathwatch units, this is very complicated, but Deathwatch units in an Adeptus Astartes army, in a Adeptus Astartes vanilla detachment, would get mission tactics. That's how it works. Yeah. It's very, 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 very complicated. Simplified, not simple! So, long story short, if you are running a lot of Deathwatch kill teams, you probably don't. Well, the thing is though, if you're running a lot of Deathwatch kill teams, you might be thinking to yourself, I don't want to run them in a Deathwatch detachment. I want to run them in like a Vanguard detachment from Vanilla Codex. But I think that's wrong, because you're going to want to have access to these fucking stratagems, aren't you? Think about it. Site-to-site teleportation is one of the best stratagems in the game right now. You obviously want that. You're going to want access to these enhancements. Remember, you're not just getting this. You are getting stratagems and you're getting enhancements as well. And also, I'm just going to say it. Are you... Come on. Don't be that guy. Run your Deathwatch in the Deathwatch attachment. Come on. Like, you don't want to be one of those guys that ran their Blood Angels, the premier combat chapter of the Imperium, in a fucking Ironstorm detachment. You don't be that guy. You know? Don't be that guy. Nobody likes that guy. Nobody came across a Blood Angels Ironstorm and went, oh, that's cool. Everyone came across the Blood Angels Ironstorm and went, that's fucking dirty. You know, I don't like it. It feels unnatural, you know? Don't be fake natty. Don't be fake natty. You know, that's what it is. You don't want to be the fake natty of the Warhammer world. Stuart Robson, I guess the whole quasi-army chapter thing's confused me. Dude, you and me both, brother. You and me both. Yeah. Anyway. We're finally going to get back to these... we're having the fight. We've had a good discussion, but we need to get back to the index itself. So, oh man, let's have a look here. So we're on. Oh, probably not yet. Actually, we've still got some more super chats to do. Mad Larkin, look at what you've done. You've sent us off down a rabbit hole, but it was actually a pretty appropriate rabbit hole, to be fair. I want to say a big thank you to Warnerd Malaki! Warnerd Malaki, thank you so much for the Giga Chad! I'm going to say it, gatekeeping works. Controversial statement. I've been gatekeeping my wife from 40k for years, so she never knows what 6 inches actually looks like! Ah! I'm not going to lie. You had me in the first half. I was like, fuck's sake. Oh, dearie me. It's happening again. I love that. I love that one, Malarkey. Brilliant. There you go. I also want to say a big thank you to Quiz the Beyblade. Thank you so much for the 25-month member flex, baby. What do you do? Double X Force, baby. More than approved. Thank you for supporting for over 2 years, you absolute mega boss. What do you do with your Lasgun, Mordy-chan? Just ask your mother, she'll be able to tell you. I also want to say a big thank you to Quiz the Beyblade for not 1, but 2 gifted memberships. 107 for the first one, 107 for the second one. Thank you, mate, for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts. Thank you for doing your part. Okie croaky. Should we get back into these bloody enhancements? We've been off on a big old tangent. But a lot of that was kind of relevant to what we were talking about with, like, can you take this inside this and what's the benefit and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. All right. So, we went down this rabbit hole because we were looking at the Beacon Angelus and we were saying what would be a good unit for it. And that's where we started looking at different stuff from the vanilla codex. And obviously Mad Larkin came in then and was like, have you considered not running, have you considered running your Deathwatch army not in the Deathwatch attachment? Now we get to the Tome of Ectoclades. Watchmaster or Captain model only. Once per battle, after you have selected your Oath of Moment target, the bearer can use this enhancement. If it does, select a second enemy unit to be an Oath of Moment target. Designer's note, this means that each other model with the Oath of Moment ability makes an attack. That targets either of your Oath of Moment targets, you can reroll the hit roll. Can I just say, I really like these designer's notes. GW has been dropping them throughout the Grotmus detachments. Like, this means that you can, it clarifies things. It makes things so obvious. So obvious. So I just want to say, good guy GW, keep designer's notes everywhere. Like, I would, honestly, it sounds crazy, I would rather have designer's notes dotted throughout fucking codexes than to fuck around with like separate things like F8, like separate like designers commentaries and all that kind of stuff. Drop it in to the codex, man. It's into the indexes. That's where it should be. Go full GW 11th edition, full digital rules. I'm still going to buy every codex you put out there because I love the codexes, and just be dropping them designers notes in everywhere you can. That's the best way of doing it. Now, as for the Tome of Ectoclades, this is obviously good. It means that it's only once per battle, but it does mean you can double oath something. So if you're like, man, I feel this is like a perfect enhancement for when, this is a perfect enhancement for if you've got like a turn 2 or turn 3 go turn. Maybe you've staged yourself up nicely and you're like, okay, we need to go in there and we need to fuck shit up. We got to have our go turn. But like, there's actually like a couple of hard targets here for us to deal with. That's all right. Bang, 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 bang. You can nail it down. I think the Tome of Ectoclades is definitely an auto include. It depends how expensive it is. We can go and have a look. But I think it's once per battle, but I still think the Tome of Ectoclades is an auto include. I think it used to be better though. I think it used to be like each turn or something mad, but maybe it was only once per battle. Honestly, all of these are great though. I could see myself including all of these in my army, apart from the Osseous Key, which is dog shit. But yeah, I love the idea of like, I love the idea of taking 6. If I was to run this army, I know it's probably pretty boring, like, but to me, it's how I'd want to run it. I'd probably run 6 squads of Deathwatch veterans. Maybe a minimum 4. I'd probably run a minimum of like 4 Deathwatch veteran squads and just be like 3 Watchmasters, 1 Captain Artemis, and each Watchmaster is going to have one of these upgrades. That's how I do it. That's the first thing that's going in every single one of my armies. Like, I'm going to have like 40 Deathwatch veterans. Because I don't give a fuck about the Primaris stuff, but I do give a fuck about the Firstborn shit. I'm not restricting myself, though. I'm going deep on Deathwatch. I'm not restricting myself, though. So, speaking of data sheets, let us now get into them, because I think this is pretty exciting. So we've got a quick super chat coming in here, so give me a second. Okay, so I want to say a big thank you to Firstborn, Subcope, and Sneed. Thank you to the super chat, man. Salamanders deserve to become a divergent chapter before Deathwatch came back. I don't need to elaborate. I know I'm right. I don't agree. I don't agree. I'm going to go out there and say something which I think is going to upset a lot of people. I think salamanders are really lame. I know. But I think salamanders are really lame. Oh, we're the Marines that help everyone. I'm sorry. Like, they're just... The whole point of 40k is that things are not meant to be normal and things are not meant to be sensible. And having, like, reasonable Marines and all this kind of stuff is just like, yeah, oh, we look after civilians. And all this, like, nah. Like, honestly... When in Hell's Reach, when Grimaldus basically tells the salamanders to fuck off, because the salamanders are like, well, we had to attack, the Black Temp. Basically, what happens is the Black Templars go. The Black Templars are like, we've got to launch like they see an opening to like kill the war boss. Like this, to kill like a war boss, and they're like, we've got to go for it. So without even hesitating, they see the opening and they're like, go, and they start like fighting their way through, and they're like, salamanders, back us up, we're gonna cut the head off the war boss. That's gonna break the horde, and then we can get some breathing room. Follow us. And salamanders are like, no. And the Black Tents are like, what do you mean no? We're getting swamped. We assumed you would follow us. What the fuck are you doing? They're like, if we attack, it will leave the shelter. But it will leave this like emergency bunker at risk to being like attacked by the orcs. And the Black Tents are like, yeah, but if we kill the war boss, it'll make all the orcs fuck off. And they're like, no, we can't risk it. And it's just like, and basically the Black Templars end up taking a bunch of casualties they shouldn't have taken because the salamanders were very defensively focused. And we're like, we don't want to risk the civilians. And like, yeah, I get it. Like, obviously, you know, in real life, you know, you want to be protecting your civilians and all that kind of stuff. Like 100%. So I'm just trimming. I've got a nail, which is annoying me. But in 40k, the Space Marines... You know, would be, you know, in 40k things are different. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. I agreed with Grimaldus. Like, I agree with Grimaldus because the point is, like, if you just sit there defensively, it's like what Worf says in Deep Space Nine. Adopting a siege mentality is ultimately self-defeating. It's why I don't like Imperial Fists either. Oh, we're just going to defend. And it's just like, well, adopting a siege mentality, like, is ultimately self-defeating. Anyone who's ever played, like, a strategy game, like a strategy game online, especially if we're talking like a big strategy game, like a grand strategy game, anyone will tell you that often if you start losing on one flank, one of the best things that you can do is not rush all your forces over to that flank to try and like hold, you know, plug the gap and hold it. Because by the time you get there, it's probably already sort of too late, as it were. You know, maybe you push them back, maybe you don't, but you're gonna be out of position from where you were because you had your forces in this other place for a reason. So what you do is you launch an attack, you launch a raid, and you launch it with sufficient strength so that your opponent, who is trying to like work on a flank, is trying to work on you, it forces them to come back. This is something that I learned, right? This is something that I learned when I used to play, when I've played games like Stellaris multiplayer against other players, and when I've played Sins of a Solar Empire. So I used to play Sins of a Solar Empire like every day, like 10 hours a day, really like very competitively. It's a game that half you probably haven't ever heard, but it's a game that I was actually quite good at. I know, me being good at video games, it's insane, but it's a game I was actually quite good at. To the point where we actually ended up playing like the devs and all that kind of stuff, and we beat that. Like we used to play these big team games, and we actually beat them because basically we just got so good at this We got so good at it. And what we learned in our like everyday multiplayer games that we were playing every day was like was this whole idea: if someone starts attacking down like it starts attacking one of your planets on the other side of your empire, just leave it. Don't go back there. Launch a really hefty attack into your opponent's like heartland, because that will force them to come back. And it works every time. Every time that you try and reactively defend, you end up like losing. Every time you counter attack in a different area, you win. So I'm just saying, that's why I agree with Grimaldus, because in Grimaldus, it was like, with Grimaldus, he knew that if they just defended, then all that was going to happen is the orcs would have the initiative, and the orcs would eventually, they get to pick and choose where they attack, and all they would do is be defending, and they'd be on the back foot constantly. Launching the attack allowed them to be proactive rather than reactive, and launching the attack meant that they were able to would have meant they could have cut the head off the war boss and broken the orc horde, which would have then relieved the point of having to defend. Yeah. There you go. Marcello, that's dumb, sir. You retreat to reform if you launch an attack with a flank down your toes. Nah, you see? It's all about, if you react to your opponent, if you start being reactive and you lose the initiative, that's it, you're fucked. You need to regain the initiative on the battlefield. That's what's so important. That's why when people are like, why, that's why a lot of people say like in World War One, why did like generals attack, even though defenders obviously had a big advantage? And it's like, because you can't win a war on the defense. That's the thing. Like, you have to launch attacks so that you can regain the initiative. And this is one of the greatest advantages that is one of the, first of all, like I've seen, we've gone completely off topic here, but it's a very important point. It's one of those things where in World War One, one of the greatest advantages that the the Triple Entente have, which was France and Britain and Russia, was that whenever one of them got hard pressed, they could go to one of the other ones and say, "Can you attack?" and draw forces away. So, for example, whenever like when the French got attacked at Verdun, they were able to say to like the Russians, "Can you attack on your front?" And then the Russians would launch something like the Brusilov offensive, which would then pull forces away from like Verdun, or the British with the Somme. The British launched the Somme offensive to draw forces away. And sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't. But it was one of the greatest advantages they had, being able to attack on two different sides. Yeah. And now, obviously, the Russians were very incompetent in that war. And the Brusilov offensive was a good example of when they could do it right. But there was a lot of problems when they couldn't do it right. But yeah. There you go. Yeah. The best defense is a good offense. Exactly, Cosmic. Exactly. CJ, hard pressed on my right. My center is yielding. Impossible to maneuver. Situation, excellent. I'm attacking. There you go. Yeah. The good offense is a good offense. Exactly. That's it. Upon sight. Exactly, Chip Robson. Upon sight of the enemy, I advance, sir. That's my style, sir. He charges the enemy, sir. It's his style. Exactly. But you always want to be, it's why you always want to be, you want to be aggressive. It allows you to seize the initiative. Yeah. That's why, firstborn suck open Sneed, I think Salamander's a shit. Because of that one example in Hell's Reach. Also, the fact they're all goody-goody two-shoes. I don't give a shit about that. Or that's how they're often portrayed. Yeah. The offensive mentality is what cost France the early years of World War One. They had to switch away from it to halt the Germans. That is true. But it is important to understand that there's always like push and pull and these kind of things. But in my opinion, it wasn't the offensive mentality that cost France the early years of World War One. I think it was. I mean, we're going off topic here, boys. We're going off topic, but my personal belief is that the reason France lost the early years of World War One, the very earliest, like 1914, when they took horrendous casualties very early on, it came down to a fundamental misunderstanding of modern warfare. It wasn't the offensive mentality that was the problem. It was the fact that they went to war in brightly coloured uniforms, and when the Germans and the British had already adopted drab uniforms. It was the fact that the French attacked in large blocks of dense infantry, which made them very susceptible to modern artillery and modern machine guns. You know, put it this way, the Germans made incredible progress in the early days of World War One and they were on the offensive. So what was the difference? The difference was the Germans used modern tactics for the time, whereas the French used archaic tactics for the time. That was the issue. Yeah. It was not it's not the idea of an offensive, of being offensive or being on the attack, which is wrong. It's the as sort of Plup 14 was saying, it's the fact that attacking wrong was terrible. You needed to have the right tactics. If defensive was the only way to go, why did armies keep launching attacks? And the reason is because you can't win on the defensive. You can only not lose, but you can't win on the defensive. It's about attacking right. Yeah. That doesn't mean you don't have defenses. But, you know, going back to sort of strategy games, for example, if there's an area where you don't want to, what you do, again, using like Sins as an example, what you would do is basically massively fortify the planets on like one flank. Or you would give, if you're playing a big multiplayer game, it would be one player's job to defend that flank, whilst the other four of you would mass your forces for an attack somewhere else. Now, if you see an enemy attack start coming down one flank, you then launch your own attack, because that allows you to draw the enemy forces back away. Yeah. So there you go. It's just what, yeah. It's not about, it's about attacking can be absolutely disastrous if you don't do it right, which is why the Russians eventually bowed out of World War One early, because they kept launching it. Because I mean, the great example of this is the Eastern Front. When the Russians attacked normally, like even from the very beginning of the war, they did it very stupidly. They would just launch. They didn't have their men spread out. They never learned. They never adapted. They just basically threw waves of men at it, and it never worked. But then you look at the Brusilov offensive on the Eastern Front, which was very, very well done. They had good training. They actually practiced behind the lines, and they allowed for things. They allowed for sort of unit flexibility and stuff, and that made a huge difference. The same army attacking in the same place, roughly. Because you had, I think it was Earhart's forces that were, or Earhart's forces, however you say it. So it makes a huge difference. You have literally, in the same offensive, you've got the Brusilov offensive, and then you had the force, which was meant to be the distraction. And that actually ended up doing better because it was they attacked right. Whereas, then you had the other offensive, which just basically failed from day one. Because the guy couldn't be bothered prepping his forces. Yeah. So, first of all, Suck over Sneed. Does Salamander deserve to... honestly, do you know what, dude? I don't think there should be this many divergent chapters. I would bring all chapters together. One codex. But that would... and I'm saying that as a Black Temple player, but that makes a lot of people very upset. I want to say next big thank you to Plug14. Thank you for the super chat, mate. In World War One, defense is not as superior as most people think. Check the casualties on large attacks. Battle of the Somme is an outlier. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, mate. Blood 14 is right. A lot of people think that on the attack in World War One, the attackers took more casualties. But if you actually look at a lot of battles, it's the defenders that take more casualties. And the reason for this is because the attackers are able to basically prep their forces, concentrate their forces, not necessarily concentrate on a small front, often they'd attack on a wide front, but because the attackers have got the initiative, they're able to dictate the flow of the battle. Yeah. And even then, like, if people say the Battle of the Somme was there were really bad casualties. People forget that the Battle of the Somme had bad casualties on like the first few days. They were disproportionately in favour of the Germans, disproportionately against the British. But then the Battle of the Somme went on for like weeks and weeks and weeks. And by the time you got to the end of the Battle of the Somme, the casualties were basically 1-to-1. So if being on the defence was so superior, maybe slightly in the favour of the Germans, but if being on the defence was so superior, how come the side launched in the offensive were basically able to achieve casualty parity with the Germans? Because being on the defence is very, very advantageous, but it is not an auto win button. Yeah. Jason C, watching this while dropping a log. Love the content. Dude, you drop those kids off at the pool, mate. There you go. I want to say a big thank you to Firstborn Stockholm Sneed. Thank you for the super chat, mate. Put it to a poll. Are salamanders based or cringe? Okay, mate, give me a second. Let's have a look here. I'll put it to a poll. No, you know what? Do you want salamanders based or cringe, or do you want salamanders versus Black Templars? That's the big question. Who do you think's going to win? Who do you think's going to win? I'll give you either or. You can have one or the other. I'll let you pick. Rex is absolutely right. The biggest advantage of being on the defense is that you're reacting to the actions of the enemy. You have no initiative and control over the battle. Exactly. Salamanders based or cringe? Based. Based or cringe will be a blowout if it's Black Templars versus Sally's. Well, that's the point, isn't it? That's the point, Callie. Like, I think Black Templars will win because Black Templars are cooler than Salamanders. And that's it. Yeah, they're more popular than the parent chapter. Exactly. Black Templars are more popular than their parent chapter. You think Salamanders are as popular as someone like Black Templars? But no, that wasn't the point. No, I tell you what.
Jaffa, free! Telmakol, Kritak.
Should... You know what we're going to go with? Should Salamanders have their own codex? Yes. They are cool. No. Not big enough. That's it, right? That's the real question here. That's what you originally said. Firstborn. That's what you originally said. There you go. So that's the poll you're getting. We'll let that run for a bit. Alright. And also, that one feels less likely to be emotionally decided and more likely to be logically decided. By the way, Firstborn Stockholm Sneed, I don't have actually anything really against against salamanders. It's just a chapter I have no interest in collecting. But I have no interest in collecting Imperial Fists. I have no interest in collecting Ultramarines. I've no interest in collecting Raven Guard or White Scars or anything like that. I've no interest in collecting any of the vanilla Marines. You know? I've no interest in collecting Dark Angels. I've no interest in collecting... I've no interest in collecting Blood Angels because I have Black Templars, so I don't need them. Do you know what I mean? It's not anything per now. Lodex, thank you for the Giga Chat. Sir, the dropship landed off course. We appear to have landed at some sort of Amasec distillery. The men say it's all down to my lucky codpiece. How? Lodex, of course it is down to the lucky codpiece. But how do you know it's Amasec if you don't test it? I think some thorough testing is in order. It needs to be thoroughly tested. Otherwise, it could not be Amasec, you know. There you go. I may also have read the map wrong. Or did you read it right? There you go. I love it. Clearly, the Amasec is a vital resource that needs to be secured for the Emperor. Clearly. Cosmic, I agree. I like the salamanders, but they don't need a coach to touch. Exactly. Exactly. Alright. One more biscuit. Oh. What even happened to Salamander's Primarch? He like fuck off into the warp like all the other ones. He was Eternal Primarch, he's not showing up. He died off screen, fuck's sake. They had to collect all the Dragon Balls to bring him back. He face tanked a nuke and took a nap. Oh. Last we saw, he was fighting the beast. It's so weird. GW will eventually. GW will eventually bring back all of the Primax. For sure. For sure. Eventually. Who do you think they'll bring back next? I think you'll get Emperor's Children guy, Mozzie Fulgrim. Yeah. I think he'll come back next. Because we know Emperor's Children. I mean, I can tell you right now. Emperor's Children are coming back. I've seen the models. I've seen a picture of the fucking of the box. I can tell you right now, Emperor's Children are coming back. So it's got to be Fulgrim, right? Because every single time, every single one of the legions which has had their own codex has got their Primarch back. You've had What do you think about MG or GW plant? Nah, Valrak showed me. I told you! Valrak knows way more than he tells you guys. He knows way more. He knows. He knows. He knows. He knows. He knows. Like, he knows so much. And yet he reveals not enough. I'm like, and honestly, he doesn't reveal much. He doesn't, I don't want anyone to get the wrong end of the stick. He doesn't reveal anything to me, you know, that he reveals, that he doesn't reveal to you guys. All right. He basically, anything he's said on his streams is stuff that he's, it's the pretty much same stuff he's shown me. Like, that's it. I don't know if he's shown the Emperor's Children stuff off, but yeah, I think he has spoken about Emperor's Children stuff already. But yeah, I'm only taking the piss. But I actually don't know what Valrak knows. I just know that he knows about the Emperor's Children, but that's about it. Yeah. But yeah, he's yeah, he definitely has the inside track, which is brilliant. Anyway, shall we get back to Deathwatch? So, back to Deathwatch. All right, let's have a look here. Let's blast through some data sheets, shall we? So, let's have a look at the Watchmaster. So, the Watchmaster is basically a captain, but he's a little bit better. So he's got he's got movement 6, T4, 2+4+, 5 runes, leadership OC1. That's pretty decent. It's a decent defensive stat line. 5 wounds with a 2-up and a 4+ invulnerable save. I like it. I like it a lot. Now, he has to take, I should say, the Vigil Spear. He has no war gear options whatsoever. The Vigil Spear, shooting wise, is basically like the Custodes Spear. Hits on 2s, strength 4, -1, 2 damage. It's okay. It's okay. You're not taking him for the ranged attacks. You're taking him for the close combat attacks. So he has 6 attacks with Lance. That's really good. Because a lot of people would say, wouldn't it be better if he had a Power Fist? Lance is better. Lance means he has +1 to wound all the time he charges. And considering how charges basically work in 40k, no one stays in a prolonged charge. Because there's no advantage of staying in a prolonged charge. Okay? Like most people, you charge in, the attacker generally goes first. So as a result, you get mullered. Any survivors you have are going to want to fall back so that you can then either shoot the enemy off the board or you can countercharge him with something else. Yeah. So Lance, he's basically any other time when he's on the offensive, he's going to have the attack and he's probably going to be on the charge for a fair amount. Of course, he could get countercharged and then he wouldn't have Lance. Fair enough. But you have to generally when it comes to combat units, maybe it's just me, but I kind of think they go in, they kill something, and then they die. And then if they don't die, then they get to charge something else next turn. That tends to how these things sort of happen. Broadly speaking, many examples of that not being correct, I understand. Definitely from a guard perspective, shall we say. So, I like the spear. I think the spear is really good. I think Lance makes it really tasty. Strategic knowledge. While this model is leading a unit, it can shoot and charge in a turn in which it advanced or fell back. Both of those are pretty spicy. So he can.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Both of those are pretty spicy because it means that you can have him leading a unit. So a good example of this is you could have a unit of Deathwatch veterans inside a Rhino. You could disembark from the Rhino 3 inches, move 6 inches, advance an average of 3 to 4 inches. So you're looking at 12 to 13 inches. And then you can charge with them. So I really feel like Deathwatch Masters leading Watchmasters leading kill teams in Rhinos is really effective. Yeah. Also, you've got that whole, like we said, he can fall back and charge, which is, you know, you basically, if they do manage to, this guy's never going to sit in a protracted combat, that fall back and charge really works with his lance. Yeah. And then he has the Watchmaster once per battle round, 1 unit from your army with his ability. Can use it when its unit is targeted with a stratagem. If it does, reduce the cost of that stratagem by 1. Hooray! So, if you have this guy here, he can be targeted with like various ammo stratagems for 1 0 CP. The other idea is, and I think this has been confirmed with Custodes, but chat, correct me if I'm wrong here. I feel like you could target the Watchmaster's unit with the site-to-site teleport stratagem, and it would cost 0 CP for both units getting teleported. Does that make sense? Because I think the Custodes have a very similar thing, and it got FAQ'd or rules commentary that yes, if it works on both units. So I feel like that could be that's really good. So you have a watch captain in 1 unit, and you have another unit without a watch captain. You target the watch captain unit with the stratagem. He can reduce the cost by 1 CP, and then now the stratagem costs 0 CP, even though it's affecting a unit which doesn't have a watch captain, as long as it's affecting his unit as well. I'm 99% certain that's how that works, but because basically the Custodes had the same thing, and I think that case law, as it were, applies here. So overall, he's solid. He chops the fuck out of people, and he is great for making you more offensive. He's great for doing counter maneuvers, and he's great for teleporting and stratagems. Yeah. And I think he's like 105 points. He's not even expensive. So, yeah, 3 of these guys go in every army as far as I'm concerned. He does have the captain keyword, which someone was saying is important in chat. Does that mean he can buddy up with like lieutenants?
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Let's have a look. I can't remember. I think maybe someone deleted their comment in chat, but I think he has the captain keyword, so I think that means he can buddy up with lieutenants. I'd have to check. Character. Lieutenant. You can attach this model to a unit it can lead even if 1 captain or chapter master model has already been attached to it. If you do, add that bodyguard unit. Oh yeah, so you can. So I guess the big question, but let's go down to kill teams 1 second. What does kill teams say? If a character from your army with the lead ability can be attached to a Stern Guard veteran squad, it can be attached to his unit instead. Ah, he can. Oh, wow, okay. So you can have a captain and a lieutenant attached to a Deathwatch veteran unit. Ooh. Wah wah wee wah. Oh wow. Oh wow. Whoa, I me like it. Shit, man. I'm telling you, Deathwatch are gonna be really. I think Deathwatch are gonna be really powerful. Like, yes, I would like lethal hits. I guess the question is, why would you want? It lets you get lethal hits, although to be fair, it lets you get lethal hits. Although you're not really going to benefit from the whole the lieutenant let you fall back and stuff. What about apothecaries? People are saying apothecaries are decent. What does apothecary do for you? Oh wow, okay. So you could bring back one model a turn with the Narthesium. That's pretty tasty. What does the Ancient do for you? What does the Ancient do for you? One OC? Is that all it does? Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. I really phenomenally don't give a shit about the Ancient. The Apothecary is nice. The Apothecary is nice for being able to bring back a dude a turn. The Lieutenant is good, but you're getting the lethal hits, which is decent, but you're probably thinking to yourself, well, I'm thinking to myself, I'm kind of doubling up with the Watchmaster and the Lieutenant. Because they both let me fall back. I might as well just, if I want to put lethal hits on a unit, I might as well use, what, Malleus Tactics, I guess? Yeah? It's okay. It's okay. I guess you get lethal hits all the time, though, which is good. And you could use your other stratagem to target a couple of units. And, target a couple of units and with so they can have lethal hits and sustained hits. Oh, the deeper you dig, the more you find. So you could be like, I'm going to take a Watchmaster and a Lieutenant in one of my squads, and then I'm going to take a Lieutenant, just a Lieutenant, in another one of my squads. Or maybe like Captain Artemis in there instead. Or just Captain Artemis. Okay. And then you go, I'm going to do site-to-site teleport on my unit here. On my unit. So I'm going to pick these two units up and then go forward. And then I'm going to be like, okay, well, my whole army's going to have lethal hits, but I'm going to give these guys sustained hits. Lethal and sustained? On a site-to-site teleport? With Oath of Moment going down? Man, it's a spicy meatball. Yeah, shit, man. Yeah, I'm telling you, boys. I'm telling you. Load up on dem kill teams. Load up on dem kill teams. Load up on dem characters. This is how we win. This is how we win. Speaking of Watch Captain Artemis, he's not quite as durable as a Watchmaster. He's only got a 3-up, 4-up rather than a 2-up, 4-up. He's only got 4 wounds rather than 5 wounds. Although, to offset that, he does have a 6-up Feel No Pain, but I don't rely upon 6-up Feel No Pains. In terms of his damage output, he's got Hellfire Extremis, which is anti-infantry 4+ with dev wounds. So, obviously, that's potential to do a lot of dev wounds. If he gets like 6 shots, it's only D6, but if he gets 6 shots, then he could be doing like many dev wounds to an infantry target. It's okay. It's dev wounds either way, but the anti-infantry might mean it's very dev wounds. It's a slightly souped up flamer. It's okay. Massive counter power weapon is really strong. It's really strong. It's not quite as good as the spear. It's the same number of attacks, same weapon skill, 1 less strength, same AP, same damage on average. So it's okay. Watchcaptain Artemis, in my opinion, is not as good as a Watchmaster on his offensive capabilities overall. I mean, maybe that balance, maybe he balances out. He's not quite as durable, and I feel like the Flamer is better than the Vigil Spear at shooting, but well, damage too though. Maybe it's kind of, I'm going to say the Flamer is better than the Vigil Spear at shooting, but the Vigil Spear is better at combat, so maybe it balances out. Having lethal hits is very nice, because as we've pointed out, you can just be like, oh, I'll pick this unit to be sustained hits instead every turn. That's fine. And then Unstoppable, so that's really, really good. And then Unstoppable Champion, the first time this model is destroyed, roll 1d6 at the end of the phase on a 2+. Set this model back on the battlefield as close as possible to where it was destroyed and not within engagement range of enemy units with 1 wound remaining. So, that's good. On a 2+, you can get him back up. I mean, he might die again pretty quickly, especially if he dies in the shooting phase and someone charges him in the charge phase and just like pips the last wound off him. But yeah, he's okay. The thing is with Watchcaptain Artemis is he is redonkulously cheap. He's 65 points. Yeah, he's really good. He's really good. Yeah. His damage output is reasonable. His defensive stat line is reasonable. His abilities are good and fun. And that he's at 65 points, he is frankly an auto include in every single game. Yeah, frankly. Is there any fucking character out here which gives you like sustained hits? I don't think there is there? The Judicar. No. He usually fights first. But he can't join the same unit as a captain. Yeah. I do quite like the idea. I mean, you'd have to be quite careful with it. The idea of being like 3 Watchmasters, 3 Lieutenants, and then Watchcaptain Artemis and an Apothecary. That feels nice. That feels nice. But you have to be kind of careful with it, because it's you're going to end up not getting, you're going to get diminishing returns. So you have to be careful with it. Now, before we get into the mainline units, we've got a few super chats that have come in here. So give me a second. Okay, so let's have a look at these super chats. So I want to say a big thank you to Jacko Monkey for subscribing on YouTube. Appreciate it, bud. I also want to say a big thank you to Hexing Gaming. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, thank you, mate. Interesting discussion. I have some ideas to kill the unkillable Silent King from the new detachment with Guard. Mind having a look and telling me what you think? Of course not, mate. Let's have a little gander. Oh, there we go. Okay, so ideas on how to kill the unkillable Silent King. Had a few ideas on how to do it with the fewest number of units. I want to know what you think. I can't think of anything better. Most options feel very heavy on points and still not sure. Rogue or Dawn battle tanks with twin battle cannons, as they're equal to strength 10 to the T10, so the Silent King can't worsen the wound roll with stratagem. So wound on 4s and twin link for rerolls on the wound roll. Also have a Lemur Exterminator to get the extra AP to put him on invulnerable save, unless he's in cover, and then you need Fields of Fight or Hellhound to remove cover on him so he keeps on the invulnerable save. Maybe scout some rerolls. Could save some points with going with the Lemur's battle tanks with the Rogue of Dawn, but then you don't get the rerolls on the wound roll. Less survival. What do you think? I think I would rather take the Lehman Russes, because the Lehman Russes get lethal hits. and they'll have 4 rolls to wound him if he's on an objective. So you don't. That saves you points on needing the Sentinels as well. Yeah, but no, it's an interesting idea. Yeah. Idea 2, other option would be a Element Referal and charge in with a bunch of Melt Lances. Would lance their wound on 4s, and then you get 10 attacks. Fixed bayonet, so they hit on 2s in combat. Could even score some chip damage with lethal hits from guns, but main thing is the melee. Not sure how many wounds it would take if you could get enough into combat to kill him. Idea 3, or maybe just fire as a chaff like Lasguns and overwhelm him with lethal hits. You wouldn't get lethal hits with Lasguns because he is a vehicle, so Lasguns don't work. Don't care about quality, just get quantity. They can be the weakest guns, but if you have loads of them, they'll need lethal hits. Idea 4, don't think this will work, but if you get enough Colossus in position, you could tell them to take aim to hit on 3 and use the anti-monster 5+ to get devastating hits in. Maybe get some rerolls with some Sentinels. Only problem is they need to be stationary to get the anti-monster 5+, and any good player will see the trap and just avoid it. So the problem with all of this hexing is that you just don't do enough damage. You've got to remember the Silent King has 2 menhirs, each with 5 wounds. Okay, so even if you hit him with like a big like damage 10 attack, if only one of those attacks gets through, it only kills 1 menhir. So you've got to get through the 2 menhirs first before you get to him. And the problem is that he is going to regenerate an average of 8 wounds a turn. Which means if you manage to kill both menhirs and then he starts reanimating, he gets both menhirs back. That's the problem. So unfortunately with things like, if we go through the Rogel Dawn, for example, we have, you have an average of 9 shots from the twin battle cannon. You hit 6 times, you wound 3, you re-roll, you wound, let's be generous, so you wound 5 times. Okay, well, even if he's only on his 4+ vulnerable save, you get half of those wounds through from the main gun, right? So let's say you get 3 through. Again, let's be generous. Well, that kills 1 menhir and damages another. Well, now he just regrows them. So see what I mean? And like, so there's nothing, and that's before you even take into account that he has, actually, all that does is kill 1 menhir. Because what's going to happen is he's going to have the -1 damage enhancement nearby. So the issue with all of this is basically it's the combination of, it's not just the -1 to wound, it's actually the -1 damage combined with the menhirs. That's the problem with it. It's really combined with the 4+ vulnerable save, combined with the easy access to just regrowing wounds. So all of these ideas are legit, but I'm telling you right now, you could fire that Rogel Dawn at the Silent King every single turn and he would still be alive by the end of the game. Because you have to take into account that minimum he's regrowing 8 wounds a turn. Minimum. There's a chance that he regrows 12 wounds. So not minimum. Average, he regrows 8 wounds a turn. Average. Maybe he only regrows 4. Maybe he regrows 12. But he could have... he could be regrowing 5 D3 wounds. That's the problem. So the problem is the moment you don't kill him, he just starts reanimating the balls out of. He starts reanimating the balls off stuff. That's the issue. And he only needs like one of those menhirs to come back on like 1 wound, and it makes him a nightmare to deal with again. Yeah. He is killable. He is killable. Like we ran the numbers, like, you know, Angron has like a 10% chance of just killing him, but it's only a 10%. The problem is that it's just so hard to guarantee killing him. Yeah. Yeah. The Rough Riders, again, what? Well, Rough Riders like 1 attack each on those Melter Lances. So let's say you get 10 Melter hits. Let's say you hit 10, let's say you got 10 Rough Riders. They all get into engagement range. They all hit on 2s. Let's say you get lucky and you hit with all 10. On average, you then wound with half of them, which is 5. And then he has his 4+ invulnerable save. So even if you get 4+ invulnerable save with -1 damage, so on average you're doing like 2 to 3 damage per attack. with the -1 taken into account. Oh, he's also got 6 up feel no pain. So again, you charge your Rough Riders in. If you're very, very lucky, you will. If we are overly generous, the Rough Riders might kill a Menhir and a bit. Now you could say, okay, what about we combine the two? What about if we do the Rogel Dawn and the Rough Riders? Yeah, okay. Let's say the Rogel Dawn goes in there, kills a Menhir with its main gun. Let's say the Rough Riders go in and they kill their Menhir. Okay, well, let's say you've killed both Menhirs and maybe even injured the Silent King a little bit. He then regenerates 8 wounds, and more than likely he gets both Menhirs back. Yeah, that's the issue. That's the issue. And that's what we have been very generous with the Rogel Dawn, and we have been very generous with the Rough Riders. The issue is that you can probably do a lot of damage to him, but then he just comes back. And he just starts regenerating. And it's really annoying. Yeah. So, it's just honestly not worth attacking him. What you have to understand with Silent King is that his damage output into most guard armies isn't something you want to worry about. It's not something you want to worry about because he's only got like 4 anti-tank shots, and yeah, maybe he nukes like a vehicle, maybe he can but realistically, he doesn't have a huge. He has like 4 good shots, 12 shit shots, and you don't care about the shit shots if you're running. In most of the time, you don't care about them. So the big thing is, it's just kill everything around him. If the enemy has fully leaned into the Silent King, they could have spent 600 points on him, plus more than 600 points. They might have spent 650 or so points on him. At that point, it's like, okay, what you could do is try and kill the Silent King, or you could take your 2,000 points and use your 2,000 points to completely dominate the enemy's 1,300 point list, because you just ignore the Silent King. I think that's the way you approach it. I mean, you can try and kill him, but I just think the effort is not worth the output, in my opinion. But hey, you can try it. You can try it. And maybe 2,000 points of guard firepower could do it. Maybe. Maybe. But it's a 4 invulnerable save. I never like those odds. It's a 4 invulnerable save before you have all the bullshit. Do you know what I mean? And those can be so annoying to deal with. Yeah. Alright, next let's say a big thank you to Trevor D! Trevor D, thank you so much for the super chat, my man! I was undefeated for the first time at an 18-person RTT. Huzzah, man! That's amazing! That's amazing. Very, 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 very well done. I'm going undefeated at a tournament, man. That's very impressive. Full mech assault on every objective, every turn, using my army wit. Very good, sir. No stopping, only sending in the next wave. Listen, stream discussion. Dude, that's exactly how you should play Mech Guard. Speed, violence, momentum, all gas, no brakes. This is my tournament list going 0-3 against Chaos Knight Wardog spam, Tau Battlesuit spam, and Necron Catan spam. But that's really good for you because you get lethal hits against all of that. 3 tank commands with Demolisher, 1 Regimental Engine Seer, 5 Chimeras with Double Flamer, 5 Infantry Squad with Las Cannons, Rogel Dawn, Scout Sentinel, and Scion Gigablob. Nice. Yeah, mate. That's a really, really good run for you because you get lethal hits against the War Dogs. You get lethal hits against all the Battlesuits because they count as vehicles. And then you get lethal hits against the Catan because they're all monsters. Mate, that's like the perfect run. It's 3 really tough matchups, but ones that work really well. Ones that you play really well into because your whole army is pretty much getting lethals. Apart from the Scion Gigablob, to be fair. But 90% of your army is getting full lethals all the time against that. Yeah. Nice. Very, 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 very well done, mate. And, dude, the Mech Guard, mate. Once you get a taste of that sweet, sweet Mech Guard, It's hard to go back. 07, dude. And seriously, congratulations on smashing it at the event. I also want to say a big thank you to Cogsy Blue! Cogsy Blue, thank you for the tip, mate. Tomorrow, the new Warhammer 40k Battle Sector DLC should be out, and it's Imperial Guard. That would be some fun. Glory to the Guard, glory to the first man to die. Cogsy Blue, thank you so much for the tip, mate. I might be doing some video games. To be honest, I've not been playing video games the last few weeks because there's been so much 40k news out. So I'm not going to promise that I'm going to be playing video games on stream for a little bit. But that's not saying I won't do them again. I want to make that clear. It's just we've got a lot of news happening at the moment. And between Grotmus and then the Guard Codex coming out, you know? Yeah. So I'll keep an eye on it, Cosmic. I'll keep an eye on it for sure. But it might be a little bit later that we do it on stream, and it might be that I just play that kind of stuff either in the Discord with you guys or just in my own time, essentially. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you to Ed Bailey. Ed Bailey, thank you for the super chat, mate. Hot take: the Corvus Black Star is like Timmy, sexy as it's like Timmy is sexy as fuck. Ed Bailey. You flatter me, sir! You flatter me! Yes. See? It's the big nose, guys. It gets them every time. Yeah, no, the Corvus Black Star, in my opinion, is the coolest, most unique-looking flyer in 40k. It's one of the best-looking flyers. Yeah. And I actually know multiple people that have got into Deathwatch just because of how cool the Corvus looks. Yeah. 100%. 100%, man. Yeah. There we go. I want to say next big thank you to Mitch1718. 07, good sir. GW could blue ball everyone by nerfing everyone in the promised balances, or am I being naive? Mitch, firstly, thank you for the 7-month resub. Dude, thank you for your support on Twitch. Secondly, nah. We're at the point of the game now where the point of the edition where GW just breaks everything. Because they've been running the game nice and normally for like 18 months, but everyone's got a little bored with that, so they break the game to generate loads of interaction and excitement, and then in 12 to 18 months times they'll deliver a message of hope with 11th edition and how they're going to fix the game. Yeah. That's what it is. You're being naive, Mitch. Open your eyes. You're being naive. You've been living in a dream world, Mitch. This is the meta as it stands today. That would be a good shot. You've been living in a dream world, Mordian. This is the midpoint. Anti wins. This is the midpoint. This is absolutely the midpoint. We're on in 12 months' time, you will be hearing rumors of 11th edition. I guarantee it. Yeah. I guarantee it. And, well, now we can look forward to 11th edition because we know Deathwatch is still going to be around. Because I might be getting a Deathwatch army this weekend. I don't mean to alarm you. I'm ready to take Deathwatch to tournaments. I'm ready. All right. Next, I want to say, let's get back to the Deathwatch for a second. So, big thank you to all of you guys for your support. Big thank you. Appreciate you guys coming in with the super chats and everything, and the member flexes and all that kind of good stuff. Thank you, boys. I didn't want to just rush back. I wanted to make sure I say my thank yous, you know. Okay, so 1, 4, 2, 4. Right. Deathwatch veterans. So I'm not gonna lie to you guys. This right here is why I want to collect Deathwatch. I don't really care about the Terminators as well. But I don't really care about like and the Corvus. When I say I just don't really care about the Primara stuff. I like the Deathwatch stuff. I like the kill teams, man. It's just the veterans, man. The veterans are cool. Veterans are cool. My entire army is basically going to consist of veterans the whole time. All right. So what do we got here? So Deathwatch veterans basically have a tactical marine or / intercessor stat line. They've got 6-inch move, T4, 3+ save, 2 wounds, leadership 6, OC of 2. Each Deathwatch veteran comes equipped with a bolt gun. Standard ass bolter. 24-inch range, 2 attacks, ballistic skill 3+, strength 4, AP 0, damage 1. But of course, remember that you have your... That's a deceptive profile because A, you're actually very, very, very unlikely to bother with any bolt guns in your list. Well, you might take some here and there, but you're probably not going to bother. And the other thing is that even if you do take a whole bunch of bolt guns, you're probably just going to just be cracking roundsing them and buffing them up in all sorts of manners. Yeah. The combi weapon, I think, is just going to be for your sergeant. Deathwatch shotgun. Now, I'm a little confused. And I would like someone in chat to explain to me, if you had to choose between the bolt gun and the Deathwatch shotgun, why the fuck would you ever take the bolt gun? Because the Deathwatch shotgun has exactly the same profile as the bolt gun, except it's assault. And except it's damage 2. It's fucking man-stopper slugs. We've not got bird shot in there. We've got buckshot in there, man. Holy fuck. Yeah. So I think Deathwatch. If you're going to take any standard issue weapons, it's going to be Deathwatch shotguns. That's my feeling on the whole thing. Bolt gun is missing its keywords. What do you mean, Siriade? I don't think none of the ammunition stratagems or anything apply to just bolt weapons anymore. Like if you look, that's not what they changed. Like Dragonfire rounds, it just applies to all range weapons. It doesn't apply to bolt weapons anymore. So you have Dragonfire rounds on frag cannons and stuff. So Stalker Bolt is pretty good as well. Stalker Bolt is pretty good as well. It's only one shot though, but it's got the AP and it's got the damage too. So no, I mean the bolt gun normally has 2 keywords. Does it? Okay, fair enough. What keywords are they? I guess is the big question. The Stalker Bolt gun's pretty good. It's got the damage 2 and the AP 1. Of course, it is only one shot, but it's one better shot, I suppose. The big thing that you take Deathwatch for, though, is the heavy weapons you can load into the squad, and realistically, it's the melee weapons. Because we go down to the options here. For every 5 models in this unit, up to 2 models can each have their bolt gun replaced with one of the following: 1 bolt gun, 1 Astartes shield, and 1 close combat weapon. They fixed it! Yes! It's never been done. We have literally waited 18 months, 2 indexes, and a fucking Imperial Agents Codex for them to finally fix it. This is a beautiful day, gentlemen. This is a beautiful day. Remember this day. Finally, the debate of do Astartes with bolt guns and Astartes shields get to fight in close combat has been settled. The answer is yes. They finally remembered that you can punch people. They finally fixed it. Or you go for power weapon Astartes shield. So the thing is though, that means you can have in a 10-man squad 4 models with power weapons and Astartes shields. And like, power weapons are not to be sniffed at. I mean, that would be 12 strength 5, AP -2, damage 1 attacks. Bear in mind, you can get lethal hits in close combat. Very lethal hits. This army has ample access to lethal hits. Because you've got lieutenants, you've got Captain Artemis, you've got your mission tactics. Lethal hits coming out the wazoo with this fucking army if you want it to. And not even CP intensive. So yeah, you can get a lot of so you see, you'll see what I'm saying is like you're probably never going to bother with the bolt guns, frankly. For every 5 models of this unit, up to 2 models each can have a bolt gun. Can each have their bolt gun and power weapon replaced with a Deathwatch Thunderhammer. I mean, again, that's 4 Thunderhammers. Again, we're now up to 8 models, which can all have these big fucking like. That's another 12 big hits with the Deathwatch Thunderhammers. And these are big Thunderhammers as well. These are decent fucking Thunderhammers. Decent. For every 1 model unit, for every 5 models unit, 1 model can have its bolt gun and power weapon replaced with a stalker pattern bolt gun. So you can only have a couple of those in the unit. For every 5 models unit, up to 2 models each can have their bolt gun and power weapon replaced with 1 Deathwatch shotgun and 1 close combat. But see, that's the thing. Okay, so okay, I've answered my question. Why would you ever have the bolt gun? Because the bolt gun comes with the power weapon. The Deathwatch shotgun doesn't come with the power weapon. That's what it is. That's the difference. For every 5 models of the unit, 1 model can have its bolt gun and power weapon replaced with the frag cannon. For every 5 models of the unit, 1 model can have its bolt gun and power weapon replaced with the defensive bolter. 1 model's bolt gun and power weapon can be replaced with black shield blades, and then the Watchmaster can have the Xenophase blade. So, how you would probably build these units is if you're going down the close combat route, every motherfucker can have a close combat weapon. Like in a 5-man squad, you can have 2 guys with power weapons and Astartes shields, 2 guys with Thunderhammers, and then you can have the Sergeant with the Xenophase blade. In a 10-man squad, you can have 4 guys with power weapon and shield, 4 guys with Thunderhammers, 1 guy with the black shield blades, and 1 Sergeant with the Xenophase blade. So either way, you can go. I mean, I personally see these guys as close combat units. Personally, I see them more as a close combat unit, as a melee unit, than as a shooting unit. The shooting is fine. The shooting is fine, but I think it's the melee where it's at. Okay? So, if you look, the Black Shield Blades is basically power weapons, but you're going to have twin linked on them and an extra attack, so it's like lightning claws. Xenophase Blade is a power weapon that again gets an extra attack and does death wounds. If you had one of these squads, attacking with just Captain Artemis, the only support they had was Captain Artemis, okay? You would have a total of... Let me work this out. 12 plus 8 plus 4. You'd have 20 power weapon attacks and 12 Thunderhammer attacks. Plus you've got Captain Artemis, who's actually bringing 6 attacks to the table as well. So that's actually 38 attacks. Many of which we're breezing over things like twin linked dev wounds as well, like which are really good. But you've got 38 attacks with lethal hits, with at the very least reroll 1s, with easy access to sustained hits as well, thanks to your mission tactics. That's the minimum you're going to have. And the reality is that it can get so much more than that. The reality is that you could have full rerolls to hit if you're fighting a Xenos unit. And you could have like a watch captain in there and a whole bunch of other shit that could go on, right? The point is that this is it's a lot of fucking attacks. It's a lot of attacks. And there's a lot of damage in there. And the lethal hits with the rerolls makes it that even if your strength isn't as bad as it looks. And sustained as well. Sustained and lethals and full rerolls. Yeah, man. Yeah, like, it ain't even a thing. These guys are really good in close combat. But what is the ideal shooty loadout? Well, the ideal shooty loadout is... you probably You're going to take 2 frag cannons. You're going to take 2 Infernus Heavy Bolters. Okay? You're probably then going to take 2 Stalker Pattern Bolt Guns. Then you're going to have your Sergeant, who you might give him the combi weapon. Sure, fuck it if you want. I don't... Maybe give the combi weapon. But I think you then actually... That's where the bolt gun with Astartes shield guys comes in. Because you want that little bit of durability. Now, the reason why I'm not as hot on the ranged stuff is I actually think there's better units later on in the index which do the range thing better. But the frag cannon is okay. It's okay. Like, it only hits on 4s is kind of the pisser. Even with, like, yeah, it's got, like, heavy and stuff, but it only hits on 4s. The Infernus Heavy Bolter is decent, but you have to pick between the Flamer part or the Heavy Bolter part. Like, do you see what I mean? There's less grabbing me here. There's less grabbing me. I feel like there are better shooter units out there. But this is one of the few units that just seems to get so many power weapons for such a reasonable price point. So for me, Deathwatch Veterans are an incredible unit. They bring a lot to the table. But you want to be thinking about them in melee terms. For sure. For sure. But Deathwatch Terminators, though, this is something I'm sort of going in blind here, guys. But I've heard good things. So, typical Terminator profile, movement 5, a little bit slower. T5, 2 up, 4 up, 3 wounds, 6 plus, and OC1. Now, before they seem to have access to the usual Terminator weapons. They seem to have access to the usual. They're like a combination of assault Terminators and tactical Terminators. Let's have a look at what weapon options you've got. Up to 3 Deathwatch Terminators can each have their Storm Bolter replaced with one of the following. Assault Cannon, Heavy Flamer, Plasma Cannon, 1 Cyclone Missile Launcher, 1 Storm Bolter. This model Storm Bolter cannot be replaced. Okay. Any number of models can each have the Power Fist and Storm Bolter replaced with one of the following. 1 Storm Bolter and Power Weapon. Don't know why you want to downgrade, but okay. 1 Storm Bolter and Chain Fist. I guess you hit a little bit worse with the Chain Fist, but it's got the anti-vehicle. 1 Thunderhammer and Storm Shield, 1 Twin Lightning Claws. If a character from your army with the lead ability can be attached to a Terminator squad, it can be attached to this unit instead. Very, very important, that. In terms of assault, you can reroll charges made for this unit. Each time this unit ends a charge move, each enemy within engagement range of this unit must take a Battleshock test. If that unit does not have the Imperium or Chaos keyword, subtract 1 from that test. And then they've got Teleport to Homer. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I think this is another combat unit. I mean, I know lower decks is like fire the Cyclone missiles and you'd have like 3... You'd have like 6 crack rockets, but crack rockets are kind of gash. I don't know if I'm being mad here, but crack rockets are kind of ass. Like, why wouldn't you just take these guys with fucking Thunderhammers and Storm Shields and then just be like, I'm going to deep strike down, just throw these guys forward.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Like, why wouldn't you do that? Thunderhammers are great. And if you fuck the charge up, it's not the end of the world because... If you fuck the charge up, it's not the end of the world because you've got Storm Shields in every guy. That's all that's going through my head at the moment. I mean, what characters can join them? That's the biggie, right? What characters? Let's have a look at the characters that can join them and see if that changes the picture. Okay, so Ancient and Terminator armor. What do you bring to the table? Keep the banner high. Whilst models leading a unit, each time on that unit makes an attack, add 1 to the hit roll. If that unit is below its starting strength, add 1 to the reroll. So you don't really want to be below starting strength, but okay, fair enough. Captain and Terminator armor. Reroll charge rolls. There's no point in that. Okay, fuck him then. Chaplain Terminator armor. Whilst most leading unit, each time this unit makes a melee attack, add 1 to the wound roll. That's very nice. That's very nice. Chaplain Terminator armor coming in hot there. Librarian Terminator armor. Sustained hits. Okay, sustained hits is quite nice. That's it. Why are people saying that the crack is strength 11? $66 frag? I don't care about frag rounds. I literally don't care about frag rounds. If you're taking Terminators for anti-infantry firepower, that is a bad call. You do not need. Remember, we're in a tank meta, boys. Do not ever be subdued by the idea that the missile launcher is a multi-purpose weapon. It is not. It's just a shit las cannon. That's all it is. Cracking rounds is quite nice. But I'm trying to think of where the best... The assault cannons plus Dragon Hellfire rounds would be amazing. Oh no, it doesn't work on. No, it doesn't work. Yeah. So you could have them benefiting from lethal hits and sustained hits. Because you could have the librarian in there giving the sustained hits, and the mission tactics giving them lethal hits. That's quite nice. They don't have +2 to their strength, do they? No, what's... No. Nah, I don't know why are people got such a hard on for this unit. I'm not seeing it. I've been looking for... Chat assured me that the Deathwatch Terminator squads look good. I don't see it. I mean, what I basically see is you don't have to pay for a captain. But basically, you're going to be doing the same thing. I'm guessing people are getting, like, kind of sticky knickers over the idea of, like, Stormbolter plus Cyclone Missile Launcher frag equaling like an average. You're gonna have like 66, which is like 21 Cyclone Missile Launcher shots, plus you're gonna have your Storm Bolters, which are like another like 40 shots, so it's like 61 strength 4 shots with like AP1 and like lethal hits. I guess that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. It's like 10 lethal hits. Yeah. Not that much though, is it? 10 lethals. I guess it's okay. AP1. Maybe sustained as well. It's the teleport strat, picking them up and down. Yes. The teleport strat is nice for the reroll charges. But you've got to teleport down, try your charge, and if you fuck it up, you've then got to survive the enemy's turn to get picked back up again. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced by Deathwatch Terminators. I think they were better units. I'm not convinced. I mean, how many points are these motherfuckers? That'll be the decider. 360 points for a big squad. 180 points for a 5 squad. Nah, fam. Nah. I would take Deathwatch veterans over them every single day of the week. I wouldn't even hesitate about it. Like, that's 15 wounds versus 20 wounds for basically the same points cost. Basically. Not even think. I've got 4 invulnerable saves for my Deathwatch veterans. I hit harder in close combat with my Deathwatch veterans. Yeah, man. It ain't even a thing. It ain't even a thing, bro. It ain't even a fucking thing, bruh. Like, nah, fam. Nah, I ain't seeing it, bruv. I ain't seeing it. I ain't seeing it. I ain't seeing it. You never come across much chaff in 10th edition anyway, because everyone's running hyper elite armies. They're not that durable. They're nothing durability wise. They're nothing special apart from if you give them all storm shields, and then they're gonna hit like ass because they hit on fucking 4s. And it's the moment someone's got -1 to hit. You really better fucking pray you don't run into Death Guard with the -1 to hit in melee thing, and then you just go, well, jeez. Oh, jeez, Rick! I missed with all my Thunderhammer attacks! Oh, jeez, Rick! Yeah, man. Damn Legion, 3 Cyclone Missile launchers and 7 Thunderhammer Storm Shields. Maybe. Maybe. I'm just, I'm big not convinced. I am big not convinced by this unit. Big not convinced. My God, I'm looking at it, and I am not erect. I'm sorry, chat, I'm not erect. I'm not erect. I don't like it. I'm not erect. I like Terminators. I like this. Catharsis, you only take 1 5-man. Realistically, they could easily kill most infantry squads with mass anti-infantry 2+ wins. But why would you take 1 5-man Terminator squad when you could take 1 10-man Deathwatch veteran squad, and you can still teleport them around using site-to-site teleport? Why would you? Why would you? You know, and if you want to kill infantry, the fucking Deathwatch kill team with all the flamers and frag cannons and all that shit is going to do a better job. Now, Trey Dudley, just take them as units of 5 for the 3 special weapons. Okay, that... Okay. Trey, you have... You've made a good point. A damn good point, sir. The size of the squad does not impact how many special weapons they can take. Don't think about these in terms of 10-man squads. No. No. These are not 10-man squads. 5-man units. 5-man units with 3 cyclone missile launchers. Or 5-man units with 3 assault cannons. That's pretty good. But it's 100... The thing is, though, it's 180 points. I am 99.9% certain that I can find a Space Marine unit that's going to put out a lot more firepower for 180 points. I mean, I could take a fucking Gladiator Lancer, right? For less? For a lot less? Right, we've got the... can we check? Where the fuck are they? Let's have a look. Core rules, key downloads, Muton field manual. Space Marines. Where the fuck are Space Marines, man? 26. Yeah, I'll just take one of these, bro, if you don't mind. And have no synergy with your army? They still benefit... What do you mean no synergy with my army? You guys fucking high? They still benefit from mission tactics. If I want assault, if I want Dakar, I'll take the Reaper. If I want anti-tank, I'll take the Lancer. Of course they've got synergy with my army. My Deathwatch kill teams rush forward, putting pressure on the enemy. My Lancers fire, guard fire this bitch. Have the infantry pushing forward and have your fucking Lancers shooting the shit out of them. I don't see it, boys. Mark, don't, maybe I am. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, I ain't convinced by Deathwatch Terminators. You want a long-range fire support unit? You can do better. You want a close-range anti-infantry unit? You can do better. 180 points is very expensive for 5. The only real advantage they have, and to be fair, I'm not being unreasonable. The advantage they have over something like a Lancer is arguably much more durable. Because they'd be on a 2-up save, in cover, and they've got a 4% vulnerable save. So there's a real chance that, they're not doing as much damage, but they can sling those rockets out whilst holding an objective or something, maybe. Less susceptible to someone dropping down and, blasting them in the ass, maybe. And they're only T5. Yeah. I'm not convinced, chat. I remain unconvinced. Does that mean I'm never going to take Deathwatch Terminators? Of course not. I will definitely be taking Deathwatch Terminators because they're cool as fuck. They're cool as fuck. But I do not... I'm telling you right now, I do not see a point-efficient way of using these guys right now. You will take these guys because they are cool. You will take these guys because they are fun. You will take these guys because they've got kill team. You'll take these guys because they're fucking Deathwatch Terminators. You'll take these guys because they have a bit of a unique thing where they can take triple cyclone missile launch and a 5-man squad. There is many reasons you will take these guys, but do not fool yourself. There are point for point better damage output units, and I think these are going to be one of those units that you take for funsies, but you don't worry too much. You don't worry too. You don't worry too. You're taking a less efficient choice here. Okay. We've got to go with super chats coming in here. Give me a second. Okay. So, I want to say a big thank you to Trey Dudley! Trey Dudley, thank you so much for the super chat, mate. I'm late to the discussion, but I don't think all Deathwatch units get to use the attachment rule because it triggers off the mission tactics keyword, but doesn't grant that keyword. Bespoke Deathwatch units only. No, I don't think so. I think you're looking at this the wrong way around. Trey Dudley, I know what you're talking about. So, what you're talking about is this bit, right? So, it's you're talking about mission tactics, it triggers off the keyword. So, I think you're looking at this the wrong way around. How I think this works is if you are in... so, this ability here is a faction ability, as you can see it here, right? But if you go through, let's say, if you go to a regular Space Marine data sheet, you won't see it say Firestorm Tactics for whatever the fire, or Ironstorm Tactics, right? You won't see that on their data sheet. And yet, all units inside a Space Marine Ironstorm detachment will benefit from that detachment rule. Okay? But it's not on their data sheet. So, you're looking at this the wrong way around. If you are in a detachment, all units in that detachment benefit from that detachment rule. That's it. That's simple. Okay? And that's why it says here, at the start of your command phase, select one of the mission tactics, still start your next command phase. That mission tactic is active and the effects apply to all units from your army's ability. And then it says, while this mission tactic is active, weapons equipped by Adeptus Astartes units from your army have the sustained one hits ability. So you get mission tactics. If you're in the detachment, everyone gets mission tactics. If you're, because it says all Adeptus Astartes units from your army have this ability. That's how I see it. I see what you're saying though, because it does say with this ability. So maybe those other attachments don't require a keyword. Maybe. I see what you're saying. I was under the impression, and this is what I've been told from chat as well, is that how this works is it means that when you take your Deathwatch units and put them in another detachment, let's say like Ironstorm, for example, you still get mission tactics. With this ability is key, so only these datasheets get it. Oh, now I'm being told different things. Chat. I'm getting mixed signals, man. Mission tactics, no mission tactics. I'm getting mixed signals. I'm getting mixed signals. Some people are telling me you get it. Some people are telling me you don't get it. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I'll tell you what I would do. I would love to be able to check this against... I'd love to be able to check this against the Space Marine detachments, but sadly GW has paywalled the codex and I refuse to pay for it, so there you go. CJ, this is so strange. GW is known for writing really clear rules. I know. Shall we... I wonder if there's a way of checking this. 1 minute. There might be a way of checking this. Let's have a look. Come on, you. It's thinking about it, but it's kind of shit. Right, can we try again? People say, use Wikipedia. Yeah, it's it often doesn't load. Okay, let's look at detachments. Gladius Task Force. Combat Doctrines. At the start of your command phase, you can select one of the combat doctrines listed below. Until the start of your next command phase, that combat doctrine is active and its effects apply to all Adeptus Astartes units from your army. You can only select each combat doctrine once per battle. That's the difference. That's the difference right there. In your army. Not your army with this ability. Oh my god. Mad Larkin, you lied to me. You dirty, dirty liar. Right. Where are these other fucking attachments? Is just 1 minute. Here we go. Let's check Ironstorm Spearhead. Once per phase, each Adeptus Astartes unit in your army, you can reroll one hit roll, one damage roll, one wound roll, or one damage roll made from model in that unit. Affects them all. Affects them all. That's it. It's confirmed. It's confirmed. Finally. I think you're right, Trey Dudley. You know what? I think you're right. I think you're right. You've convinced me. It really helps when you read the full sentence. It really helps. It is actually written incredibly clearly. It is actually written incredibly clearly. At the start of your command phase, you can select one of the mission tactics listed below. Until the start of your next command phase, that mission tactic is active and its effects applied to all units from your army with this ability. It's clear. It's clear. So you don't get mission tactics on all of your other things. While sometimes active, weapons equipped by sets of units from your army have the sustained hits 1 ability. Yes. But that mission tactic is active and its effects apply to all units from your army with this ability. So if you don't have the ability, you don't get the mission tactic. I guess the confusion is coming from the fact that when you look at Führer tactics, which always sounds really bad. It's meant to be like Führer. I'm going to call it Führer. It sounds like I'm saying Führer, which is not good at all. Let's just stick to the next one, shall we? 999! When you are... Let's look at Malleus tactics. There we go. While this mission tactic is active, weapons equipped by death started units from your army have the lethal hits ability. That's where the confusion is, right? That's where the confusion is, right? Because it says weapons equipped by death started units from your army have the lethal hits ability. So that's where... So if you were to just read this bit, you would think that, okay, so everything in my army is going to benefit from the Malleus tactics. That's what you'd think, right? Everything in my army. But then when you read this bit, it says, aside your command phase, you can select one mission tactic listed below. Until the start of your next command phase, that mission tactic is active and its effects applied to all units from your army with this ability. Now the difference between the difference is that if you look at Gladius, it says and its effects apply to all units from your army, and then this bit isn't there. This bit isn't there. So I'm confused. I don't know if you gain this ability by being in the detachment though. No, you don't. Like, again, if you go over the Gladius, it just says all units in your army. So my instinct is, that I don't... I think only Deathwatch units get it. Now, the big question is, you still have... Now, the big question is here, you still have the faction ability mission tactics. So what happens if you go into... What happens if you put your Deathwatch into a... What happens if you put your Deathwatch into a Gladius detachment? Because they still have on their datasheet the faction ability mission tactics. Right? So do you still get to use mission tactics? Or is that only within the Deathwatch Black Spear Task Force? Mad Larkin, don't be sitting here asking. Don't be sitting. Mad Larkin's like, yes, yes, that's what I said. You did not say that all along, Mad Larkin, you lying piece of shit. I'm telling you, this guy is trying to, he's trying to make me look even more incompetent than I already am. Without the tactical rule, you can't activate the mission tactics. That would be my thinking as well. Catharsis 4. Select attachment rules, notes on your army roster. 1 set of attachment rules for your army. It just does nothing. Right. Okay. Now, you know what? Do you know what? This all makes a lot of sense to me. Mad Larkin, don't lie. Don't lie. It's unbecoming of you. Don't lie. Chat, I could go back and get the fucking receipts, Mad Larkin, where you were like, and then everything in your army gets mission tactics, and then you can take it and spread it to all of the detachments, and you can re-roll a re-roll. I have the receipts. It's recorded. It's recorded. I have the receipts. You even said it a moment ago. You literally said it a moment ago. And they carry it to other detachments. I have the receipts. You said it a moment ago. You've incriminated yourself. You incriminate yourself, Mad Larkin. There you go. Alright, so. Do you know what? Let's just. You know what? You know what, chat? You know what? You know what? But it doesn't, Mad Larkin! It doesn't carry over to other detachments. So you are lying anyway! You're lying! However you slice it, sir! Your pants have spontaneously combusted. Your nose has gone all the way to Plymouth. Like, it. However you slice it. You're a low down, dirty deceiver. Spreading misinformation. I got a phone call from Moscow saying they're looking to hire you. That's what's happening here. That's what's happening. They're like, there is no war in Ba Sing Se. They're like, Officers of the Watch. Officers of the Watch. Note. Officers of the Watch. Note. Take note. Oh man. Mad Larkin, don't debate with me. Don't debate with me. The fault is not mine, sir. Trey Dudley must answer. Bus, Trey, you've just thrown you under it, mate. Enjoy it. Right, can we just... Do you know what? I'm going to get another drink in a moment. We're like 5 hours in. We've done like 3 data sheets. Right. Right. I'm going to make this fucking simple. You know what? Let's just approach this in the most simple way forward. Which is, does it make sense? Does it make sense that you have to be in the Deathwatch attachment to get mission tactics? Yes. Does it make sense that Deathwatch units only benefit from the Deathwatch mission tactics? It's on their data sheets. Yes. Does it start getting fucky wookie when we start saying that this shit's going to start transferring to that shit and this shit's going to start fingering that thing's asshole? No. It doesn't make sense. What is the straightest point between point A and point B? What is the least gamey? What is the most just simple path? That's a simple path. The simple path is, if you take Deathwatch kill teams, they get mission tactics, and that's it. That's it. That's the way I'm playing it. You know? That's the way I'm playing it. And you know what? There may be lots of great arguments. There might be lots of great arguments and logical things that, or illogical things, or rules lawyering that can take part and can be thrown into this argument. But do you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to make it simple for myself. And I'm going to run my Deathwatch army. And I'm going to say that my Deathwatch units, I'm just going to run pure. I'm going to run pure Deathwatch units inside my Deathwatch army. That's it. That's it. And the thing is, anytime in 40k, there has been one of these. Well, actually, right now, it means this translates over to this, and this translates over to that, and, well, actually, anytime there's been a well, actually moment, what's happened? The GW balancing has come in with some sort of FAQ or something, and they've just gone, no, stop it, get help, fuck off. That's what they've done. So, it's, what's the golden rule? If it's, this is a serious moment, guys. We've had a bit of a joke, but serious moment. What is the golden rule of 40k? What is the golden rule? Okay, if there is ever any uncertainty around a rule, if you can play that uncertainty where it benefits you, or you can play that uncertainty where it doesn't benefit you, you must always play that uncertainty against you. Because if you play it in your benefit and then you win a game, if not win an event because of it, and then it gets called out as being controversial, or it gets called out as, or it gets FAQ'd later, then you look like the arsehole. You look like the arsehole, you have not fought with honor, you have tried to game the system. A code attain. My 8 bound could totally go to Rhino. Exactly. My Rhino can definitely go inside another Rhino. Exactly. Okay? But you always play the rules. If in doubt, you play the rules against you. Because that is the sportsmanship way to play. And there's no point in playing this game if we're not going to be sportsmanship. It's fucking toy soldiers, okay? We've got to play with honor. And B, it's also often the way that ends up being right in the long term. And C, if it ends up that you get to benefit from it later, that's fine. But you know, then it becomes a nice Brucey bonus. See what I mean? So that's it. That's it. I have spoken. I have spoken. That is my ruling on it. That is like my opinion, man. You know, we're not going to game the system. We're not going to game the system. There we are. There we are. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Keep it straightforward. Keep it tight. Tight, tight, tight. There we go. Exactly. And there's one other golden rule, which we've had one golden rule, yes. We're going to have another golden rule. Okay? The other golden rule is, if Mad Larkin tells you something, do the opposite. The other golden rule is, it's never your fault. Mad Larkin must answer. No matter what situation you get in, no matter what situation, if you use that in court, they will let you off. This is not legal advice. Joshy 40k, what about doom bolting tank commanders turning off befitting an officer? Why the fuck would it turn it off? Is it because it's not an attack, technically an attack? If someone tried that, I'd be like, nah. I'm like, nah, fuck off. Has my tank commander died? Yes. Well, he's going to shoot you back then on a 2+. And I'd roll a 1. And I'm like, well, that solved the argument then, didn't it? Oh. Look, we've got to muddle our way through these things, guys. We've got to muddle our way through these things. You don't want to end up like, it was this kind of shit. It's this kind of shit is how we ended up in 7th edition. Oh, well, technically, it doesn't say that I can't take a dump on the table, so I'm going to do that. It's like, it doesn't say that, but the rules are not necessarily there to tell you what you can't do. The rules are there to try and tell you what you can do. There you go. Josh 4K, it's official now, though, in the FAQ. If it's in the FAQ, that's different. If it's in the FAQ, that's different. It's fucking stupid, but it's in the FAQ. That's different. There you go. There you go. All right. Now that we have thoroughly lambasted Mad Larkin, thoroughly thrown him under the bus for spreading misinformation, let's continue. Because a shooting attack that is not technically a shooting attack is so 1,000 Suns. I know, right? Yeah. It's this kind of shit, honestly. It's this kind of shit where people are like, I'm fucking going to Old World. I'm fucking going to bot action. Because it's just like, just muddle through it. Do you know what I think it is, on a serious note? If you play games like Bolt Action and you play games like Old World, if you play them long enough and hard enough, you will get to the same. Issues. You will, absolutely, you will do. As we get into with 40k, you will get into some issues. The thing is that a lot of the people that play those games don't know life them. 40k is definitely something that people know life. I mean, I fucking know life it, right? 40k is definitely something that people know life, and so because there's so many, and it's such a big community that everyone is working on it, on every detail of it all of the time. And so what you find is that the collective brain power that gets put into it means that we get into that minutia of detail. Is an attack and all that kind of stuff, right? And so because of that, that's why we get these kind of questions. But you just don't really get that in the other games because people don't know life them to the same degree. Nowhere near as much. People just sort of muddle through it. And you get, like, I've been at Old World tournaments where me and my opponent have been like, I don't know what the fuck happens here. And we're like, well, what if we just sort of do that and then your unit comes in here and does that? And we sort of look at it and go, yeah, that makes sense. Probably rules as written, we got it wrong. But, you know, we look at the situation, we muddle it together and we go, are you being disadvantaged by that? No. Am I gaining a big advantage from that? No. Sweet. Well, then we've muddled through to a point where both players are happy. Let's continue. Because remember, the games, the rules are meant to be there to facilitate the game taking place. It's the same with bot action. Bot action it can be quite clunky, a rule set. I mean, I really like it, but it can be quite a clunky rule set. But you just get to points where it's like, what the fuck happens here? Well, we could check the rule book, but do you just want to like do that? It's like, yeah, go on then. Yeah. I think it's because the Artistrator puts it. 10th has some of the most spaghetti rules. Hopefully they adopt the AOS writing for 11th. I mean, the thing is, I don't know what AOS rules are like, but if AOS had the same size community as 4K, I bet you would have this. I bet the spaghetti would be revealed. I think at the moment, that's a good way of putting it. At the moment, everyone who plays 40k can see the spaghetti for what it is, because we've basically all eaten the fucking sauce. We've eaten the fucking sauce, we've eaten the meatballs. The only, so on the spaghetti rule, which is all the flavor, right? We've eaten all of that, so there's just the spaghetti left over. Whereas when you go to other game systems, it's like you don't see the spaghetti rules, you just see the delicious sauce on top. Yeah. That's the difference. Yeah. Right, now I'm going to grab a quick drink and then we're going to fucking rustle through the rest of this bloody index. Which, I mean, I thought I would have covered I thought I was going to have covered the night detachments by now, but apparently not. Apparently not. They're going to be for tomorrow, apparently. Back in a minute. I'm back. I'm back, but I'm only back temporarily because I need a piss. So I'll be back again in a moment. Right, I'm back. I'm back. Has anyone checked on Mad Larkin? I don't want him to have jumped off a roof anywhere because I was mean to him. All right. Let's have a look. Mad Larkin, I love you really. All right, here we are. Let's have a look here. So we've got another super chat here. I want to say a big thank you to Captain Krakenash. Thank you for the 170 bits, mate. Sorry it took me so long to get to you. We get it. You don't have to turn me. Side note, I posted the Johnson I'm currently fondling while you argue Deathwatch. You... What? I better make sure you're not bloody talking about you posted dick pics anywhere. Oh no, thank God. I was like, Jesus Christ, this could get me demonetized quickly. Mad Larkin, I'm just correct for now. Fair enough. Hey, dude, technically correct. That's kind of correct. Hey, this is a beautiful Johnson that you have been fondling, mate. I like the part heresy armor, part non-heresy armor, as it were. That's cool. I didn't know. I've never seen anyone do the helmeted head on him before. That looks really good. That's cool. I've been told that the lion is scientifically bullshit in the game, but I'm fortunate enough where I've never come across anyone that's decided to run him. There you go. It looks great though. That is a very, very nice green. It's a lush green. A luscious green. Excellent, man. Very, very nice. Very nice indeed. We've got another picture down here as well. Nice. That shield's come out really good. Really, really good. Excellent work, mate. Excellent. Right. Let's rattle through some bloody Deathwatch. Is the Corvus any good? It has hover. It has stealth. Does it always have stealth? That seems pretty good. I didn't know it had fucking stealth. Okay. Each time this model ends a normal move, you can select one enemy unit it moved over during that move. Roll 6d6 for each 5+ that it suffers 1 mortal wound. I mean, that's okay, right? Auspex Array ignores cover. Infernum Halo Launch. The bearer has the smoke keyword. I guess you don't. I don't really see the point of having the smoke keyword. This one's got +1 to hit, maybe. I guess the cover's kind of nice, but. You get 2 Black Star rocket launchers, twin assault cannon armored hull. You can swap the assault cannon for las cannon. You can swap the Black Star rocket launchers for storm trap missile launchers. You can just have a hurricane bolt, so you might as well. And you can be equipped with the Auspex Array or the Infernum Halo launcher. I'd probably go for ignores cover. Black Star rocket launchers, storm strike rocket launchers, better. Yeah, better. Yeah, I think you go Hurricane Bolter, I think you go Twin Laser Cannon, and I think you go Black Star Rocket Launcher. It is 14 wounds, which is kind of nice. How much can it transport these days? 12? That's pretty decent. I guess the big question... Talzon, we're going to cover all of that tomorrow, I think. The big question is, how much does it cost? Oh, 180 points? Man, that's like almost 3 rhinos. I want to like it. Am I being overly harsh? Is it good? Maybe it's good. I don't know. Not great, not terrible is my instinct on this one. Not great, not terrible. It certainly... Can he be good if it's 50 points overcosted? Probably not. It does ignore cover. But I'm looking at this thing with like it's 3 fucking piddly ass shots. And I'm thinking... Pfft. I guess it gets mission tactics. I guess stealth is kind of nice. Yeah. I'll probably still run a pair of them in a fun list here and there, but not expecting great things out of it. With stealth and hover, move over models and terrain, I think it's the best flyer. Yeah, I mean, it does have hover. It does have stealth. If you put it in hover mode, it can, like, float around the board, benefiting from cover and having stealth. Is it better than a Lehman Russ? Probably not. But it can transport things. It's 3. You're exactly right, Blue Shadow. It's 3.6 Rontgen. Not great, not terrible. I think the temptation is to go with the big las cannons and stuff. But I wonder if you should ignore that temptation. Go for the Black Star rocket launchers. Because you have 2 of those. How many storm 1 minute? Wait a second. No. I thought the Storm Strike rockets got 2 shots each. I was like, 4 shots plus an las cannon. Suddenly it's okay. No. Yeah, do you know what? I would be kind of tempted to take it with the anti-infantry loadout. Because at least then all of its guns are pointing in the same direction. Like, you've got the assault cannon, that's anti-infantry. You've got the hurricane bolter, that's anti-infantry. You've got the Black Star rocket launcher, that's anti-infantry. You know, like, at least everything's pointing in the right direction. And then it's ignoring cover. Yeah. That's probably the way I'd go with it. Because at the end of the day, the Storm Strike rockets aren't really anti-tank because they're only strength 10. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I think the temptation, even in 10th edition, It's like, would I ever run the Valkyrie with the fucking shitty, the fucking shitty big missiles? Probably not. So would I? So yeah, I think you take it as. I think you take it as anti-infantry, and the idea is you load up a fucking kill team of melee bastards in here, and this thing clears the infantry on the way in, and then dumps the kill team out, and then the kill team starts going to town. That's the way I think you do it. Yeah. With that in mind, it is cheaper. It can probably be surprisingly durable with a 3-up save, with cover, with stealth, with 14 wounds. And then it can probably do... you probably wouldn't want too many of them. 1 or 2 would be probably max. But yeah, that would be okay. And it is cool as fuck. Okay, let's get to the strike team that everyone is actually talking about. Which is the Talon strike team. So this is the new kill team. This is the one that people are getting very sticky knickers about. This is where you can take intercessors, and basically you can take jump pack intercessors and the fucking big jumpy dudes in Gravis armor, and put them in one big squad, which is kind of cool. You have to take them as a 10-man squad. There's no advantage for taking them less than 10-man squad. There's no points discount. And you can take up to 5 of the heavy intercessors, or you can take them all as jump pack intercessors. Each guy comes with a heavy bolt pistol and a chainsword. The heavy intercessors come with the assault bolters. The kill team sergeant can take a plasma pistol or a hand flamer. I would take the plasma pistol every time. The kill team sergeant can take a power fist. You probably would do. You can have a few extra plasma pistols in there, and then any number of models can have the plasma exterminators, which is the usual affair. The reason why people are really excited about this is because each time this unit is set up on the battlefield, you get to improve the AP by 1. And the melee side of things is kind of tasty. I don't think you ever give a shit about the melee side of things. Like, ever. I think what you do is you take 5 heavy intercessors, you give them fucking plasma bastard pistols, you give them the fucking plasma exterminators, and then you take 3 of the basic intercessors, and including the sergeant, and they're going to have plasma pistols, and then you basically have 2 shit munchers. 2 shit munchers who you do not give a fuck about, and basically you have a unit which is going to drop down and hit people with 13 plasma shots, essentially. At AP -4, most of which will be damage 3, some of which will be damage 2. That's what people are getting happy about. And you just jump them up and down constantly. Just up, down, plasma. Up, down, plasma. I mean, the enemy still gets a chance to counter hit you, which is something to bear in mind. And they are T6 if you don't take the jump captain. They are T6. That's a great point. The whole squad gets to be T6 because of the because of the kill team special rule. The whole squad gets to be T6. That's a really, really big deal. Yeah. So you kind of drop them down. You think you probably Oath of Moment some motherfucker, and then you just blast them with plasma. You go lethal hits on them, and then you fucking blast them with plasma, and then when the enemy shoots you back, you just kill all the shit munchers, and then you jump back up, and then you drop down again. Yeah. It's basically a lot of plasma death. Now, the thing is that, and with Tome of Ectoclades, you could definitely double plasma some motherfuckers as well, which is important to note. You could double, you could drop down like 2 or 3 of these units and achieve this. There's also an argument that you maybe, if you want like a jump pack cap, there's probably like some jump pack captain or thing you could take in here as well, but you would then have to like drop one of the kill team, one of the regular intercessors, which then means you get 1 less plasma pistol. So I probably wouldn't fuck around with it. The big question is, how many points is this unit? What the fuck is it called again? Talon Strike Team. 290. It is the most expensive kill team, though. That is a very, very, very expensive kill team. 290. Shit my ass. I don't know. $290 is very expensive. I mean, $290 is the same price as a Primarch. We're nearest, damn it. But I don't know about you, but I feel like Primarch probably diddles these guys. Do you know what I mean? But my perspective may be a bit skewed. Catharsis Chaser, 6-man Inceptor is 260, and this is arguably way better. Yeah, maybe that's a good point. Maybe I'm being overly harsh. The Assault Bolters are kind of interesting, because you've got Twin Linked, and you could get them up to AP2, and then you could... Kraken rounds it, or go for the ignore cover rounds. But I think you go for the plasma every time. I think you go for the plasma every time because I think so. Yeah, I think it's a good unit. I think you go for plasma every single time, and you have a whole bunch. You have a whole bunch of bodies. Yeah. Yeah, I think you go plasma every time. They're very good. You jump up and down with fucking million plasma shots. And as Commander HHL saying, if double plasma ring is wrong, I don't want to be right. Yeah, I think you go mega plasma on this bad boy. You take 2 of them. You drop them down. You fucking blast something's ass off. And then you just jump back up again. If you're going to go down the Talon Strike Kill Team. Yeah. Next, we've got Fortis Kill Team. What the fuck is a Fortis Kill Team? Holy shit, man. Like, what is a Fortis Kill Team? Is this just is this everything else? Oh, wow. It's like, oh. It's everything else, yeah. It's all of the random fucking like intercessor armored bastards. Okay, so how much? So firstly, you could only take 10 motherfuckers. Yeah, Madlarkin, I agree. Plasma loadout is the way to go. I agree. I think the bolter loadout is like interesting, but the bolters are sus hits 2, can be AP -3 damage 2. The sheer amount of fire on a nose target gets ridiculous. I do agree. I also think that you can get sustained hits from other sources. And I think the plasma is better at wounding stuff, potentially. Yeah. Intercessor Kill Team. So we've got... I mean, you're gonna take 3 guys you have to take. And then you're going to put 4 plasma incinerators in there. And that'll leave you, what, 3 guys left over? I mean, the super frag rocket guys. And then a pyre blaster, probably. Let's have a look. Kill Team Sergeant can replace Deathwatch Bolt Rifle with Chainsword, Hand Flame and Plasma Pistol Power Weapon. You probably go for Plasma Pistol. Kill Team Sergeant can replace its combat weapon with... You'd probably go for a Thunder Hammer. For every 5 models in this unit, 1 model equipped with a Deathwatch Bolt Rifle can be equipped with one of Sarti's Grenade Launcher. Brilliant. You're going to have 2 of those there. 1 model equipped with a Plasma Incinerator can replace its Bolt Pistol with 1 Plasma Pistol. Okay. 1 model can replace its Super Frag Rocket Launcher with a Vengor Launcher. The Vengor Bus, baby! Anyway, any number of models could each replace their Super Frag Rocket Launcher with Super Crack. You probably go for that. Right, what the fuck do these weapons even do? Where the fuck is the Super Crack Rocket Launcher? Deathwatch Armory card. Okay. What's their ability? Each time a model in this unit makes attack that targets unit below its starting strength, add 1 to the hit roll. If that unit targets units below half strength, add 1 to the wound roll instead. Add 1 to the hit and wound roll. Okay. That's okay. Ugh. What's this? Ooh, the Deathwatch bolt rifles are fucking tasty. Shit me. I say that I'm going to give them... I say I'm going to give them all the special weapons. I very well may not do. Although I suppose you're always going to want to go for like plasma incinerators, aren't you? Yeah. That bolt rifle is good. Let's look at the armory card. Good. Remember when GW said everything was going to be on the data card? I remember that. What the fuck's a Venga launcher? Nah, it's a shitty indirect fire thing. Super crack rocket. Nah, still only strength 10. Not that bothered about it. You're only going to get 2 shots out of it. Astartes grenade launcher. It's just a regular grenade launcher. Yeah. I love how Astartes players like, oh my god, look at the grenade launchers. Oh my god, they're so good. And all the guard players are like, what the fuck? It's the worst. We've had grenade launcher ranges and we choose not to take them. Ooh. I mean, the instinct is you go 2 super crack rocket guys, 4 plasma bastard guys, and then you go 3 kill team guys, and then maybe you take a pyre blaster. Solid, probably not. You take 4 bolt rifle guys. Yeah, that's it. You do get the grenade launched into the bolt rifle. That is true. That's true. You don't have to pick one or the other. You haven't, yeah, getting the +1 to wound is if you shoot them below half strength. Do you know what I quite like about this? I would take a Fortis kill team and I would put it inside a Corvus Blackstar. And then the Corvus Blackstar can chip a wound of anything. Chip a wound of anything. And then suddenly all your guys are like, yes. Yes, I am wounding on, I'm hitting on 2s. That's the way I think you do it. A lot of people... The more I look at the super crack rocket thing though, does it only hit on 4 as a super crack rocket? Yeah. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, meh. I'm big meh. The more I look at it, do you know the way I'm thinking about this, guys? I think you take 6 bolt rifles, 4 plasmas every time. You fuck off the super frag rocket launchers because they're just going to miss. Even with +1 to hit, they're going to fucking miss probably. Maybe hitting on 3s is okay. I don't know. But the idea of basically just like dropping down and just going big. Because then everything's got assault. And you just sort of run a... Yeah, I quite like that. Fortis kill teams inside of Corvus Blackstars. I quite like that. Hammer hands. It's like I just said. Did you say that? Did you? Fair enough. Forces 6 regular, 4 Hellblasters. Ah, yeah. Fair. I see it now. Yeah. I think that's the way to do it. Again, also, you've got to remember that you want to keep things simple as fuck, right? You're going to be running... One of the big problems that Deathwatch have had in the past is they've got so many different random-ass weapons that what happens is it takes you forever to, like, roll out your fucking, like, 3 squads because you've got to roll one weapon and the other weapon. Just being able to go, bolt rifles, plasma, next squad, bolt rifles, plasma, next squad, bolt rifles. Yeah, it makes it easier. How much is a Fortis kill team? 200 points. The big question is, Do I want that or Deathwatch Veterans? And my instinct is I want Deathwatch Veterans. Big question is, why would you take Fortis Kill Team when you can take Deathwatch Veterans, which do everything better? I suppose the Fortis Kill Team do shooting a bit better. I guess. But the Deathwatch Veterans do close combat so much better. I guess it's different jobs for different things, but I've yet to see something that is convincing me not to take 6 Deathwatch Kill Teams. Mad Larkin, put a librarian in the squad, 4% vulnerable save. I guess they can probably have anything that can lead an intercessor squad can be attached to this unit instead. Yeah. That's pretty big. Indomitor Kill Team. We looked at these before. And the idea was that you basically go for all the melter shit and then you deep strike them down with the Beacon Angelus, I think it was. I really, really strongly feel, and maybe I'm a bit insane. Maybe I'm very insane. But I really, really strongly feel like you just run all Deathwatch heavy bolt rifles. I don't know. Maybe you take 2 of the heavy bolters, right? Like, I'm looking at it, I'm just thinking, I got lethal hits, assault, heavy. I'm looking at this and I'm just thinking, why would I need anything else? Maybe there's nothing like a melter rifle to get the job done. I don't fucking know. But outside, but I'm just looking at this whole thing. I'm like, yeah, Kataji, the heavy bolt rifles are actually better than the melter rifles. Yeah, just literally advancing up the board, just like bam, 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 just advancing up the board, just spaffing out lethals, spaffing out sustained. Yeah, maybe you keep it simple. Maybe. The Spectrus kill team. Apparently, this is the kill team I would belong on because I'm on the Spectrus. So we've got... this is where all your infiltrating bastards are. So what do you fucking get in this one? Infiltrators with combat knives, Oculus bolt carbines, or the bolt sniper rifles. Okay. One model equipped with the bolt carbine can have the Helix Gauntlet or the comms array. One model can replace its bolt sniper rifle with instigated bolt carbine. Any model can replace the bolt sniper rifle with Lad's Fusel. Any models can replace their combat knife with one Deathwatch bolt carbine and one close combat weapon. If this unit has a leader attached to it during the declared battle set formation, that leader unit gains infiltrators and scouts. Infiltrators and scouts seems good. At the end of your opponent's turn, if this unit is more than 6 turns away from all enemy units, you can remove it from the battlefield and place it in strategic reserve. That seems good. In your shooting phase, after the bear's unit has shot, the bear's unit can make a normal move. If it does, until the end of the turn, the bear's unit is not eligible to declare a charge. Seems very good. I don't know why people are saying these are garbage. I think these are really good. I feel this is really good. Like, what do they come equipped with? Do you even take... What's the fucking Laz... Right, yeah, what's the fucking Laz Fusel? Don't give a shit. Rubbish. What's the fucking... Bolt Sniper Rifle? Don't give a shit. Rubbish. You can only take the... Is it... What do they come with? Marksman Bolt Carbine. Deathwatch Marksman Bolt Carbine. Strength 5, AP -1, damage 1, lethal hits. There's a lot of lethal hits coming out here. A lot of lethal hits. How much do they cost? 200. Smoke, though. Smoke. Man, these guys are pretty interesting. Yeah, jump, shoot, jump. That's the thing. So, do you want to be Tau, but, you know, not like a really loser faction? Collect Spectre's kill teams. Are they battle line? Ah, chance me if I think. Sick with these motherfuckers. Jump, shoot, jump, bitch. You ain't never gonna catch me. Yeah, so you probably end up with like 3 las fusils, 1 instigator bolt carbine, just so you can jump around like a knobhead. How many Oculus bolt rifles could you get? Oh, that'll just come down to who you fucking take, right? Yeah. So you take 3 infiltrators, 3 snipey bastards, and probably end up with 4 bastards with the Oculus bolt carbines. Because the Oculus bolt carbines have got more special rules, which is great. They ignore cover, and their assault, and their lethal hits. Brilliant. The las fusils obviously do a bit more damage. Brilliant. And you got 3 knobheads who would have the Deathwatch bolt carbines, but you swap one of those dickheads out for a guy with the instigator bolt carbine, which does a little bit more. Brilliant. Okay. You basically jump out, las fusil something, and then jump back again. But I'm going to be real with you. I'm not sure that is worth spending 200 points on 3 shitty las cannons. That's the thing. It's like, oh yes, jump, shoot, jump. You're doing it with fucking rail cannons? Nope. Well, probably don't fucking bother then. I don't know. Am I wrong, chat? Am I wrong? I'm looking at them, and I'm looking at this laundry list of shit that they can do, and I'm just like, not bothered by it. I'm not bothered by it. If someone jumped out, if a Spectre's kill team jumped out, spaffed 3 fucking las fusils at me, and then went, I'm going away now, I'd be like, okay. I don't know why. I'd just be like, sure, okay. That was good talk. Good talk. I guess it might get a bit annoying. It might get a bit annoying. They jump out with 3 las fusils. They hit 2 times with them. And then they roll to wound. Wounding on 5s. And fail. And I go, okay. Yeah. That's the problem, right? If it was a real las cannon. If it was a real las cannon. I would be really upset by this unit. But it's not a real las cannon. So I'm not as bothered. Catharsis, when you attach a Phobos Librarian, they become nearly untargetable, great for objective play, and they almost all have lethals. I mean, does the Phobos Librarian give them lone op? I'm gonna look at it now. Pseudo lone op. Okay. Here's the thing. I think the way you make these work is you put the Phobos Librarian on them, and then you basically stick them out in the open. And then behind all of the ruins staged around the objectives, you have Deathwatch kill teams loaded up with 1,000,000 fucking close combat weapons and a lot of characters. And basically, you say to your opponent, okay, I'm going to set on these objectives. You can't target me unless you get close to me. But the problem is, if you want to get close to me, then you're going to be in my counterattack range. And so what's going to happen is you're going to get within 12 inches, finally, blast my Spectre's kill team in the ass, fair enough, and then 10 Deathwatch veterans with like 4 Thunderhammers with a fucking Watchmaster are going to come leaping out of this fucking ruin, and they're going to fill you in. I think that's the way you do it. You use the Spectre's kill teams to make your opponent have to come to you when they don't really want to, and then you basically stage a bunch of units around them to countercharge. The idea of jumping with them is a trap. And not the kind of trap that you could enjoy at a furry convention, it's just an actual trap. Yeah, that's the way you do it. You basically use them to put your opponent in a really shit position. Either they don't come at you, and then you just keep scoring points, or they do come at you, and then you fight the fuck out of them. And there's very, very little in this game that I don't. There's very little in this game that I don't think a full maxed out combat kill team can't deal with. Yeah. Yeah. So, that kind of covers the Deathwatch. The Spectre's kill team is very, very interesting, and I suspect will be one of those units that everyone wish never existed, because they'll be really annoying to deal with, and annoying units are really, really annoying. The Indomitor kill team looks fun as fuck. It doesn't feel very Deathwatch running around with like big fucking armor. I always felt like Deathwatch are more like elite, fast-moving elite stuff. The Spectre's kill team feels a bit more Deathwatch. The Indomitor kill team feels a bit out of place in terms of lore and fluff, but it's probably really good for those people that just see everything as fucking nails and want a hammer. The Forest kill team, I think, is going to be the proto 11th edition tactical squad. See this data sheet? See 11th edition tactical squads. Say goodbye to your firstborn tactical squads. That's what this is. Talon Strike kill team is the one that everyone's creaming their pants over, and I think there's a good reason for that. Of course, Black Star, very sexy white shit. Deathwatch Terminator squad, bit rubbish. My beloved Deathwatch veterans! Yes, my beloved Deathwatch veterans. I will be taking 60 of them in every army. You cannot stop me. You cannot try and stop me. I will do it. I have no other function in this world than to run 60 Deathwatch veterans in 6 rhinos with as many characters as I can put in them, and run them at people. This is not a finesse army if you play it my way. Artemis is great because he's cheap as shit. Watchmasters are just great because they're great. Osteo's key shit, the rest of them are good. Stratagems are good, all of them. Mission rules are very, 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 very confusing, but I think we've got there in the end. And that is how an RBMK reactor explodes. Oh, what do we think about Deathwatch, boys? What the fuck do we think? There's definitely some interesting stuff here. There's definitely some interesting stuff here. I don't know how good they are. I'm glad they're back. But I think in terms of power, look, they're an obvious 10 out of 10 for just existing, right? Like, that's the biggie. Right? They're an obvious 10 out of 10 for just fucking existing. But in terms of power, I'm thinking in the hands of a very good player, 7, possibly 7.5. In the hands of me, probably a 6. I mean, I'm thinking, how would I build a Deathwatch army? How would I build a Deathwatch army? Well, how many points? How many points are 6 kill teams? How many points are 4 rhinos? 35? So I can't build my ideal Deathwatch army because it's too expensive. Give me a second. Ah, so close. So close. I was gonna... You can't quite... It's not quite possible. To take... You can't take 6 kill teams, 6 rhinos, 3 watchmasters and Artemis. It comes in at 2,030 points. I am very sad. Why did they even bring them back? I don't think that's the right way of running them, though. I think that's the right way of running them. I don't know what the right way is, but it's probably not that. I think the right way is a lot smarter than that. Because you want to have things that can, like... That's the kind of army that would complain about... would complain about Aquilans, because it wouldn't be able to get into combat without Aquilans diddling it. Oh... Do you know, I kind of wish Deathwatch you could still mix like the Terminators, and the ideal scenario would be like, I suppose, Terminators with the kill team guys, but probably not anymore actually when you think about it, because the reason you used to take the Terminators is because so you get the Storm Shields, so now you don't need the Storm Shields. Yeah, you don't need that anymore. Bad Luck thinks the mix of teams. Yeah, I mean, I think if you were to run the army in a kind of, what are the obvious? I suppose the big question is, what are the obvious combos? Obvious combos is you take the Beacon and Jealous with on a guy that can't normally deep strike, and then deep strike in a unit that can't normally deep strike. So I think that's one combo there. I think the other obvious combo is 2 maxed out kill teams supported by 1 watch captain that can do the teleporter strike constantly. Although some people would say no. Some people would say the obvious thing would be to deep strike down the no, so you could do that and then still have 2 of the jumpy kill teams in deep strike as well. I like it. I think 5-man Terminators with the plasma cannons is good. You see, I don't know why you would take the plasma cannon Terminators when you could take 10 Fortis guys with the 4 plasma guns. More shots, more wounds, less durability. But Terminator durability doesn't mean a huge amount. It's tricky. I think when I get my Deathwatch army, I'm not going to worry too much about building them super optimized. I think you could. Do you know what I think you could do with this army? You could run around in circles. You could build 1,000 different theory craft lists, but never actually commit one to the table. I think with Deathwatch, you kind of just need to go, I'm going to run this shit and just go for it. Because there's every single unit can do something really cool. And yet you don't have enough points for every single unit. So I think Deathwatch feels like it's one of those armies where you probably want to pick a theme and then sort of commit to that theme. So if you're the kind of person that likes the idea of the Spectres kill teams, commit to the fucking Spectres kill teams. Do you know what I mean? If you're the kind of guy that likes the idea of Terminators, commit to the Terminators. Maybe I'm thinking maybe. Or maybe you take a little bit of everything. But I think if you take a little bit of everything, you'll end up wrapping yourself up in knots. Yeah. It's an army which has got so much potential and so many options that you get, like I said, you'll spend 1,000 hours writing 1,000 theory craft lists and never play a single one of them. And what you actually need to do is just sit down, knuckle down, and just play just build an army and play with them. Yeah. I know they're not battle line Madlarkin, but I mean, build around the idea of using them. So you're like, I'm going to take my Spectres kill teams. My rest of my army is kind of going to be built around that. I'm going to take the Terminators. The rest of my army is going to kind of be built around that. That's my instinct with them. That's my instinct. It's very powerful, though. I would say the thing is, I would say the army has a bit of a weakness with long-range anti-tank. The army has a weakness with long-range anti-tank. There's definitely going to be an instinct to take everything in the Deathwatch detachment. But I do think you would miss out. I do think the army needs a bit of long-range anti-tank. Because those melter guys can kind of do it, but they're very expensive. Yeah. The army definitely struggles with anti-tank. I suppose their answer to anti-tank is lethal hits. Right? That's it. It's kind of like you take a lot. I think you take a lot of lethal hits. I want to have a quick look at it again for a second. Yeah, I think I really strongly feel. I really strongly feel like you want Deathwatch veterans led by lieutenants or Captain Artemis. I really strongly feel that. I think your answer to this whole thing is lethal hits with the potential for a lot of rerolls. Because the Deathwatch veterans have a lot of volume of attacks with the potential for a lot of rerolls. Even reroll ones is pretty big. Yeah, I saw this. I saw this at the beginning, and we've sort of gone through everything. But I saw this at the beginning, and I went, there's a lot of lethal hit potential here. This is something that the other when you ran Deathwatch as Agents of Imperium, when you saw the Deathwatch as Agents of Imperium, they had a lot of potential, but they sort of capped out at sort of strength 10. When you saw Deathwatch as Agents of Imperium, what was one thing we said that agents needed? We said agents needed heavy armor. Agents needed heavy armor to be effective. And now Deathwatch can get that heavy armor. Heavy intercessors with all heavy bolt rifles and heavy bolters with sustained, they can get it. Yeah, that's a lot of lethals. And it's a lot of damage too, right? Where the fuck is it? It's a lot of damage too. Yeah, the Indomitor kill teams look very solid. The only thing that makes me not like the Indomitor kill teams is the 270 point price tag. That's it. I mean, Jesus, man. 270 points for unit of Indomitor kill teams. And then, let me look at something here. You gotta pay 80 points more than if you went for 10 heavy intercessors. But I'm guessing the 10 heavy intercessors already damage 1 on a lot of their weapons, and there's not any lethal hits going on around there. I'm guessing. Probably worth it to go for the Indomitor. You don't even need to give them any characters. Deathwatch, Bolt, Gunline. Now that's something that's pretty terrifying. Oh wow, the Fortis kill team is not battle line. That is a real surprise. That's a real missed opportunity right there. They definitely should be. GW, fix it. They should definitely be battle line. They're just intercessor motherfuckers, and they're really not that strong. Like, they've got no invulnerable save or anything. Yeah, I definitely feel like the Fortis kill team should be battle line. That's a missed opportunity right there. Man, you'd spend like what, 870 points? 870 points on Indomitor kill teams and just go fucking mega on the bolt rifles and heavy bolters. The bolt weaponry, should we say. Captain in Gravis armor can have a heavy bolt rifle too. What does he bring to the fight? The Captain in Gravis bastard armor. Let's have a look. Oh, he's shit though, mate. He's actually dog shit. He personally halves damage. Who gives a fuck? Who actually gives a fuck about that? And is where the Mastercraft heavy bolt rifle is actually worse than the Deathwatch heavy bolt rifle. I love that. The Deathwatch heavy bolt rifle is better than the best possible shit that other chapters can put together. Yeah, no, fuck that guy, man. Fuck that guy. No way, Jose. You don't need Apothecary Biologist. You don't need Captain in Gravis armor. You don't need fucking nothing, mate. You don't need fucking nothing. Just march. Honestly, dude. Honestly, I just say you could. It's too expensive. Honestly, just take 3 Indomitor kill teams. Stick 2 heavy fucking bolters in there. And then take 8 heavy bolt rifles. And then just move and advance your way across the board. Just fucking blasting shit in the ass. Strength 7 on all those weapons means that worst case scenario, you're wounding on 5s. You'll probably be aiming for fucking wounding, you know, fucking lethals anyway. Just running across the board, just fucking ass blasting. Yeah. Chuck sustained hits. Even if you just took 2 squads of them, just chuck sustained hits on them. Sustained hits. Just start chucking sustained hits on those motherfuckers. You do it once for free, army-wide sustained hits, and then turn 2 onwards, you'd be like, which 2 squads still got the most people in them? Fucking sustained hits on you every fucking turn. Sustained. Overruled, sustained. Yeah. That's what I do. And you just run them into people. Just run them onto objectives and just fucking lock them down. Maybe. That feels tasty. That feels tasty. But I'm going to be... That feels right, but I'm taking Deathwatch veterans. You can run your Indomitable kill teams at me, and you know what happens? My Deathwatch veterans Thunder Hammers come out and go bonk, bonk, bonk. Probably. One captain makes that sustained free every turn. Yeah, you can have a captain in there. Sure, fuck it. Why the fuck not, right? Makes it free. And you could have a Watchmaster doing something else on your... do something else on your Deathwatch veterans. Yeah. We'll see. There's so much stuff you want to do with the Deathwatch army, but there's just... no time to do it all. No time to do it all. Alrighty then. Gentlemen, we're going to wrap this bad boy up. We have been having a good old chinwag about the Deathwatch, and I think we have thoroughly dissected the army. Thoroughly dissected it. The combos are pretty cool. The combos are pretty cool. The new kill teams are pretty cool. The new abilities are pretty cool. It's all very cool. I think the biggest hurdle the army has got to overcome is long range anti-tank. I think the way that you could do that is with there's two ways you could overcome that. One, you lean on regular Adeptus Astartes units. Sometimes the best form of anti-tank is just a big fuck off anti-tank gun like a Gladiator Lancer. Or fuck it, a Predator, right? The other way you do it is you lean heavily into lethal hits. It doesn't necessarily have to be one or the other. There you go. Poll closed. 55% of people think that salamanders should have their own codex. That's cool. There you go, GW. 55% of, at least 90 people will buy that codex. Based on the votes that we had tonight. Oh man. Oh. Oh. Jesus, wet. Man. That was a cool stream. That was a cool stream. And you know what's kind of crazy? We had like, at peak, we had like 183 people in the stream. And it's only in sort of the last hour where it's sort of gone down to sort of about 60, 70 people in the stream. But it's one of those, it's really cool to be able to do, it's really cool to have that many people in the stream, considering that it's not even an Imperial Guard stream. Yeah. I think it's, we've been trying to diversify the content a little bit on the channel, and the fact that we're able to still have streams that are perfectly popular with lots of people chatting, interacting and everything, and it's not even guard related. It's I'm pretty happy with that. But I tell you what, boys, we are going to be talking. This is all methadone to our heroin when that guard codex comes out. We're just biding our time. The moment that guard codex comes out, we're dissecting it. We're painting, we're hobbying, we're list building, everything. But in this sort of lull period, it's a good chance to look at other armies and have a little look at what else is out there, you know. There you go. There we go. Catharche is a Spectrus with Phobos Librarian, 270 points. Talon Strike times 3, 870 points. Indomitor times 2, 540 points. Lancer times 2, 320 is my initial 2k cheesy Vanguard list. Putting all that in Vanguard! Not even going for Deathwatch attachment. Crazy. That would be 1 Spectre's team, 30 Talon Strikes. That's 60 infantry. That's crazy. That is literally 60 infantry and 2 lancers. That seems very cheesy, Catharsis Chaser. Townsend, we come for the guard and we stay for you firmly, being Mad Larkin. Nah, me and Matt, look, it's honestly, me and Mad Larkin, he gives me a lot of shit, I give him a lot of shit, but it's all love, baby. It's all love. We're just constantly hate fucking each other. That's the nature of our relationship. And the funny thing is most of the time he's right as well. I just like to blame anything that goes wrong. I blame on Mad Larkin, just because that's the nature. That's the nature of this whole blue balling thing, right? But no, there's no real beef between Larkin and I. Well, I hope there's not. Anyways, no beef from my side anyway. Free stealth armor wide is too good. Yeah. Akote, you mean we're all sobbing quietly into our drinks when we find the B team wrote it? Ah, mate. No, I'm sure we'll be fine. Even if the B team did write it, fuck it. We'll just get a new codex next edition. You know what I mean? Nothing's permanent. If it's bad, it's only bad for 12 months before the new edition comes along, basically. 12 to 18 months. So, yeah, there you go. First half of 10th edition's flown by, man. Flown by. Oh, man. I'll tell you what, Lamcross, your new recruit already has the new Chaos Knight attachment as an option on the app. Truly a marvel of the modern era. Yeah. That Chaos Knight shit, I'm very excited to look into it. Tomorrow we're going to be like rattling through a few of them. Like the Assassinorum one will be, is it shit? Yeah, moving on. Custodians one is it 9 dreads? Yeah, moving on. The Chaos Knight one and the Imperial Knight one is the interesting one. The Chaos Knight one is especially interesting for me, as you guys know I have a big Blood Pact army going on. Yeah. Being able to have a big Chaos, a few big Knights running with lots of support from infantry, that would make me happy. Oh my god, like, think about it. You could have the baby Knights and they could be Stalk tanks from the Gaunt's Ghosts. That's cool. Stalk tanks incoming, boys. Okie croaky. Gentlemen, let's wrap this bad boy up. And let me take a moment now to say a huge thank you to all of you guys who have joined tonight's stream. I know it's been a little bit different today and all that kind of stuff, but it's been a bit of a thinking stream, like going through and dissecting that index bit by bit. It's definitely been a bit of a thinking stream. But I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Tomorrow we will be catching up on as many of the detachments that have come out like over the weekend, and obviously today we had like was it the Imperial Knights one today, and then tomorrow it'll be the Grey Knights. So hopefully we'll catch up on all of them, but if any we don't catch up on, we'll catch up on throughout the week bit by bit, that's for sure. No idea when the Guard one's coming out yet, but when it does, I will dedicate a whole stream to just dissecting in the minutiae the Guard one. Even if it's shit. Alright, Grey Knights tomorrow. There we go. I find the idea of a thinking stream offensive. Me too, man. Me too. Gentlemen, we need a theme song. We need an outro song for Deathwatch. Anyone got any suggestions? Or do we just do oh shit, I just pressed a button. 1 minute. I fixed it. There we go. We can't have it actually fair. It has to be sort of video game related, doesn't it? I like the more thinking streams. We try, Leslie. Although we can only do so many before our brains fall apart. I might just go for a classic. We'll go for a classic. It's kind of nod to the Deathwatch being Space Marines, but I got a cheeky one for you boys. All right, let me take a moment to say a big thank you to all of you guys who joined tonight. Thank you to all of you guys that liked, subscribed, followed, and all that good stuff. And a huge thank you to everyone who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, came with super chats and bits and all of that good stuff. I couldn't do these streams without you guys. Couldn't do it without you. So thank you. Tomorrow we'll be looking at some more detachments and stuff. And then we'll be playing it by ear for the rest of the week. But hopefully you guys are looking forward to it. Can't play Back in Black, unfortunately, because it'll get me in trouble. But, gentlemen, thank you for watching. And, of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.